Chapter 94, Trouble. After text Friday, 12th of April 1996, it was early, but as he was going to pick up his sons later in the day, he had decided to meet up with Amelia as soon as she said she would be in her office. She had been vague in her letter that had reached him the evening before, and now Marvolo was pondering what she might have in mind that needed a meeting at the ministry. The Wisengamot meeting of this month wasn't for some time, and there wasn't anything of great consequence planned for it anyway. Greeting people recognizing him with friendly nods, Marvolo made his way to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, quickly dodging a loudly protesting wizard pulled along by his arm by an annoyed-looking aura as he stepped into the big office with its open floor plan. Amelia was already there when Marvolo reached her office and knocked on the open door to make his presence known. "Good morning, Amelia." "Marvolo," she said in surprise, looking up from something she had been reading on her desk. "You're here early, but come in, sit down. Do you want tea?" "Yes, please." Marvolo agreed, walking in and closing the door behind himself. With a ripple, he felt the wards built into walls and door take effect. No one would be able to listen in on what they would be talking about, whatever that was going to be. So Marvolo sat down, his casual robes and suit under them making sitting down pretty easy. Some of the more conservative cuts either were pretty restrictive, or they were so loosely cut, and usually were worn without any undergarments, that Marvolo preferred to wear the more modern open robes, or dueling robes specifically cut to allow as much movement as possible, while also offering support to some parts of his anatomy. When they both were comfortable and had a cup of tea, Marvolo added 2 more spoons of sugar to his tea and fixed Amelia with a sharp look. "You were pretty unclear what exactly you want to talk with me about today, Amelia. So what's this about?" He took a sip of his tea and then decided that it could use a little more sugar still. Amelia watched with a raised brow as he added another spoonful to the cup, not commenting on it, but leaning back in her chair. "I wanted to ask you to help me out with setting up a few training scenarios for the Aura training program and maybe compose some for the final exam as well." For a moment Marvolo stared at Amelia, the spoon held aloft just before touching the saucer, trying to make sure he had heard correctly. Had the ritual messed with his perception of reality? "I'm sorry. You want me to help write final exams and training missions?" He wasn't sure if he remembered a time he had sounded that confused Amelia actually had the audacity to chuckle at him, and his half-hearted glare only served to escalate her chuckles to a short laugh. "I'm sorry, Marvolo. You look just too funny. It seems pretty far-fetched for me to ask you for help in this, but I think you actually are a pretty good candidate. For years, the same people have written the exams and training scenarios. A few days ago, I got confirmation that some of the younger auras seem to have been selling solutions of a kind to the new trainees. I had hoped you could shake things up a bit, maybe even broaden the training a bit. You know more about what they might face should a new danger make an appearance." She shrugged, picking up her own cup. He settled back into his chair, placing the spoon down. "That sounds." He blinked and thought this through as quickly as possible. It certainly would look good for the public and would get him more influence. "Intriguing, Amelia. Are you sure I'm qualified? And are there requirements for those exams that I would need to follow?" He couldn't very well model those exams or training after what he had subjected prospective Death Eaters to, could he? Maybe a few, but not with the same focus on dark curses and the unforgivables. There are a few standards that are checked in the final exam, and a few points included in different training scenarios. I can get you a copy of the lesson plans, but I want you to come up with something that's out of the normal, a challenge. Amelia looked smug, sipping at her tea. Slowly shaking his head, Marvolo smirked. "What is the minister going to say? And the other department heads? You're sure this is a wise move?" She gave a decisive nod. "I'm not aiming for the position as minister, and this certainly is the best for the Aura Corps. So do you agree to help?" He wasn't really sure that this would work out, but it was something to do that wasn't paperwork. That alone would have been a good reason to help, besides the possible political gain in influence and standing, of course. "Then let me show you the list of typical topics covered in exams," Amelia said, grinning like a cat that got the cream as she got a roll of parchment out of a drawer of her desk. Resigned to listening to a long explanation, Marvolo moved to have a better look at the writing. Uo Tonks had picked up Bill from the front, and the two of them were walking past Madame Bone's office when the door opened and Lord Slytherin stepped out, happily chatting with the head of the DMLE. Marvolo, Bill spoke up, drawing Lord Slytherin's attention. Bill. Here to help in the search for the one, or the group, sending all those howlers. The deceptively young-looking wizard asked of the wizard, who was as young as he looked. Yes, even though I'm not sure how I'll be able to help, as I was inside the ritual room the whole time. But I'm not the aura here, am I? Dora had to keep herself in check, not to stand there with her mouth hanging open in shock at how familiar those two seemed to be with each other. Well, I don't want to keep you from answering Aura Tonk's questions then. Slytherin turned back to Madame Bones where she stood in her office door. I'll send you my first drafts in a few days. Is that soon enough? Dora's boss nodded with a smile. That's early enough, Marvolo. Don't let us delay you. And before Dora could get herself fully under control again, Madame Bones had closed her door, Lord Slytherin had wandered off out of the department, and Bill was grinning at her. Are you going to ask your questions right here? No, Dora shook her head, gesturing for him to start walking again. We'll go over to my desk. It was a short walk, but long enough for Dora to get her spinning thoughts to stop. It certainly seemed as if the one formerly known as Voldemort had managed to get a foot down to the ground. It seemed less and less likely that he was just playing at being reformed. But how this all added up was still a mystery. Maybe not being close to the man was the reason she still expected him to relapse into his old ways. Sit down, she invited Bill with a wave at the visitor chair, before she let herself fall into her own chair, which moved a little. It was one of the fancier models with a hovering charm integrated, not unlike the Muggle office chair her father was using in his office at home. Can you explain? She waved an empty hand in the air. All that to me. How did it happen that you were at Malfoy Manor? Bill took his wand in hand and waved a few runes into the air. Dora felt some wards settle into place, but didn't comment. With what she had learned as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, she knew there was reason to be cautious. I was there to help Marvolo with a ritual. He came to me asking for a second opinion. As I have worked with the goblins, and in Egypt, he knew I have insight that would be helpful. What did Egypt have to do with all that? Malfoy had said that it had been a ritual to make sure there were no lingering ill effects. Had this to do with Horcruxes? Bill continued to speak, probably having a lot of answers he wasn't willing to give in any way usable in court. She would have to draw her conclusions from his vague hints. He helped me clean up the old cottage Sirius owns in France. You learn a lot about someone when you work together that closely in such a dangerous place. I hadn't had that much fun since I switched to a desk job in London, and helping with this will benefit Harry in the end. At that, Dora looked up, meeting Bill's steady gaze, helping Harry. With a cold feeling running down her spine, she remembered how the headmaster had told the whole order of his suspicion that Harry was a Horcrux and needed to die before Voldemort could be killed permanently. By helping Lord Slytherin to monitor his health, you help the children he has adopted. This question in her report wouldn't raise any questions with her colleagues. They really should keep the existence of the Horcruxes from the greater public. Though still unhappy with the second chance, for the man might target Harry if they knew. Exactly. Bill nodded with a smile. And getting the input of a curse-breaker and a healer who has been learning the old diagnostic and healing rituals is only sensible. After all, Lord Slytherin was subjected to an ancient and mostly forgotten curse, and then resurrected through a newly adapted ritual. Dora was sure there were a lot of hints in that explanation that she might not pick up on, but there were enough she could see clearly. Bill was working on creating a ritual that somehow would help Harry in getting a piece of soul stuck in his forehead out without hurting him. She was good with that. With the why explained, Dora switched her questions over to a probably useless line. Did you get any howlers in the last few days? Bill shook his head. No, nothing. I didn't even know about those howlers until Lucius Malfoy came to ask if they had a negative influence on the ritual. Do you know of any reason why someone might want to send you a howler? Not really. Maybe if someone knew of the kind of friendship between Marvolo and me. But until now, almost no one even had an inkling about it. Bill shrugged. Dora nodded. She hadn't expected that Bill would help her understand the one sending all those howlers, but he had been able to explain to her what had been going on at Malfoy Manor that day. Thank you, Mr. Weasley. I'll be in contact if there should be any more questions. They both rolled their eyes at that cliché closing line of an interrogation. "You're welcome." "I'm happy to help," Bill said, stood, and blinked before he left. With a sigh, Dora got out a form and started to fill in the information from the short conversation she just had had. Maybe the spell for fingerprints would yield some results. She could use some new leads. Ooh, I don't want to leave. Harry made a grimace at the heights Marcus. Voice could reach seemingly without even trying. Marcus had been the first to leave for breakfast, and now Harry stood here at the top of the stairs right next to Enora and Noel. The twins weren't really looking happy either. The three of them looked at each other as Marcus started to scream over Sirius, attempt to soothe him. Two pairs of brown eyes and one pair of green met, all of them unhappy with the idea of going down to join the others. Noel tilted her head to the side, flinching as something sounding like glass broke downstairs, and mimed for Harry and her sister to follow her, carefully placing her left foot on the first step. Not really sure what Noel was planning, Harry followed her down the stairs carefully, glad that they had been repaired so not one of them made a sound as the three of them tiptoed down. At the foot of the stairs, Noel turned away from the room they normally ate in and towards the way to the garden. Harry and Enora followed. Waiting in the garden until Marcus had calmed down sounded like a good idea to Harry. Maybe it was cowardly of him to avoid his little brother while he was having a big tantrum. But Harry was pretty sure he had no idea how to help and didn't wish to make it any worse. So he followed the twins to the back door and out into the garden. When the girls walked to the edge of the property and Marcus was still easy to hear, Noel ducked under one branch of a small tree, slipping through a small gap in the fence right at the trunk, and left the garden for a stretch of wild meadow, heading for another hedge which was surrounding another house, judging by the roof that Harry could see. He hesitated a fraction of a second at the edge of the property. The wards did end here, but who even knew that he was here in France? Why should there be any risk? Enora followed her sister through the hole in the fence, giving Harry a mischievous grin as she slipped by him. Trying to convince himself that there was no need to be a stick in the mud, there was no one around who could pose a problem, Harry slipped through the pretty narrow gap and fell into a short run to catch up to the girls. "Where are you going? We can't just go into somebody else's garden. Haven't you noticed that there is no one here besides us?" Noel said over her shoulder, not slowing down. Harry had to agree that it looked like there weren't many people around here. For one thing, the houses stood wide apart, and all of them were summer homes. As it was spring, the homes were empty. That was also pretty obvious in the garden they entered. The grass was long, the beds unkempt, old half-rotten leaves were piling up in several places, and a top was draped over something large. Noel walked over to the big structure, pulling on the top. "Come on, help me, you two." Enora picked up one edge the moment her sister asked her to help. Harry once again hesitated before doing the same. He wasn't really keen to sit on the slightly damp grass. As long as it would take longer to dry if it even did. They folded the top roughly and sat down on the three-seater swing that was comfortable enough, even without the pads, that they could stay a while. "How long do we stay?" "We didn't get any breakfast," Harry asked, feeling that Ron would mock him for being unhappy with leaving the warded area without telling an adult, but his friend probably would agree with his wish to have a hearty breakfast. "A while," Noel answered, kicking her legs carelessly, the picture of unconcerned laziness. "Are you in a hurry?" Enora wanted to know. Harry shrugged, feeling awkward. It had been a while since he had disregarded the rules. And even then, it mostly had been to get something to eat at the Dursleys, or to help someone out each year at Hogwarts. "Will we see you again over the summer?" Enora asked, just dismissing the question of if and when they were going to go back to the cottage. Harry shrugged. "I'm sure that I'll visit my godfather over the holidays. We surely can coordinate our visits to see each other if you want." It had been fun spending time with the two, and it would probably be fun to get to know them better. "Is there a place in London you think we should visit?" Enora asked, clearly sensing the tension in the air and trying to diffuse it. "There's Diagon Alley. The shops there are great. I especially like the ice cream parlor. I've never seen more different and crazier flavors in one place. I did spend several weeks there just before my third year, and my owl Hedwig is from one of the shops there." Harry really wished he could find the words to adequately describe how great it had been to walk into Diagon Alley for the very first time. or how much fun it had been to stay in the leaky cauldron all on his own, freed from his relatives. But without the proper words, he shrugged again. Nocturne Alley is there as well, but I'm pretty sure your mother wouldn't be happy to have you explore there. That area has a really bad reputation. He shrugged again, not feeling all that comfortable. Why had he agreed to come here? And how is the house there in London? Sirius said that he's still working on repairs and stuff. Noel asked next, flipping her braids over her shoulder. It's old. How to describe the house without making it sound too bad? And it was standing empty for years before Sirius moved in. He's already done a lot. But he started with the rooms most frequently used, so there is still a lot more to do. Birds were singing in a hedge near them, and there was a sweet fragrance of spring flowers in the air. The sun was warming their spot nicely, and despite all that, Harry was tense and trying to ignore the feeling. It probably was because he was breaking the rules for the first time since it felt like an eternity. Sirius told us, asked what colors we want for our rooms there. He also said that you repaired the tapestry. How did you do that? I heard that such things are really complicated to create and even harder to repair. Harry remembered all the different people Sirius had asked and nodded. Yes, all the experts told Sirius to just get a new one. But despite the fact that his mother had burned him and others on it off, he wanted it to be repaired. Now that he had said it, Harry wondered why Sirius hadn't started with a new tapestry, but had wanted the old one repaired. When I was visiting over Christmas, he let me test something. It worked. Harry shrugged again, feeling foolish doing it so often. Enora moved her upper body so that her elbows rested on her knees, her eyes fixed on Harry. And what did you test? Come on. It sounds as if you managed a miracle. But Sirius didn't want to explain. She put on a puppy face with big eyes that were so like the look Sirius could pull off that Harry had to grin against his better judgment. Did he want to share this? Parcel magic. I have been reading about it since my last birthday. It's family magic, and heavily based on intent and carefully picking the right words. I had the clear intent to restore the tapestry to what it had been before it had been damaged, so it was repaired again. Harry shrugged, a little smug that he had managed that feat of magic, but also not really all that sure that he should talk about family magic. On the other hand, if he wasn't supposed to talk about it, he wouldn't have been able to do so anyway. Maybe the general terms he had used were fine. Can you show us? Noel asked, also moving forward so she had a better view. Could he show them? The color changing wasn't all that difficult. But Marvolo had insisted that Harry wasn't to experiment without competent adult supervision. We're outside the wards. There's a chance that the magic will be picked up. I don't think I should. And he really shouldn't. There was a good reason why Marvolo had said Harry shouldn't experiment on his own. Before either twin could start wheedling, as he could clearly see they wanted to, the screech of an owl drew their gaze towards the other end of the garden wilderness. It looked as if the owl was carrying a red envelope and as if it was flying in their direction. Harry stiffened and moved to draw his wand. That red was one he had seen before. Every time a student had gotten a letter from an angry parent as convinced as Mrs. Weasley that publicly shaming their children was a good way to make them regret whatever they had done, a letter in that particular shade of red had done the screaming. Shit, Harry said with feeling, standing from the swing and moving away from the twins. It seemed as if the lunatic sending all those howlers might have been aiming for him as well, because who else could possibly have a reason to send him a howler? The owl changed course slightly and closed in on him, then let the howler drop right over Harry's head. And then it started screaming. How can you just forget that he killed your parents? Killed so many people. How can it be that everyone has forgotten? He's a danger. He needs to be killed. And you, Harry Potter, are close enough to get it done. When the howler ripped itself apart and exploded, a shield spell flared up around Harry, so he was only pushed to the ground and not flung across the garden like one of the empty flower pots. Mad, Enora called out, and before Harry could catch up to what was happening, the three of them had run almost back to the Black Summer cottage. Harry was the first to slip through the gap and looked up, happy to be back under the protection of the excellent wards. Just a moment later, Harry registered that there were people in the garden. Beside Remus and Sirius, as well as the twins' mother, Marvolo was standing there, carrying Marcus in his arms, a dark look in his blue eyes. Harry felt himself blush, then looked down at his shoes, muddy after that run over the meadow, clenching his fists. Great. Now he had done it. Got himself into trouble. Again, real trouble. Harry, where have you been? Marvolo asked, his voice so mild that Harry just knew he had to be furious. Behind Harry, the leaves of the tree rustled. We were worried. You three vanished without informing anyone. Harry moved his hand to grab the pendant he was wearing all the time. Marvolo clearly had been using the spell on the pendant to locate him. Why are you out of breath and so pale? There was worry in that voice. Harry swallowed and looked over his shoulder to see Enora and Noel stand there, looking a little puzzled. He turned back and stood tall. We left for one of the neighboring properties, wanted to get away from the noise for a few moments. It had been a bad idea from the start, how Harry wished he had stayed in the garden. We didn't go all that far. Then there was an owl delivering a howler. It exploded, but the shield protected me. We ran back. Harry shrugged and let go of the pendant. I see, Marvolo said. Is one of you injured? Harry shook his head and assumed the others did the same, as Marvolo didn't set Marcus down to reach for his wand. Good. Lord Black, I'm sorry to cut the day short, but I hope you understand that I want to get my sons home. I do understand that, Sirius said, and Harry looked up in surprise. Sirius, one of the marauders, behaving like a responsible adult. I'm sure Harry didn't want to cause any distress. Marvolo heaved a breath. I know. But the fact that a howler was able to reach him at all is reason for concern. He also is the only one who got to hear the howler. Or did it explode without saying anything? Harry looked up again. Somehow his shoes did attract his gaze like magnets did iron, and answered in a small voice. I did hear the content, as did Enora and Noel. It was angry and male, I think. Then we have to talk with the auras, Marvolo stated before turning. Say your farewells, Harry. We'll be leaving in a few moments. Harry did as instructed. His stomach was doing funny somersaults, and the murmured all will be well, cub, from Sirius, did little to soothe his nerves. He really had been stupid. Uo, on arriving at Griffin House, Marvolo had sent Harry to wait in the study. He needed to calm down before he spoke with his older son about what had happened today. You go with Mrs. Peters and take a bath, Marvolo said to Marcus, who was looking as if he would fall asleep any moment now. And then you can request a story and take a nap. Marcus nodded, yawning, and Marvolo stood, inclining his head towards the nanny. Marvolo watched as his young son followed his nanny up the stairs, looking back over his shoulder to check if his dad, it felt oddly nice being called that, was still there. Marvolo used the time it took Marcus to get up to the next floor to go through a few breathing exercises to calm down. When he had arrived at the cottage, right after his meeting with Amelia at the ministry, and Harry had been missing, the last time he had felt such a spike of fear that probably had been the fraction of a second, as his own curse had been heading his way in a flash of green. But he really had to be reasonable about this. Harry hadn't done anything really dangerous. He only had walked over to another garden. When he thought back to his own time at Hogwarts in his 5th year and what all the others had been experimenting with, then Harry was almost too innocent. They had played with dark magic, had experimented with potions, recreational and poisonous. He had killed. Really, sneaking out from the wards was harmless in comparison. Hopefully, he would remember that in a few moments. Stepping into the study, Marvolo found a pacing Harry and the concerned-looking portrait of Charles Potter. Marvolo closed the door behind himself and cleared his throat, as the carpet was too effective in dampening the sound of steps, and he had no desire to startle his son by appearing behind him suddenly. I'm sorry. I know it was stupid to leave the wards, but I somehow didn't want to be a bore, and it was easier to follow Enora and Noel than speak up, and I didn't see the risk. There was no one around, no one knew I was there. But what should have happened? And then, I know I was behaving irresponsibly. I broke the rules. Please don't punish the twins. They didn't do anything wrong, and I don't want to make excuses, but nothing really happened anything. Right, no one was injured. Harry suddenly stopped, hands balled into fists at his sides, words struggling to be said. Take a deep breath, Harry, Marvolo instructed, doing the same. Then he placed a hand on his son's shoulder and guided him over to one of the chairs, sitting down in the other. For a moment there was silence, only the crackling of the fire making a sound. Calling to mind what he had planned to do, Marvolo carefully started to speak. You did break the rules. You left without informing your godfather. and you knew that there was danger afoot. He took another deep breath, working to keep his temper in check and not yell at his son, who obviously already felt guilty. You're grounded for the rest of the holidays. That wasn't really all that long, but it would be enough in light of the situation. And I'll inform Amelia Bones about your encounter with the Howler. I'm pretty sure she'll want to talk with you. If that is the case, you'll be allowed to go make a statement. Outside of meals, you're going to stay in your room, and I want you to write me an essay. Why you went against the rules knowing them full well, and what you could have done differently. Any questions? Harry slumped down in his chair, all tension leaving him. No, sir. Marvolo felt odd. There was a need he couldn't quite identify. Harry was here, he was healthy. Was he still worried? I'm happy that you're well, Harry. Why was it so hard to say something simple like that? And suddenly he had an arm full of shaking teenager. Marvolo tightened the hug, and the odd feeling gave way to something more pleasant. Relief. Maybe because his son wasn't cross with him, or because he held the proof of Harry's well-being in his arms. I'm sorry I made you worry, Harry mumbled into Marvolo's shoulder, tightening his hug some more. Ooh, I is sorry, Master Marvolo. Flim spoke up haltingly, turning the little paper over in his hands again and again. What is it, Flim? The wizard asked without looking up from his desk, where he was working on something. Maybe a letter. Young Master Harry asked Flim to bring a letter to young Miss Luna. That made the wizard look up. He ordered you to play owl, the wizard asked with a raised brow. Young Master Harry asked politely. Master Harry always asked. It was nice. Do you have other tasks? There always was something to clean, plants to tend to, but this was something new. Nothing, Master Marvolo, sir. Then by all means, you have my blessing to play owl for my son. There was a small smile on the master's face, and Flim gave a bow before popping over to the funnily-shaped house to deliver his small burden. He was pretty sure that he would make this journey several more times this day. Saturday, 13th of April 1996, Dora watched as Harry walked into the open floor plan office, closely followed by Lord Slytherin. Harry looked sullen. Not a look Dora had expected to see on a student's face in the middle of the spring holidays. But considering that it was his 5th year and owls were just around the corner, that face might be connected to that. Thank you for coming, Lord Slytherin, Harry. Dora greeted the two, standing from her chair. Harry flashed her a short grin, and she would have sworn Lord Slytherin rolled his eyes at her. As my son has important information for your case, it is only right for him to come here and answer your questions, Slytherin informed her, conjuring himself a second visitor chair with a short flick of his wand. Talk around the teapot and coffee table had informed her how many of the older Auras felt about that wand. They all claimed the sight of it made cold shivers run down their backs. She didn't have that problem, but it was a distinctive wand. They all sat down, and Dora activated the privacy wards before getting out a form to write down the testimony. Doing that after the fact had proven to be harder than necessary. Maybe doing it at the same time would be better. What can you tell me about the Howler? Dora asked, concentrating on Harry while trying to ignore the looming presence of Lord Slytherin. Harry took a deep breath and closed his eyes, visibly relaxing his muscles in shoulders and arms. Then he opened his eyes again and started to talk. I was outside the wards, not really long, but I guess it made it possible for the owl to find me directly. The boy took another deep breath, and Dora realized that he was using breathing exercises taught in preparation for occlumency training. Intriguing. The voice was male. He was yelling, but I guess that's pretty normal for a howler, isn't it? It is, Dora said with a nod, hoping to keep Harry's recollection going by quelching any hint of doubt. I can give you the exact words. It wasn't long, and Father helped me make a memory copy of it. In essence, it claimed that I should kill Father. He was angry that everyone seems to have forgotten about the past, stressed that people had been killed, tried to make me feel guilty. Harry fell silent, flexing his hands into fists repeatedly. Dora set down her quill and reached a hand out to her young friend. Behind him, Lord Slytherin was unusually pale. Was he feeling guilty as well? You have done nothing wrong, Harry. The laws are clear on that, and the Wisengamot's decision was as well. Patting Harry's arm awkwardly, Dora sat back in her chair, picking her quill back up. What a dirty trick, guilting a teenager with the intent to make them hurt another human being. Do you remember anything about the owl? Anything unusual about it? Better get this over with quickly so that Harry could return home. Number nothing special at all, just like all the owls at school. Average size, brown. It was gone too quickly. Harry shrugged. No worries. If the memory contains the delivery as well, I can get a good look at the owl. Do you have the copy here? She directed this question to Slytherin in the assumption that he would have a file or other container with the memory in it on himself. And he did indeed slip his hand into his robes, holding a small crystal phial in his hand when he pulled it out again. I have, and it does include the owl. But I have to agree with Harry, it was a pretty ordinary post owl. The file was levitated over to her, and she added a label to the file and added a reference to the form. I think that that's everything. Do you want to tell me anything else? Dora waited for a moment, but got only a shake of Harry's head as an answer. Well, then you can go. But I ask that you inform me if you remember anything else, okay, Harry? Okay, Harry said with a sad smile before standing like Slytherin. The messy-haired teenager turned to his adoptive father. I guess that means back to my room again. Dora blinked and was on the verge of asking what that was about when she noted a sad smile on Slytherin's face as well. You broke the rules, and grounding is the punishment for leaving the wards while you knew there was danger afoot. So yes, back to your room once we are home. I still am waiting for that essay. Harry groaned but didn't protest, which made Dora kind of happy. That looked like any normal parent-child relationship. Harry waved in farewell. Hope that'll help, Tonks, even though I don't feel very helpful at the moment. Dora smiled at him. Every bit is helpful. Now I have confirmation that it's a male and that Lord Slytherin is the likely target. That's a lot of information. Harry, don't feel bad. She watched Harry and his adoptive father leave, feeling better about the whole adoption business. Ooh, the weather was nice like most days, and Albus ate his lunch, a dish he hadn't had before which was built around chickpeas, listening to a lively discussion about the finer points of cricket two of his table neighbours were engaging in. By now, the healers were rather happy with Albus' progress, and Albus himself was feeling much better. He took potions regularly and spent time with various activities, meditation, walks around the grounds and the like, that were offered and guided by the staff. He wouldn't be returning to Britain, but he would have a nice quiet life here in Egypt. An owl screeched, and everyone looked up to where the noise was coming from. It let go of a violently red envelope, which hovered near Albus and formed an angry mouth, starting to shout. You have failed us. You should have acted as you did then. I trusted you. Now that you have abandoned us, Albus, I'll have to act. You're useless. With that last word, the letter, a howler, it had been some time since Albus had gotten one of those, didn't rip itself to shreds as they normally did, but exploded. Then people started screaming and running. Albus himself sat there with his ears ringing, trying to make sense of that howler. Who had sent it? And why? Mr. Dumbledore. Albus turned, only now noticing that someone had tried to gain his attention for a while now. Yes, it seemed as if he had lost more time than he had thought. The gardens where they often ate their midday meal was almost empty by now. Someone, most likely healers and mediwitches and wizards, had herded the others back into the buildings. I asked if you were feeling well. There was concern in the voice of the young healer at his side, making Albus smile. The ringing in my ears is almost gone. I hope no one was injured. Realizing that it could very well happen, Albus turned on his bench to look more directly at the healer and not out over the garden. A few slight burns because hot food was spilled, nothing that wasn't easy to treat. The administrator asked me to get your confirmation that the authorities need to be informed about this howler. It sounded vaguely threatening to me. Albus nodded, his eyes once more wandering over the well-tended gardens. Yes, that was most unpleasant. That explosion could have done actual harm. He frowned. A normal howler doesn't act that way. Ooh, after the more or less excited morning, Harry sat in his room at Griffin House and was writing. Not the essay Marvolo had demanded he write as part of his punishment, but a much shorter missive he was going to send to Luna. His essay was long finished, coming to the conclusion that it had been peer pressure that had led to him leaving the wards. Harry hadn't wanted to give a cowardly, boring explanation with Enora and Noel. So he went along with their plan, even though he knew it wasn't all that good an idea. He even had been actively searching for an excuse why it wasn't the dumbest thing he had ever done. He had sat there, quill hovering over the parchment, for quite a while as he realized that he hadn't run into this situation at Hogwarts, because all the people he interacted with, and actually wanted to think good of him, knew of the rules and dangers and didn't tempt him. If Ron was any more of a rule breaker, and the others not so efficient at keeping him in line, he probably would have broken more rules. Not for the first time that afternoon Harry shook himself to wrench his thoughts away from that path. Marvolo wasn't making it hard for Harry to follow the rules, like providing guards so he could go to Hogsmeade with his friends, and that he now was sitting here, only allowed out for meals, was his own damn fault. Harry dipped his quill into the dark blue ink he was writing with and continued his note to Luna after going over what he had so far. Being stuck in my room certainly isn't all that bad. I can't fly, that's true, but I can read and write to you, and the holidays aren't that long anymore. We'll both be back at Hogwarts soon, and even with the ramping up of exam preparations, we'll spend time together. I'm looking forward to that. It's nice that your father has taken you exploring the woods in Ireland. Did you find what you were looking for? Maybe you can send me a sketch. Beside writing with you, I'll work on my drawing skills. Harry set to drawing a little sketch of Flim with a letter at the end of his note, more or less carelessly shoving a number of notes to the ground. The whole desk was covered in them. They had been writing back and forth, sending sketches and short stories to the other. Luna was a great girlfriend, supporting him in his grounding. Flim seemed oddly happy about popping back and forth between Luna's and Harry's homes, playing Owl. It was much faster than sending Hedwig, who was on her way delivering letters to Hermione and Ron anyway. It was sad that he wouldn't be able to visit with his friends, but once again he was the only one to blame for that. "Flim!" Harry called out, folding the note and pressing a bit of molten wax to the back of it so it was sealed. "What can Flim do for young Master Harry?" The elf asked after appearing in the room, as he had done every time Harry had called on him. By now, Harry was reasonably sure the elf was having a lot of fun, pretending not to know what it was that Harry wanted from him. "If you have the time, could you please bring this note to Luna and wait for a reply?" There was a small twinkle in the big eyes of the elf, and Harry was sure that Flim amused himself with making Harry squirm. "Flim can does that, young Master Harry." Flim accepted the note, and with another popping sound was gone from the room. Harry got up from his chair, pacing the length of the room as well as was possible. By now he wished he could go out and fly a few rounds in the garden. At the moment, neither Marvolo nor Marcus were even at the house. No one would notice. Marvolo had taken Marcus to Potter Manor to show him how to fly a broom on the grounds there. Harry wished he could be there, but he understood that Marcus really needed something to distract him from the fact that Harry wasn't allowed to play with him in the garden. He probably could go flying and be back in his room before his father and brother were back home. But Harry knew that it was a really bad idea. Back at the Dursleys, it had been easier to stay in his room. But maybe that was because there was nowhere else he would rather have been or would have done. Staying in his room always also meant staying away from Dudley, his aunt and uncle. Now the situation was different. With a deep sigh, Harry let himself drop onto the bed, sitting down, and then threw himself back with his arms over his head so he was lying on the bed. There might not be a lot of days left in the holidays, but he was sure even history with Binns would be a welcome change after being grounded. Chapter 95, New Normal. Chapter text Saturday, 13th of April 1996. It was rather late already, and all his friends would have to leave soon. But for the moment they all were sitting on the various surfaces in the parlor nearest to his room. Theo was looking forward to being back at Hogwarts, even as the dreaded owls came closer and closer. "Pass the pastries, please." Vincent asked of Draco, who did so without commenting on the fact that a plate of small cubes of fudge was already next to him and Gregory where they were sitting, listlessly leaving through some older Quidditch magazines. "How was your holiday?" Pansy asked of Daphne, after finishing her own account of her holiday, which had been pretty boring, as she had spent most of it at home preparing for the exams coming up. "It was nice, if stressful." "Do you know what exactly Harry did, Theo, to not be allowed to come?" Daphne suddenly asked from where she was sitting in a wingback chair, her legs dangling over the armrest, not exactly being subtle about changing the topic. Theo gave her an unimpressed look. "He wrote that he left the wards around the summer home of his godfather without telling an adult, and with that howler stuff happening." Theo shrugged. Harry had written more in response to Theo's invitation to this afternoon among friends, but Theo wasn't about to share what his friend had written him in confidence. It was inevitable that he would break one of the rules again. I think being grounded for the last 3 days of the holidays is a mild punishment. That got a lot of agreeing noises from around the room, but not from Draco. I don't know. Leaving the wards. We all did something like that thousands of times, didn't we? When I was younger, I didn't realize that there was an alarm every time I crossed the ward line. I never was punished for it, were any of you. But you were back quick. Right, Pansy said, giving Daphne an eye roll, earning herself a stuck-out tongue. And there was no big target painted on your chest. Well, not as big a target as on Harry, and you were close to your own home. I think the situation now for Harry is different. There was more than one attack on him this school year. Theo nodded, as she was right. After all, the attacks on Harry had led him to ask for a resort in the first place. Considering Lord Slytherin's reputation, I would say being grounded sounds like a fair punishment to me. He shrugged and noted with curiosity how Draco paled. Dad did tell some pretty gruesome stories. Gregory suddenly put in, picking up the last pastry, not even looking up from his magazine. Not one of them said more to that. There really wasn't much point. They all had known for a long time now that the Dark Lord was a demanding master, and one fond of harsh punishments for minor infractions. Thea had nearly forgotten that Harry's adoptive father and the Dark Lord were the same man. Come on, Daphne, tell us how your holidays have been. Clearly something interesting did happen for you to react by deflecting so clumsily. Pansy steered the topic back to her friend and away from the absent Harry. Daphne groaned, letting her head fall back. You won't shut up until I tell you, right? With a smug grin, Pansy nodded, sitting up straight as she did in potions, paying attention in an exaggerated manner. Daphne rolled her eyes and moved to sit a little straighter herself. You all know that we went to a lot of events all over the continent, right? They nodded dutifully. On one of those events, there was an old Tahitian warlock with his apprentice. He's around our age. Draco quipped, "Who, the warlock?" and got an evil eye for his trouble. Theo grinned, and far-traveled. My parents were really happy when they noticed that he and I talked for quite some time. Her smile got an edge. Theo was sure it was sharp enough to cut dragonhide, and her posture relaxed. I'm curious what they will think once they learn that his parents are muggles, diplomats. They were working in Australia and on vacation when their son had the first bout of accidental magic. The warlock was there and saw everything. He's been teaching John the whole time since then. Theo felt one of his brows wing up at Daphne's enthusiasm over the idea of her parents learning that they had given their permission for her to explore the possibility of a marriage with a muggle-born wizard. And you think it's a good idea to not tell your parents? Pansy wanted to know, an intense expression on her face, which Theo assumed was equal parts worry for a friend and curiosity. Daphne shrugged. He grew up with magic just like any of us, got taught much more than any of us. She made a sweeping hand gesture indicating them all, and all the others they went to school with. He has traveled the world both with his parents and his master. He's not the heir to a big family somewhere. He's neither too old, too young, or too stupid to be an interesting partner. She shrugged again, clearly trying to project an image of relaxed disregard of her parents' likely disapproval. I hope you know what you're doing, Daphne. Theo ended this weird cross between bragging and an interrogation, quickly thinking where to steer the conversation next. Have you all prepared for the mandatory career advice meetings with Professor Snape? Draco rolled his eyes. Well, maybe, that had been as transparent a diversion as Daphne's earlier, and answered. I want to confirm that my information on the requirements for a potions mastery program is still accurate. Maybe he can give me some hints on which master to approach for an apprenticeship. Not sure yet if I want to go with the more formal arrangement. It's more restricting, but also traditional, so I'm a little torn. They went down the Niffler Burrow talking about different careers they were thinking of pursuing before they had to take over family responsibilities. Theo himself wasn't all that sure, but considered curse-breaking or enchanting objects as likely possibilities. Uwu Marvolo was staring down on the parchment laying on his desk, quill poised to write, unable to concentrate. On the big wingback chair next to the fire, Marcus sat on Harry's lap, listening attentively to the story Harry was reading him. Giving writing his proposal up as a bad job for now, Marvolo looked up to where Marcus had his head resting against Harry's shoulder. Nagini curled around the legs of the wingback chair, her head up on Harry's knee, as if she was listening. Amused, Babbity agreed to help the Muggle King in his wish to appear being able to wield magic. declaring that she would hide in a bush, making the magic work. Harry gave his best to make the reading of the fairy tale as dramatic as possible, having a captivated audience in Marcus, who loved it whenever Marvolo read him a story, so almost every evening, doing different voices for the different characters in the story. The Fountain of Fair Fortune still was the favorite. In fact, Marvolo had read it out loud so many times by now that he was sure if someone was to wake him in the middle of the night, asking him to read The Fountain of Fair Fortune, he would be able to do so without ever waking up properly. As the story progressed, and the statue was erected in remembrance of the proclamation of no harm ever again to magicals, and wouldn't that be a wish come true? Marcus was almost asleep in his brother's arms. With a smile on his face, Marvolo stood from his chair, placing the quill on the gilded tray next to the inkwell, and silently walked over to where Harry was struggling to manage the book, Nagini, and his little brother. "Let me help you," he said, taking the book from Harry and levitating it over to its usual place on a shelf, before bending his knees and back so he could more easily pick his younger son up from his slouched position on Harry's lap. "Thanks," Harry breathed back, a somewhat forlorn look on his face as he watched Marvolo adjust his hands to hold Marcus more securely. Tomorrow they would eat breakfast together, and then they would take Harry to King's Cross so he could board the Hogwarts Express to return to the castle. The last part of the school year was before them, and then the summer. As Marvolo walked up the stairs, Harry following them, and Marcus snuggled close, one hand clutching at the fine woolen robes, he recapitulated his plans. He wanted to perfect the ritual for the Horcrux extraction so that his son could go into his 6th year without the fragment of another's soul lodged in his head. And he wanted to slowly progress on the political stage, slow more out of necessity than preference, as well as finish the book he was working on. There was no need to hurry on the book, and other plans were more important, but it still was something he wanted to make constant progress on. Settling his little boy into the bed in Marcus' room, he had been ready for bed before Harry started reading that story, Marvolo sighed. Tomorrow had the potential to become a stressful day. Marcus probably would be really unhappy with Harry's leaving again for school. In fact, it could go either way. How Marcus would react to a thing was really hard to predict. Relatively, often Marvolo had thought Marcus would throw a tantrum over something just for it not to happen, and the other way around. Marcus snuggled his snake plushie when Marvolo tucked him in under the blankets before leaving the room to find Harry standing at the door. "Happy that grounding is over?" he asked, grinning a little. Harry rolled his eyes and Mark glared. "Ha, very funny. I'm kind of looking forward to meeting my friends again. But on the other hand, there's a lot of revision and stress coming up. Not really looking forward to that, if I'm honest." Marvolo closed the door, which made a slight sound as the latch slipped into place, and turned to look at Harry. "Will it make you feel better when I ask for your help over the first few weeks of summer to revise? I plan to take a few more owls and the newts to the owls I already have, and revising with you would be helpful." Marvolo could see the moment when the initial confusion, clearly visible on Harry's face, change with dawning realization when his son remembered that Dumbledore had made sure he would lose all his academic achievements in his new start as a citizen. "Sure," Harry agreed, and then grinned. "What do I get if I make notes on the questions we get asked during the exams?" That made Marvolo laugh out loud, quickly muffling the sound with a hand as to not wake Marcus. "Depends on the quality, I would say." He gave his son a quick hug and then a light shove in direction of the boys' room. "Go check if you have packed everything and then go to bed. We'll have to get up early tomorrow." "I know that it's late, but could you go over a few ideas with me?" Harry asked. "Inora and Noel asked me about how I repaired the tapestry, and then with the howler, I thought about how to protect Marcus in a situation like that. And well, is there a safe way to use parcel magic to defend someone?" Had he ever explored that part of their family magic? Marvolo wasn't really sure. He certainly had found ways to attack someone else, in a sense that was a way to defend himself and others, but after his initial search into useful everyday applications, he had concentrated on its uses in rituals and warding. "We certainly can discuss your ideas, and I'll investigate, but it's unlikely that we'll try anything today." Harry grinned happy, where Marvolo had half expected him to be disappointed or angry because they hadn't found the time to do more before this evening. "I'll get ready for bed," check my trunk, and then come down to the study. Thinking back to his abandoned paperwork, Marvolo sighed and nodded. I'll try to get a little more work done. Harry laughed and hurried into his room, not noticing the ineffective, and not serious anyway, glare sent his way. With a huff of breath, Marvolo turned to walk down the stairs and back to the parlor, Nagini slithering in his wake, probably headed for the nice rug in front of the fire. Ooh, Sunday, 14th of April 1996. It was kind of surreal, sending his daughters off to school barely days after he had gained confirmation that they really were his daughters. Gently placing the last piece of luggage, he had levitated out of the house, down in the boot of the car. Sirius looked up to where Olivian and the girls had just left the cottage, speaking to Remus. His old friend handed over the papers and keys to the car, as he had been the one to collect the rented car from the next bigger city. Apparition had its advantages, but neither of them would be able to apparate all the way to Paris more than once, and even less with a passenger. I hope you'll have a pleasant drive. The weather isn't too bad for a long journey by car. Sirius wanted to kick himself in the behind for such a useless comment. It was true, the day cloudy but dry, but the remark wasn't really something he felt was appropriate in their situation. Shouldn't he say something deep and profound? It will work. I am sure, Olivian said, rolling her eyes at him, walking over to the driver's door, followed by the two girls. Now the moment had come, and Sirius felt a big lump forming in his throat. Sternly admonishing himself not to flee into weak jokes as he had done so often in the past, Sirius opened his arms in an offer of a hug. Just a moment later his arms were full with his two girls, embracing him with fervor. He was a truly lucky man that he had found them after all this time. I'll write you letters, and I'll be in contact with your mother to arrange some meeting during the summer. Maybe I can come to your home, and you can show me around to all your favorite places. Remus and Sirius had come to the conclusion that spending all the shorter holidays around Europe and in London would be enough time for the girls to see what being Lady Black would entail, while Sirius visiting their home in the Caribbean would contribute to their becoming a true family. Remus was wise like that. He had always been the most intelligent of them. Before Sirius could let go, the twin on the left, it was hard to tell them apart, only seeing the top of their heads, tightened her grip. Is Harry in trouble? Sirius held back a sigh. It had felt weird being an adult when that whole mishap had taken place. He remembered quite well all the times he and his friends had done something more irresponsible than leaving the wards around the house they were staying in. Yes, he is. There was no way to say anything else, even as he felt more than ambivalent about the whole situation. He knew quite well that there always is a risk for him, because of who his adoptive father is, of who he is. And he knew about the rules set for his protection. Sirius trailed off. Harry had been disappointingly well behaved in his eyes, and only Remus' intervention had kept Sirius from expressing that feeling. But I'm sure the punishment won't be too bad. He felt how the two girls relaxed, suddenly realizing that they had been worried about getting Harry into trouble. Sirius felt proud of them, patted their shoulders before stepping back. I hope you'll write me too. I love reading what you're up to, and good luck with your classes. Thank you, Sirius. We'll write, Enora and Noel said, smiling, turning and dashing back to the car where their mother was waiting. After that, everything was moving incredibly fast. The twins and their mother got into the car, they waved, and then the car was gone down the street, back on the way to Paris. You did great, Padfoot, Mooney said as he stepped up to Sirius, placing a hand on his friend's shoulder, squeezing. I'm sure you'll make a great father. Sirius heaved a sigh and looked back at his friend. And why am I feeling as if my younger self would kick my ass if he could see this, Mooney? Because you're being a responsible adult, Padfoot. I clearly remember that you never wanted to become one of those. You were determined to do everything to thwart your parents, break all the rules, disappoint them wherever you could, Remus said, his head tilted to the side, just as a curious dog would do. Yeah, Sirius sighed, wistful. That was always so satisfying. Getting her mad at me. And now, what would she say, me Lord Black? Restoring the family honor. He was doing a lot of stuff he had vowed never to do. Don't get maudlin on me, Padfoot. You do remember the tirades that horrible painting would spew once she was woken up. A sharp finger dug into Sirius' shoulder, jarring him out of his mood. She tried to disown you. She's probably turning in her grave now that you, her disgrace of a son, have taken up the position of Lord Black. She probably would come back from hell to scream at you if she knew that the two current possible heiresses have a muggle mother. You might be becoming an adult, Sirius, but be aware that not a thing you do at the moment would agree with the harridan that was your mother. Sirius nodded slowly. Remus was right. He might be an adult now, and behaving like one, but he was nothing like his late mother would want a Lord Black to be. With a beaming grin, Sirius looked up into his friend's eyes. "Thank you, Moony. I have no idea how I would cope without you." Remus laughed at that, patting Sirius on the head as he would do to pet a dog. "I don't know either, Sirius. I don't know either." Narrowing his eyes, Sirius realized that his friend just had called him unable to care for himself, how true it might be notwithstanding, and that this was a great opening to start a mock duel. Sirius let his wand fall into his hand, out of its holster, taking careful aim at his friend's back, where he was walking back towards the cottage, away from the wind that was now picking up. "Hey, Moony, catch." The moment Remus spun in reaction to that old phrase, Sirius cast a jelly-legs jinx at his friend, jumping out of the way of a spell headed his way, and the game was on. Much later, a relaxed Sirius returned to the cottage followed by Remus, intending to get his preparation for the April Wisengamot session at least started this day. A good duel did lots for his mood. He needed to remember that. In preparation for the next Wisengamot session, Marvolo had invited several members of that fine institution to Griffin House for tea. Under normal circumstances, Marvolo got reminded why he had pondered going through with a violent revolution the very first time. These meetings were tedious and repetitive. Luckily for everyone, he had much more patience now that he was older than when he had started a political movement for the first time. Otherwise, violence would have been so much more tempting. But today, he had only invited allies to discuss strategy for the meeting and the little gatherings leading up to it, where everyone would try to convince the others of their view on things. That those gatherings tended to descend into gossiping about anything, and everyone didn't help matters now, nor did it help back then. "Thank you," Severus said, accepting a floating cup of tea before adding honey to it. Marvolo himself was currently stirring his tea to make sure the 3 spoons of sugar dissolved properly. The others were fixing their teas as well, all settling into the comfortable armchairs and love seats. "I'm sorry to say that I'm expected back at the school in time for dinner." Xerxes, Lucius, and Benjamin grinned at the potion's master for that statement. They all knew very well that Severus didn't exactly enjoy teaching potions to the younger students, or all those who had to take the subject, but had neither interest nor talent for the art. "Duly noted, Severus. I agree that we need to wrap this meeting up before you're expected back at Hogwarts, and my son will return from school." Marvolo took a sip from his tea, which had the perfect sweetness, before setting down the cup, casting a warming charm on it wandlessly, because nothing was as bad as cold tea. "Maybe we'll start with a quick update on your own projects." It was phrased as a question, but all of his guests understood the implied order. As the one sitting next to him on the right side, Xerxes started. "The school is going well. I'm already planning to extend the possible trainee courses for squib children at the start of the next year in September. A couple of Muggle-born parents have visited the school over the spring holidays, and it looks like we'll have to split a few classes next year as more students are coming in." Marvolo nodded, smiling. That was good news. "I regret to say, though, that there seems to be a kind of poltergeist forming. Some members of staff have seen something that they described much like Peeves, only much younger. I guess having that many untrained magicals in one place just has that effect." "My condolence," Severus said, obviously thinking about all the trouble Peeves caused at the castle on a regular basis. But Xerxes waved a hand, dismissing the issue. "It's fine, really. One of the unspeakables contacted me, as they're interested to study the course of this development. Most magical schools are old and already have their poltergeist. This is the first time in living memory that they know of one forming." Marvolo moved to sit more forward in his chair. "That sounds like a worthy field of study. Please keep me updated." Severus was the next in line, shortly detailing the progress of his own research. Marvolo nodded politely, quite happy that the pregnancy created with the Two Fathers potion. If they didn't come up with a better name soon, this one probably would stick, was progressing well, that they had set up a broad base for the ancestry potion, or rather familial closeness potion, and that Severus still was making progress on a potion testing if two people would be able to have magical children together. My report is a little less encouraging, Benjamin said with a grimace. There is unrest among the ranks, my lord. Many feel that this all takes too long, and some seem to think the direction we're moving in is wrong. The murmurs I heard about are faint and largely come from the young generation raised on stories of the last war. They'll probably need close monitoring if we want to avoid other attacks like the abduction of the 3 young witches last year. I see. Marvolo felt that he should have anticipated such a development. Hadn't he gathered just such young men around him, those feeling as if they had something to lose when new members got the opportunity to move up in society? We'll need to know their motives. What makes them restless? What do they fear? And how can we use this to make them go along? Be careful about this, Benjamin. We already have one violent element out there. We don't need to create more. Benjamin bowed his head in recognition of this order, probably already making plans on how to balance being a single father with a child at home, and the delicate work needed to find possible threats before they became dangerous. Lucius was sitting to Marvolo's left, and was therefore the last to speak. The investigation into the Howler attacks is moving forward. My niece, Lucius didn't quite manage to hide the hint of a sneer appearing on his face at the mention of the young Aura Tonks, was at our home. As you know, my lord, and I heard that the Weasley son working as a secretary to the minister managed to freeze one of the Howlers sent to the minister. Currently, the Unspeakables are still running tests. They didn't find any fingerprints, and no one recognized the handwriting, but they hope the altered recipe might reveal the creator of them. Marvolo hummed. Obviously, whoever this was had learned from the errors of Madame Umbridge and knew of the new spell identifying who had touched an object based on fingerprints left behind. But I feel that there might be an opening to move forward with one motion you had me draw up, my lord. Indeed. Which one? There had been a lot of preliminary drafts for laws and amendments that Marvolo had given Lucius to write. Lifting of the ban on that one particular healing ritual that is useful for the treatment of strokes and heart attacks in older members of our society. I don't remember its name. It was rather lengthy in the modern translation and a veritable tongue-breaking mess in the original version. Lucius rarely was willing to risk looking like a fool because he couldn't pronounce something properly. Back before Marvolo had lost his original body, he had once caught the young man repeating a particular phrase in front of a mirror over and over. Looking back now, it was rather funny, even as it had seemed mildly irritating back then. I remember the one. Why do you think we can move on this now? The ritual had been banned from being taught because it was almost identical to one used to prolong one's own life by sacrificing a newborn human. The sacrifice in the healing ritual was a handful of leeches, and a few runes were different, but they were really close to one another in almost everything else. Not that the ritual using a baby was any good. The price the caster had to pay in addition wasn't obvious at first glance, but it was severe and unpredictable. Reading up on them had filled a young Marvolo with a morbid fascination like that others seemed to get out of telling each other horror stories. Old Ogden had a stroke earlier this month. It was all over the news, and the talk for weeks at the ministry. He didn't die, but the rest of his life won't be much fun. And there is only one healer left in all of Britain, no longer young himself, who is licensed to use the ritual. He was doing the ritual on the continent at the time. With the sympathy for the family and the dismay over this unhappy coincidence still fresh in the public's mind. Many on the Wisengamot have not led the healthiest of lives and are now getting old. With the proper arguments, we'll probably be able to get the votes we need. Banning the anger over having missed that important bit of news to the deep recesses of his mind, Marvolo started to moderate an impromptu planning session on how to get a majority for that vote. Attending as many tea gatherings as possible, talking with people there about poor old Ogden and how that ritual could have helped him have more happy years to come, sadly, was a main feature of the plan they came up with. The first students already had walked past, where Ginny was standing in an alcove, heading for the Great Hall. The train had arrived at Hogsmeade a while ago, and the first carriages had arrived not long after. But Ginny was looking out for a special group of students, or rather one special student. She scanned the thickening crowd, ignoring, as much as was possible, her brother and Hermione standing nearby, waiting as well. They were bickering again. The two of them had been constantly bickering since the start of the holidays. It had been terrible. A few times their bickering had affected the mood in the whole common room. That the twins had used the additional free time to promote more of their merchandise hadn't helped one bit, as Hermione hadn't been happy with them for that. The fifth-year prefect really had a thing about following the rules. Hermione had thrown the twins out of the common room one evening, to the dismay of all those students who had hoped to buy a few more of the skiving snack boxes. Hermione was the first to spot the person she was looking for. Harry. She called out the moment the unruly black hair came into view. Despite the fact that Ginny felt she had managed to get past her crush, against the resistance of her dorm mates, who still thought she should be with Harry, she still thought that the unruly strands of hair gave him a rakish look. Harry said something to the others who had come in with him, mostly Slytherins from his year. Then he quickly made his way over to Hermione and Ron, giving them both quick hugs before Hermione could start grilling him on the state of his homework. "Leave him be, Myone. You'll kill us all with your constant need to study. Please leave us out," Ron complained, not for the first time. Ginny rolled her eyes. Hopefully Ron would realize soon that his behavior was only fanning the flames under the need to study Hermione constantly displayed. "Don't fret, Hermione. I did do some revising and have all my essays finished," Harry answered, sounding quite happy. Not really paying the two Gryffindors and the newest Slytherin any more mind, Ginny hurried over to where she had spotted a much more orderly mop of black hair on top of another Slytherin's head. "Theo." She had more tact than to yell his name through the whole entrance hall, but the sound of her own voice, why did she have to sound so excited, made her blush. "Ginny, I missed you," Theo answered, and their hands found each other almost without conscious thought. Theo was so much more attentive than Harry had ever been. She wished they would kiss, but so far Theo had been the perfect gentleman, moving their relationship forward slowly. Michael had been much more forward in almost everything. But in comparison, Ginny liked Theo's careful pace a lot more. In the end, though, Ginny felt it was time to move their relationship forward from where it was now. Dragging Theo behind her, a cheeky grin on her face, Ginny moved them back to the alcove she had been standing in earlier. Theo followed without resistance, looking a little bemused but happy. "May I say hello properly?" Ginny asked once they were out of the way and reasonably sheltered from the eyes of all the others. Theo was quick to catch up and already leaning closer to her when he answered, "I would very much like that." They exchanged a not quite chaste kiss. Ginny had snogged often with Michael before breaking up, so she really had a scale to measure against concerning the chasteness of kisses before separating again. "Thanks for the lovely welcome, Ginny," Theo repeated, giving her hands a squeeze. It was nice that he respected her wish not to be called Ginevra, which reminded her too much of her mother's scolding her to be comfortable. "I'm really glad you're back." Time at school was precious, because she did not know how her parents would react should she bring home a boyfriend at her age. She knew well enough how some of her brothers would react, and had doubts that her mother would be happy with her dating the son of a man she, and many others, considered a Death Eater on top of that. "Let's meet up during lunch break tomorrow," Theo suggested more than asked, and Ginny nodded happily in answer. It was a little unfortunate that they both had doubts about the likely reaction from their respective families to their budding relationship, as that made it necessary to keep their time together mostly out of the school's eyes. All wizards and witches were too big gossips for them to hope their spending time together wouldn't make it back to their parents if anyone noticed. "See you then." Ginny smiled, slipping out of the alcove and into the stream of students on their way to the evening meal. "Uwo, you've really finished all your homework?" Ron asked, clearly not being able to process this thought. Harry laughed, feeling light as a feather. "I have really finished all of my homework, Ron, and did more revision than you'll think healthy, even if I'm sure I didn't manage to match your expectations, Hermione." Walking side by side with his two oldest friends towards the great hall, amongst all the other students, felt really good. Returning to the castle after a happy holiday, even with being grounded for the end of it, it had been happy was different than how it was after a summer holiday at the Dursleys. The happiness of being with his friends again wasn't swallowed by the relief of almost a year without his hateful aunt and uncle. The owls are important. They determine which subjects we can take next year, what career choices we'll have. You really should have studied more. Hermione had managed to let go of quite a lot of her bossy attitude since first year, but Harry noticed fondly that she really still had a massive streak of her studying is the most important ever mentality behind her tempered behavior. You don't even know how much revision I have done, Hermione. Harry laughed, opening his cloak that he had closed on the way to the carriages to fend off the wind. You can't just claim that I didn't do enough. He laughed again and gave a wink as a flustered Hermione blushed a little, shoving him half-heartedly in retaliation. You can't claim to have not studied to my standard and expect me not to react to that. Hermione mock pouted, causing Harry to grin. We'll see how well you did in our next study session. She exerted some effort to make it sound like a threat, but her eyes gave her away. Harry waved and nodded, already searching the Slytherin table to see if the others had already sat down. I'll remember that. We'll see each other tomorrow. I don't think there's time to meet after the meal today. That's fine. I know for a fact that Ron has more than one homework assignment to finish still. Leaving behind a protesting Ron, who claimed there wasn't that much left, and a scolding Hermione, Harry made his way over to the Slytherin table, making a detour to greet Luna, a happy spring in his step. If someone would have told him how happy he would be by the time exams were already there the past summer, he would have thought that person was mad. How much could change in such a short time? Ooh, Monday, 15th of April 1996. The previous evening, the fifth-year Slytherins had found a schedule with their appointments for career advice on the notice board in the common room. Harry had groaned even before he had spotted his own time. He really wasn't sure anymore what he wanted to do once he was out of school. Then he had seen that he was to be in Snape's office right before dinner, and he had let himself fall into the next open seat, burying his head in his hands. Hermione had been nagging them all to take a look at the pamphlets that had appeared in all the common rooms approximately a week before the holidays, but Harry had had his mind on other things. Now standing before the office door of his head of house, Harry wished he had listened to his friend. He knocked on the door and opened it at the call of "Enter" from within. "Sir," Harry greeted, and walked over to the chair sitting in front of the desk, right across from the stern professor, who looked tired after a day of teaching, a small stack of scrolls indicating that he had been marking homework prior to this meeting. "Mr. Slytherin, the school's board is of the opinion that this meeting should help you determine which subjects to choose in your last 2 years of schooling with the aim of attaining a newt in them." Harry knew instantly that Snape didn't agree with that goal, or maybe the method, but whatever it was, his professor really wasn't happy with this way of going about career advice. "Have you made use of the information provided and narrowed down the possibilities?" Harry nodded slowly. How easy it had been to say he wanted to become an Auror once he had learned that his father had been one, and with Ron being all enthusiastic about that idea. Idly wondering if he now should be considering becoming a Dark Lord, Harry carefully made his way through the maze of his indecisiveness. Prior to this past summer, I was convinced I would like nothing more than to become an Auror. But now that I know how much I still need to learn for my position as the last of the House of Potter, I'm not really sure I can do that and train to become an Auror. There's more training required, right? This would have been so much easier with Professor McGonagall as his head of house. Harry was sure of that. "You're correct, Mr. Slytherin. A number of different training courses over a time span of 3 years is required of all prospective Aurors. Before that starts, there is a number of different character and aptitude tests to complete," Snape explained, more patiently than Harry had expected him to be. "But you're entertaining other options." Harry nodded slowly. He wasn't at all sure if the professor would even be able to help him in this. "I didn't see any information about it, but I know that there has to be someone creating all the art I see, and illustrations in books and so on. I think I would like to go in that direction." Somehow Harry felt self-conscious about his wish to become an artist. Luna constantly made him feel good about his art and his ambition to learn to create animated art, even realistically acting portraits. Even if the last probably involved more than the charms he had practiced on some drawings of his. The different loops of blooming herbs had been a hit with the others, but he still feared others might react like Vernon Dursley would. He'd repeatedly called painting and art in general something girly in a derisive voice. As Professor Snape stayed silent for longer than Harry felt was normal, he had half expected to be ridiculed for this. He looked up to see a rare sight: a speechless Professor Snape. Professor, this situation was strange beyond what Harry wanted to deal with. The older wizard took a deep breath, pinched the bridge of his nose, and moved to sit up more straight in his chair. I'm sorry, Mr. Slytherin. You are indeed correct in your guess that there is not much information I can offer you for this career path. I can offer to search for more information, though. Now it was Harry who was left speechless for a moment before he was able to recover from the shock of a truly helpful Professor Snape. The man had been much better this year, but offering to go out of his way to help Harry with something so out of the ordinary. Taking a deep breath and blinking a few times, Harry forced himself to nod. That would be awesome, sir. I don't even know where to start looking for information. I would suggest that you ask your father for information. I have seen more than once that he's informed about many branches of magic that we others know very little about. The professor riffled through a stack of parchment in a kind of binder, getting out a single sheet of parchment. As we don't know what beside a talent for art, and probably some experience with different styles, the professor shrugged, clearly out of his area of expertise. I can't really tell you what subjects would be helpful in this endeavor. I suspect potions might come in handy for the creation of paints and the like. As I only accept the best students past owls who manage to get an outstanding, you'll still have to improve your work, especially your precision in measurement needs work. Harry nodded that he understood, while Professor Snape took a longer look at what Harry assumed was a report on his work so far this year by his other professors. You're doing quite well, it would seem. Even in ancient runes you are on an acceptable level. Keep up your work, and you'll be able to sit your owl in this subject next year. Placing the sheet of parchment down on the desk, the professor looked up and directly at Harry, his dark hair falling around his face. Had he cut his hair? Please ask your father for advice where you might find information on how to pursue a career in art. I'll make inquiries of my own. I would propose another meeting in a week's time, if that is agreeable with you. Harry nodded, feeling dazed. I think I should have an answer from father by then, so thank you for your time. And in almost no time at all, Harry was out of the office with all the jars filled with disgusting things lining the walls. That had gone much smoother than he had expected, even if he really wasn't all that much better informed, nor did he feel more sure about his plan for after school. But maybe it wasn't as urgent as Hermione wanted them all to believe anyway. He had a lot to learn about the politics of the Wisengamot, estate management, and other stuff like that. If he didn't know what career to choose, he could spend some time on catching up on all that he had missed out on because he had been placed with his Muggle relatives. Feeling better about the whole business, Harry made his way up to the Great Hall. Maybe Luna would be early, and he could tell her about that strange experience of a career advice meeting. Chapter 96, Closing In. Chapter text Tuesday, 16th of April 1996, waiting in the flu reception room, Lucius pondered his lord's request. It was kind of surprising that his lord's heir wanted to go into art after school. Taking all the rumors about the boy into account, the blonde wizard had assumed that he would go into Quidditch, or maybe into something with more action, like law enforcement. Then the flu flared green, and a wizard in eccentric robes stepped out, waving his wand with a flourish to get rid of any soot that might have stuck to him. Bartolomeo, welcome. Lucius greeted the man, extending his arms at about hip height, moving forward in anticipation of the usual greeting. Lucius, was the answer, followed up by hands taking hold of Lucius, forearms, and the other wizard leaning in to plant a kiss on both cheeks of Lucius' face. I did say it was a little early back then, did I not? The dark-haired wizard from Italy said in his slightly accented English, grinning from ear to ear. That you did, my friend, Lucius agreed easily, moving to guide his guest to one of the parlors with the best light this time of day. But I was convinced that my family would not grow beyond the size it had been back then. But I was wrong. And how happy he was that he had been wrong. Narcissa was so happy with her, their daughter, that he wasn't against another child should Narcissa wish to try again. And now if I would say it again, what would you say? Bartolomeo wanted to know, mischief sparkling in his eyes. Lucius laughed, earning himself a disdainful look from one of the portraits they were walking by. Then I would say that you might be right, but that I will take the chance. At least that way there would be a portrait of my family after each addition to our number. He certainly had enough money to indulge in getting them painted numerous times. How am I to decline your money or painting such a lovely subject? Bartolomeo said in easy acceptance. They settled in the comfortable armchairs near one of the floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the appearing cups from the teapot provided by the Manners elves. Then they started arranging for Bartolomeo's coming over to reside in the manor over the summer to paint a family portrait of the now larger Malfoy family, just as he had done when Draco had been a few months old. Once business was taken care of, a plate of small pastries joined the tea, and Lucius brought up what he had been asked by his lord to find out. Bartolomeo, if someone wants to become an artist, what would one need to do? Your son has expressed a wish to go into art. The artist asked, surprised, as Draco never had expressed any interest in art. At all. No, Lucius answered, shaking his head. Draco was pretty set on potions as his career. I'm asking for a close associate. He knows that I was going to speak with you and ask me to inquire for his son. Only Bartolomeo's rolling his eyes, making a continued gesture with his hands, clued Lucius in to the fact that he had been more evasive than he should be. Lord Slytherin asked me to ask you. His son and heir is interested in pursuing a career in art. Does he have talent and dedication? Bartolomeo asked, probably to gauge if there even was a point in answering the question. I have seen an oil painting of his, and have heard my son speak of drawings in coal made by Heir Slytherin Potter. I think he isn't a hopeless case. But as I'm by no means an expert to estimate how far someone might come with the right training, all I can say is that he seems dedicated to learn. Maybe that had been a bit more like diplomatic avoidance than a proper answer, but Lucius truly felt unable to judge if Henry Slytherin Potter had the dedication and talent needed to succeed in art. He should put together a portfolio with examples of his art, and then write to different current masters not already having an apprentice. If you want me to, I could probably gather up a few names. He'll need to convince one of our number that he has the skill, dedication, and determination to be worthy of the work it takes to educate a young mind in our intricate art. Bartolomeo suddenly was much more serious, a marked change to his normally easy-going demeanor. He'll have to choose his new subjects soon. Any advice on what he should concentrate on? Lucius fished for more information, already pretty sure that he wouldn't get any straight answers out of the other wizard. Bartolomeo gave a knowing smile. Potions is always a good choice, but other than that, he should work on other things. Most magical schools have a surprising lack of useful teachings for the art of magical paintings. Even after the artist had long left, Lucius was wondering what exactly was required in magical painting that wasn't taught at Hogwarts or anywhere else. Wednesday, 17th of April 1996. It was almost disappointing how quickly everyone fell back into the routine of homework and classes after the holiday. The workload didn't decrease even a tiny little bit, and Harry felt like he was fighting an uphill battle with all his work right after the second day had been over. On this morning, only the thought of the upcoming Hogsmeade weekend. Luna had agreed to go with him to one of the curiosity shops, and the Quidditch practice to be held the next day let him walk into the great hall for breakfast without the urge to whine as some of the others had done. Some of his fellow Slytherins were decidedly not morning people. Sitting down at his usual spot, Theo, Draco, and the others settling in around him, Harry looked over the choices and started to pick what he wanted for breakfast today. Maybe he would try some of the coffee steaming in a big pot over where the seventh years were sitting bleary-eyed. Some of them had been vocal about its advantages during a time when finding time to do work was not easy. "Pass the milk, please," Harry asked over to where the jug was standing between Vincent and Gregory. With a grunt, those two definitely belonged to those not waking up before well into breakfast. The jug was passed over, and Harry accepted it to fill his goblet. "How long is your defense essay, Harry?" Theo wanted to know, getting himself another helping of baked beans. "Long enough," Harry answered, quickly checking that he had packed the scroll when he had packed his book bag that morning. "I had enough time, being grounded and all." And there were many stories I could include of how going to anyone with authority isn't really the answer. You need to find the right person for the actual situation. And I went into detail. Theo laughed at that, but nodded. It was a simple fact that Professor Slinkard had a thing for rules, non-violent solutions, and reliance on authority over acting yourself. Harry had made an effort in each essay to find a situation in which the preferred solution Professor Slinkard wanted them to write about wasn't the best one. As they all were written, in addition to the desired answers, Harry had gotten good grades in all his homework assignments after discovering that strategy. As Harry contemplated if he should add an apple to his breakfast, the morning post arrived, with hundreds of owls filling the air with their screeches, the sound of packages and parchment scrolls landing on tables, and hundreds of wings brushing against each other. Just like all other mornings, one of the delivery owls from the Daily Prophet carefully touched down in front of Harry, bringing the newest edition of the newspaper. Even before Harry had accepted the wrapped newspaper, the murmurs all over the hall, there were quite a few students getting the paper, clued him in that there was something noteworthy in this morning's news. Once he saw the headline, there was no doubt that was the reason for the murmurs. Karkaroff is dead. How long? I hadn't even heard that he was missing. While sitting there on his bench trying to wrap his head around what he was seeing on the front page, Harry heard snippets from all the others discussing what they had half-read. Harry reminded himself that he had known, if not in detail, that Karkaroff, who had given up so many Death Eaters to get out of punishment himself, and therefore had been a traitor, had been caught and punished. Marvolo had even warned Harry that the body would probably be found sometime in spring. Taking a deep breath, Harry made himself read the article so he would know what had been found. It seemed as if the body of Igor Karkaroff, ex-Death Eater and headmaster of Durmstrang, had been found at the foot of a cliff in Scandinavia by Muggle police a few weeks back, when the snow had started to melt. He didn't have any identifying papers on him, which explained why it had taken so long for the magical community to catch on that the body had been found. Locals remembered when asked that he had been there at the end of the previous summer and had left an inn just as a storm had formed. Currently, the authorities were assuming that he had met with an accident in that storm. Harry, he was nudged from the side, and when he turned, he saw the concerned face of Theo, who had a paper folded next to his plate. Are you feeling well? Harry was pretty sure his surprise was clear as day on his face, as Theo didn't wait for an answer, but clarified his concern. You're awfully pale. Harry took a deep, steadying breath. No, I'm fine. It's not every day you learn that someone you have known, if only briefly and not really well, has died in an accident. He thought it would be a reasonable enough excuse for why this information had shocked him so, because even if only in his own head, he had to admit that it was disconcerting to be reminded of the violent side of his adoptive father. When? Thea started a question only to cut himself off. Oh yes, he was here last year, wasn't he? Did you get to interact with him that often? To that question, Harry just had to give Theo a look. It seemed that his peers here at the school that had parents or other relatives in the Death Eaters weren't kept as in the loop as Harry was by Marvolo. Others might see it as a blessing not to know such things, not to know enough to imagine the torture Karkaroff had been put through. But in the end, Harry was sure he was better off knowing the truth. No, I didn't get to talk to him often, but still, it's different reading that someone died who you knew, and maybe if he had learned of how father was no longer affected by that curse, he would have returned and could have avoided falling down that cliff. Harry pointed to the picture of a high cliff and different plants swaying in the wind that had been printed next to the article. I guess you're right, Theo slowly answered. Why do you think he was running? Giving Theo another look, Harry folded the paper and picked his utensils back up. Why else should he have been there? At a Muggle inn, leaving shelter and heading out into a brewing storm. I think that him running is the most reasonable explanation. All around them, students got up from the benches, talking and speculating about the article. Harry quickly picked up an apple, easy to eat on the way, and stood as well. He certainly would have to think on this a lot more, maybe speak with Mrs. Goyle about it, but for the moment they needed to go or risk being late to class. You coming, Theo? Not answering with words, Theo stood as well as did most of their year mates, and followed Harry out of the great hall, heading for their classes together with all the other students leaving. Uo rubbing his eyes, Marvolo folded the last of the reports so it would fit into the drawer of the cabinet he kept most of his Death Eater-related correspondence in. Henbane. He called the elf who had been stationed here all this time, keeping Igor alive, the house clean, and Marvolo supplied with tea and small cakes whenever he needed to work here for extended periods of time. Master calls. The elf was wearing slithering green, as always, and a resigned expression for a reason Marvolo wasn't sure of. Tea, please, Henbane, and some biscuits if there are any left. He needed to finish the reports before he returned home to Marcus, who had been difficult since Harry had returned to Hogwarts, and without a good, strong cup of tea, he wasn't sure he would make it in time. With a bow, the elf vanished again, presumably to prepare the items he was asked for. In the meantime, Marvolo picked up another letter from one of his Death Eaters, opening it with a flick of a finger before getting out the letter itself. Halfway through the letter, a tray with a pot of tea, sugar bowl, fine china cup, and a small plate of mixed biscuits appeared on a corner of the desk Marvolo was working at. The content of the letter wasn't exactly unexpected. A young adult had expressed their interest in receiving the Dark Mark, and the parents had written on their behalf, but tedious. Marvolo had thought more than once about if and how he should accept new followers into his service. It wasn't as if he exactly needed them in the same way he had when violence was the main tool for the changes he wanted to achieve. Looking up with a sigh, Marvolo reached for the tea and had to suppress a flinch when he spotted Henbane standing there at attention, obviously waiting. Henbane, is there a problem? An elf waiting around where it could be seen wasn't something Marvolo was accustomed to. Henbane is sorry, Lord Master, sir, the elf answered, visibly holding himself back from wringing his hands. But here's isn't enough to do for Henbane, Lord Master, sir. Now nasty traitor wizard gone, Henbane hoped Lord Master, sir would have more to do. Marvolo blinked slowly. Not enough to do. Considering the nature of house elves, and the fact that Igor had been gone for a while now, removing a big part of Henbane's work, not having enough work might actually be a problem. In fact, looking back, the house had seemed unusually spotless since Igor had been removed. Damage done during a dueling session vanishing before they had even finished. He guessed it was kind of his responsibility to find work for his elf. Isn't there enough work over at Griffin House, though? Marvolo asked before he had truly thought that through. The scowl on the elf's face was deep enough to rival one of Severus, startling Marvolo in its intensity. Flim does not want Henbane helping at Griffin House, claims being head elf, says that Henbane isn't to ask questions, can't take care of family. Henbane tried to argue that Lord Master's elf is Henbane, but Flim is the Potter elf, and the family lives at a Potter house. Henbane let his head fall forward, looking totally dejected. Marvolo, in the meantime, was sitting behind his desk, once again rearranging his picture of reality. He knew that his Death Eaters had in the past, and still did now, maneuvered for positions of favor and influence. Even the general public was trying to curry favor with him, an influential wizard with a seat on the Wisengamot. The fact that elves were doing the same, in a way, was a shock, but it shouldn't have been one. He had seen what Creature had been capable of for his beloved Master Regulus, had heard how Winky had tried to help Barty, or how that insane elf Darby had defied Lucius to warn Harry. House elves obviously were as complex as humans, so this would need careful handling. Thank you for letting me know, Henbane. He needed to make sure his elf knew that he was welcome to ask for help. I fear I was remiss in defining clear boundaries for your various duties. I'll aim to do better in the future. But for the moment, Flim, with a popping sound the Potter elf appeared in the room, wearing a white tea towel with the Potter crest on it, bowing deeply. Master Marvolo calls. Yes. Marvolo stood, folding his hands behind his back. He felt a little as if he was about to scold a few first years as he had done when he had been made prefect. He'd better keep his temper in check. I was made aware that the duties and responsibilities between you haven't been made clear by me. Listen up. Both elves straightened, resembling a pair of auras in stance and attitude, but looking kind of ridiculous despite the sense of honor and seriousness they exuded. Griffin House and its upkeep will remain Flim's main concern. This house and its upkeep are Henbane's responsibility. Both elves stood taller, or as tall as they possibly could, at that proclamation. Furthermore, Henbane is my personal elf. He will care for whatever room I'm residing in, deliver snacks and drinks during the day, care for my clothes and my other possessions, as well as my mail. Henbane seemed rather pleased with that proclamation, while Flim made a face as if someone had forced him to chew on a lemon. The care of both my sons will fall to Flim. The both of you shall work together whenever a task demands it. And if there is further dispute over a task or responsibility, you're both hereby ordered to bring such before me to decide. Marvolo looked between the two elves and arched a brow before asking, "Any questions left?" "No, Master Marvolo." "No, Lord Master," the elves answered with a bow each, popping away without waiting for a clear dismissal. But as Marvolo wanted them gone for the moment anyway, that was fine with him. Finally sitting down in his chair again and pouring the tea, thankfully, there was a warming charm on that teapot, Marvolo set to finishing his correspondence before going home. Ooh, it had been a long day. Not only had the demands from the lessons Harry had today taken their toll, but also the pondering he had been doing the whole day over Igor Karkaroff's death. He had come up with a lot of different reasons why the path chosen by Marvolo had been the best path possible. That only with a firm example of what happened to traitors the other more violent followers were kept under control. That it had been his own fault for running, whereas Snape, who had worked as a spy, had tried to redeem himself and survived. But all the time spent with Madame Goyle, finding ways to process all that had happened in his own life, finding ways to be happy, had made him too aware of the tendency to rationalize what had happened. So he had searched for good things coming from Marvolo Slytherin's being free, and the Death Eaters bent to a new purpose, and he had found some. For one, a large number of children were away from unfriendly homes, or even the streets, and Harry included himself in that. Then there was a new school, and the change in status for squibs, just because the magical community had finally learned that so-called muggle-born witches and wizards were born from lost squib lines. Even the fact that Daphne was considering a muggle-born wizard for a partner, although, as Hermione probably, would not be happy to learn the Blonde's reasons, likely was a result of Marvolo's being free. With a deep sigh, Harry let himself fall into the prominent wingback chair right in front of the big fireplace in the common room, his bag settling down right next to the chair. As usual, a few of the older students gave him a short glare, and his friends settled around him, getting out their work. Since Harry had managed a decent defense against that mob of older students, not one of them had tried anything again. "What a day," Thea said with feeling, stretching his back with his arms high over his head before letting himself fall against the backrest. "Somehow it only ever gets harder." Pansy snorted, not looking up from her drawing for herbology she had gotten out the moment she had taken her seat. "What did you expect?" She carefully removed a line with her wand. "It's almost time for the owls. Obviously there'll be more work." While his friends descended into bickering over the amount of work expected from them all, Harry reached into his robe pocket, getting out the vibrating mirror he kept there. "Father, Marcus, Nagini." He greeted the moment the three heads became visible in the mirror, replacing the reflective surface. He had to grin as Marcus was closely cuddled to their father, and Nagini had somehow looped herself around the two humans, placing her head on top of Marvolo's. "Hello, Harry." Marcus almost screamed, beaming like a loon, waving his hand really close to the mirror, almost knocking it out of Marvolo's hand. "Careful, Marcus. And hello, Harry." Marvolo looked almost as tired as Harry felt. "Give me a moment and I'll go over to my room," Harry said, standing and leaving his books, astronomy and care of magical creatures, and his bag in the care of his friends. "How was your day, Marcus?" Harry asked to fill the way to his room with something other than silence. "It was a great day. We were in the garden, planting some plants. We almost managed a neat row, and we mixed in some dung with the dirt." Marcus really was excited about his day, and Harry could easily see that this wasn't the first time Marvolo got to hear a report of the day spent planning the beds their class would care for, and later planting them. Harry concentrated on the mirror in his hand on the way to his room, but he could see the reactions from all around as he walked past the other Slytherins. Most seemed used to the nightly routine of mirror calls between the Slytherin family members. A few chuckled. Most fell silent as he walked by. Marcus was already in bed, and once Harry had settled on his own, Marvolo started to read them one of Marcus' favorite stories. It was a little strange in Harry's eyes to be read a story over a communication mirror, but it was kind of nice at the same time. It took a while, but finally the story was told. Marcus was tucked in, and Marvolo carried the mirror out of Marcus' bedroom and over to his own room. "You look as if you need a good night's sleep, Father," Harry stated matter-of-factly. "Had a hard day," Marvolo nodded, rubbing his eyes with his free hand. "It was. Too many letters to read, and then all those people wanting my opinion on Igor's death. I wouldn't be surprised if there is an article tomorrow quoting me." "And what did you say?" Harry asked, curious, and thinking that he would need to work on his own ability to evade questions and lie without giving himself away if he wanted to be a successful politician. Not that he planned to use those skills, but having them wouldn't hurt. "That I truly regret how Igor Karkaroff died through what looks like an accident, and that I don't exactly know how I could have had any influence on this." The reporter repeated the question more than once. His father's face was straight, nothing betraying the fact that he had had a lot to do with the death of Igor Karkaroff. Harry rolled his eyes, but refrained from commenting. Marvolo obviously understood and hissed, "It's over and done with," without making any promises that something like this wouldn't happen again, and Harry let it rest. There was not much that could be done about those that had promised themselves to Lord Slytherin back in the day. And the magic of the bond kind of made Marvolo the one responsible for disciplining those sworn to him. Igor Karkaroff had been a traitor. Marvolo had picked the punishment. Harry wasn't happy with it, but there was not much to interpret differently about the oath taken and the magic involved. The magic Marvolo had used as a base had been among the many things Harry still had to study. "Did you find any information on how one would go about becoming an artist?" Harry changed the subject, not willing to linger any longer on troubling topics. Marvolo went along with the change agreeably. "I have asked Lucius for contacts. He mentioned just recently his wish to commission another family portrait and his search for an artist. He should write you soon with information on how to reach various artists. As far as I remember, there are no schools or programs teaching art. Finding a master to learn under is pretty much the only way to get to learn magical art." Marvolo sat back further on his own bed, as Harry could see by the background, and smiled. "I also checked Muggle education in that direction. There are summer courses in different art techniques you could take. As the basics are pretty much the same, you might consider working on your skills with the help of a teacher," Marvolo suggested. Harry nodded slowly. Getting to learn from an actual teacher might be interesting. "It's possible to study art at university, isn't it?" "Yes. But you would need proof that you finished Muggle school." Marvolo brought up a difficulty Harry himself had not considered so far. He made a face, making Marvolo laugh. "I'm pretty sure that I don't want to go to school any longer once I have my newts. Taking summer courses on art was one thing. Going to school for the entirety of secondary education was not something Harry was willing to contemplate." "I'll keep you updated, Harry," Marvolo chuckled. "Your friends probably will be waiting." It looked like we interrupted a study session. We were just about to start. Harry nodded in agreement, already thinking of the chapters he wanted to read again, the essays he had to write. "Off you go, Harry, and don't forget to get enough rest." Smiling at his father, Harry nodded. "The same applies to you. Take some dreamless sleep and get a good night's rest." They finished their call on a laugh, and Harry slipped the mirror back into his pocket after deactivating it. Time to return to the others and get some studying in. Thursday, 18th of April 1996, furiously writing another of the blood-red letters. He pushed his anger down through the quill onto the parchment. All his attacks had met with a frustrating lack of success. Not even one person had been seriously injured, and not one person had changed their mind. Just today, he had heard rumors that the Egyptian ministry had offered support in the investigation against the Howler terrorist. They were calling him a terrorist now. Why were they all so blind? Had no one learned anything? He, who must not be named, could not be trusted. That dark wizard was too good a manipulator to ever not have something sinister in mind. This Saturday was another opportunity to make the public notice the danger. Reaching many at the same time would hopefully help. And it might be one of his last chances, as that blasted Aura Tonks was closing in on him. If he managed to incapacitate that one wizard at the right time, the Wisengamot might be an opportunity to strike swiftly and in person. He hadn't actually wanted to get involved that directly, acting in the open, as he felt that he wasn't up to the task of taking out the threat. If just anyone could have rid them of he, who most not be named, then it would have happened long before the night the Potters had died, their only son surviving in what had seemed like a miracle back then. But now he felt as if they all should have known that there was no such thing as a miracle. The boy probably had been tainted even then, and putting him down would have been the wiser choice. Finishing up that one howler, he grabbed another prepared parchment, dipped his quill, and started writing once more. Maybe he should charm some quills to copy his movements. He would be able to produce that many more howlers that much quicker that way. His wife had declined helping him, mostly sitting in apathy near the fireplace, stroking a picture of their lost son. With that thought, his grief tried to overcome him once more, and he turned to his anger not to fall prey to the apathy as his wife had. Howler after howler was finished, folded, and addressed, waiting for the moment they would come close to the one they were addressed to activate. Getting all those owls to deliver them would be a chore, had been a problem from the beginning, but he had enough experience by now, and being discovered to be influencing illegal numbers of normal birds was no longer of great consequence. It would end soon, one way or another. Ooh, Friday, 19th of April 1996. It had been a long day teaching, and only the fact that his duties as potions professor at Hogwarts had got him out of tea party duty had made this day somewhat bearable. But following the small update on how their effort was progressing, Severus had received the order to find a good name for the Two Fathers potion, as the Dark Lord was not happy with the current name. And so Severus found himself sitting at the low table in their sitting room, on the floor no less, surrounded by different books, open to seemingly random pages, lots of parchment sheets, filled with words, word combinations, ideas, and references. Latin and Greek, the old version, not the currently spoken one, were two of the obvious choices, and so he had started with them. That parchment currently was behind him on the floor, littered with different combinations of pater and dew. When Severus had added the Italian version, he had decided it was time to investigate other options, placing that parchment aside to go back to later. Currently, he was experimenting with different English variations on the same parchment. He had noted down the possibility to name the potion after the three individuals who had been the first trio to test it. As he had to ask them for their opinion and permission to do so, that idea was set aside for the moment as well. Groaning in frustration, pinching the bridge of his nose, Severus sat up straighter, moving from side to side to get the kinks out of his back. "What are you doing on the floor, love?" Sonia asked as she walked in, carrying a tea tray. "I wasn't in the bathtub all that long, was I?" The tea tray was deposited on a small side table, displacing a book that Sonia picked up after it had fallen to the floor, then she made to sit down. While his wife settled herself in her wingback chair, transfigured to her specifications, out of one she had deemed the opposite of comfy, Severus looked over the mess he had made of their living space, sighing. "I'm trying to come up with an acceptable name for the Two Fathers potion that sounds a little," Severus trailed off, not even sure what exactly he was searching for. "I guess official. The Dark Lord worries that the current working title will stick if we don't come up with a final name soon." Sonia closed the book she had picked up to look at the title written on the spine. "And you need a book on Greek mythology for this, because I wanted to check on a few stories I only half remembered. Athena, who was born from Zeus' head, for instance, and I wanted to check on a story about Anteros. I think he was named as the son of Poseidon and Nereids, but I also found versions that Anteros is the son of Aphrodite or Ares and one of his many female lovers. I think the last one is a later addition, as his Roman name Mars is used in the story I found. I came to the conclusion that this name might be too confusing." He shrugged, once again pinching the bridge of his nose. Antero's potion would sound good if not for the potential for confusion he had found in the different versions of the Greek myths. Maybe he simply should put together a list of possible names and send it to his lord, should he decide, and free Severus of the responsibility. At the subtle sounds of knitting, the needles moving against each other simply gave a distinct pattern of clicking noises. Severus looked up to watch Sonia knit some baby clothes. She said that she liked the motions and producing something with her own hands, and Severus loved the picture she made sitting there, a look of concentration on her face, diligently and slowly working on a tiny sweater or cap. He had trouble identifying either in the early stages of a piece. Have you more ideas for poetic names, or are you going for a more bland one? Sanya asked after a few moments of silence, just her knitting and the fire making sounds, without looking up from her work. Most ideas are variations on two fathers. Latin, English. It's simply the easiest descriptive naming. You know as well as I that the commonly used name will differ from the original anyway. Sanya hummed. It was something that happened often to potions with names that were too complicated. They acquired a mundane, simple name relatively fast. I don't want to name it after me, Severus went on. I hope to invent many more notable potions that I'll publish. Only masters never inventing more than one have that potion named after them. Having only one Snape potion would be a shame. He hoped to invent many more. That's also the reason why I think naming it after Slytherin, who started research in that direction, would be misleading. I'm sure he contributed more than just this potion to the field. At that, Sanya looked up. Asking the parents to be, and the surrogate, to name the potion after them is on your list of ideas. Severus nodded. I'll write a letter later. Maybe find something poetic in English, like healed hearts. They seemed so happy with the prospect of being parents that one time I met them. Sanya set her knitting down and moved to pour herself a cup of herbal tea. Picking up his quill and reaching for a fresh sheet of parchment, Severus made to start that list of possible names. That's definitely an option. If you have more ideas, just add them to the pile. We'll sift through them later. Sanya's laugh to that analogy filled Severus with warmth. How the return of his lord and the fact that the man no longer was insane had changed everything, and for the better at that. Taking a deep breath, Severus gathered all his various notes into one stack intent on sorting through the ideas and identifying the best ones. After that, he would write the letters for the three currently testing the potion. That felt like a productive end to his evening. Saturday, 20th of April 1996, sitting down to an early breakfast, Marcus on the floor under the table with Nagini pretending it was their burrow. Or something, Marvolo looked at the little pile of letters waiting by his plate. With a sigh, he filled his cup with tea, adding 3 spoons of sugar before stirring, and then reached for the fork on the plate of waffles to place some on his own plate. Before he tackled work, he needed to eat something. The variety of food was impressive for a household of only 2 humans for most of the time. Ever since he had sorted out the problem between the 2 elves competing for the right to care for them, he had noticed a more regular change in what was offered for them to eat. Marvolo felt it might be that Flim was learning new recipes from Henbane, or that the 2 of them were trying to one-up each other with their attempts to impress him. He wasn't about to complain. After the waffles, Marvolo took a nicely toasted slice of bread, spreading cherry jam on it, and listening in with amusement as Marcus and Nagini discussed how good an idea it might be to stock up on grains for the winter when one was only eating mice and rats. Nagini didn't see the point, but Marcus thought it an excellent way to lure in prey, eliminating the need to go out to hunt in the cold. Smiling to himself, Marvolo steeled himself and picked up the topmost letter from the pile. It was from Severus, surprised that the man was writing so soon after getting the order to find a better name for that potion. Marvolo flexed his magic to open the seal, unfurling the letter to read. Lord Slytherin, below you will find the list of suggestions on how to name the potion currently referred to as the Two Fathers potion. I also sent a letter to our first test group to ask if they would grant their permission to use their names as a possible alternative. The answer to that is still outstanding. I leave the decision in your capable hands. Right below that followed a list of a mix of possible names, and Marvolo couldn't help but snort at a few of the ideas. And at Severus' audacity of pushing the task of choosing a name back to Marvolo. But as Severus had gone to the trouble to provide a number of choices, Marvolo felt it was not a case of avoiding a task. Maybe selecting a name himself would actually be better. Picking up his 3rd cup of tea, Marvolo once again read the list of proposed names, summoning himself a quill to make notes next to some of the ideas. Better work on this, as long as Marcus was distracted by Nagini. Chapter 97, Cloud. Chapter text, Saturday, 20th of April 1996. Amelia smiled down at her godson. It still was so new, who was sitting right next to her behind the protective wards of the training room, concentrated completely on the mock duel happening on the other side. Marvolo was sweeping the floor with his opponents. The two of them had appeared that morning at the ministry, planning to let Marcus have a look at the place where Amelia worked, and for Marvolo to get a look at the current trainee class of auras. "What's that one called?" Marcus suddenly asked, pointing to a young wizard on the ground fighting with his seemingly randomly flaying legs. "The dancing feet spell. See how his legs are moving," Amelia explained, grinning at Marvolo's choice of spells. Every single one of the colorful jets of light that connected with one of the few junior auras or the trainees belonged to spells, jinxes, and charms usually used among Hogwarts students as pranks, many of which were looked down upon by almost all junior auras, who proclaimed themselves to be above silly spells like those and the more useless older auras. "Looks funny," Marcus decided, before turning his attention to where Marvolo was expertly dodging a Petrificus totalis, spinning in place and sending another silent hex at one of the auras trying to sneak up behind him. "It's not, if you're the one under its effect," Amelia settled on saying to that, quite aware that she was one of the adults in place to shape Marcus' perception of the world. And considering how she suspected Marvolo was still having trouble with empathy, she knew he was making an effort to change and work on the damage done to him by that curse. But still, providing the boy with an adult capable of compassion, or at least one more of those, was probably a good idea. Marcus made an agreeing noise, his eyes practically glued to the dueling witches and wizards. Suddenly one of the trainees was hanging upside down by an ankle, a wand clattering uselessly to the floor, rolling away. Shaking her head, Amelia stood and called out to halt the duel. "Enough!" Everyone stopped moving, freezing where they stood. "That's enough. Marvolo, let him down." Marvolo turned and winked at them before a flick of his wrist sent the aura crashing to the floor as the spell was released. "Thanks for the opportunity, everyone. And thanks, Amelia, for asking me to come help," he said, waving one hand, causing his slightly rumpled robes to straighten out, making him look as if the most strenuous thing he had done was a quick stroll around a garden somewhere. "How's that even possible?" One person murmured, not quite quietly enough to go unheard. "How's what possible?" Amelia asked, taking down the ward protecting spectators from stray spells. "That one wizard can hold his own against a greater number just using prank spells." There was genuine frustration in that voice, and Amelia sighed. Meanwhile, Marcus ran to where Marvolo had gone down on one knee, holding his arms open for the boy to give him a hug. Marvolo stood, quickly turned on his heel, whirling in place, making the boy laugh. Focusing back at her young auras, Amelia tried to find a diplomatic way to set them straight. But before she could even come up with a plan, Marvolo stepped in, his son held securely in his arm. As long as the greater numbers don't work as a team, don't know how to dodge, and get out of breath too easily, it isn't all that hard. Even with a limited number of spells, Marvolo said. His smile wasn't unkind, and his tone was friendly, but what he said was cutting deeply, judging by the looks on the others' faces. "And what do you recommend we do about that?" There was a mocking vibe to that question that irked Amelia. How dare those young, barely trained, beginners insult a lord of the Wisengamot just because they had been shown how much they still had to learn? But Marvolo seemed unfazed, another hint at just how much he had changed after he had been freed of that ancient curse. "Run every day to increase your stamina. Hold training duels and battles in varying teams and with restricted spell lists. And I'm not talking just nothing lethal, more like only 3 or 4 spells. That will force you to get creative with the spells you know. It might seem silly, but let me tell you, being confronted with something you don't expect can throw even the most accomplished wizard or witch off kilter." Amelia was pretty sure he spoke from experience, and not from recent experience either. Who had cast a prank spell at you-know-who, and what had it been? Could she ask Marvolo about that? She wasn't really sure. He always got uncomfortable when the past was brought up, obviously embarrassed and ashamed about a lot of it. Changing up the lists and learning new spells also will help you avoiding the development of a signature move. Marvolo continued his impromptu lesson. Few get known for a special spell and don't suffer for it. Just as Aura Moody is still well known for his constant vigilance, you can bet on being known and nicknamed among those you have to confront if you use one spell above the others. And being predictable is a drawback in a battle. Amelia was glad to see that Marvelo's advice was being taken seriously, even as she caught some mutters from the back of the group sounding dissatisfied. It had been a good idea to ask him to help with the aura training program. Want to see my office next, Marcus? She ended the discussion before it could descend into the finer details of dueling. This visit was for Marcus, not for any of the adults. Showing the boy some dueling had been a good idea. Marcus was grinning from ear to ear, proud his father had won, but he surely would tire easily if they stayed to discus theory. Yeah, Marcus called with enthusiasm, one hand curled tightly into the lapel of Marvelo's robe. Then let's go. Amelia, lead the way, Marvelo declared, before giving an exaggerated bow, making Marcus giggle by almost tipping him on his head. Amelia laughed at their antics and did lead the way to her office. Ooh, no, Hermione, we were agreed. No talk about exams today, Theo said decisively, laughter in his voice making Harry grin. Nodding along, Harry turned and walked backwards, giving the disgruntled Hermione a cheery smile. I remember quite clearly that you agreed with the rest of us that we needed a day of relaxation. Something about avoiding the need for a calming draft or a stay in the hospital wing. So try to relax and banish revisions, exams, and owls from your head for the day. His bushy-haired friend huffed, but nodded. Very well. From now until tomorrow at breakfast, no one is going to mention our owls or any preparation for them. Then a stubborn light entered her brown eyes. But I insist on visiting the bookshop. They all laughed at that. Harry turned back around so he could see where he was walking, not keen to fall over his own feet and end up in the hospital wing with a broken leg, missing this Hogsmeade weekend. Luna skipped back up from where she had run ahead to look at something and linked her arm with Harry's, humming something under her breath. They hadn't really made any plans for the day, only planning to go with whatever mood struck them, relaxing and simply having a good time. Not that something sounding as simple as having a good time ever was as simple as it should be. Harry was pretty sure that with his bodyguards, his father had insisted on Messrs. Goyle and Crabbe acting in a protective capacity again, trailing them everywhere. Relaxing would not be something that happened without effort. They reached the edge of the village, already filled with all those students who had elected to go by carriage. In fact, it looked as if all students third year and up had decided to come. The nice, warm and sunny weather certainly had had a part in that. Let's go to Honeyduke's first. Harry made a decision after a few moments of aimless wandering. He really wanted to stock up on chocolate and maybe a few of the chewier sweets for their long study sessions. Sounds like a plan, Draco conceded, his light summer cloak swinging open over his casual robes. And as none of their friends came up with an alternative, they turned their steps towards the sweet shop. Over an hour later, the group exited the shop again, each of them with a small bag filled with various sweets. It had been fun testing the new flavors on display, but in the end they all had pretty much selected the things they knew well. I'm going to the bookshop now, Hermione declared, eager to go search for some new old book to add to her collection. I'll accompany you, Daphne decided. Maybe we can find something on the magical community in Bulgaria. If you're going to accept Victor's invitation, you should know a little more about the place. By the way, I still think it would be better to talk with your great-uncle about this. Oh, I will, don't doubt that, Hermione answered, waving her wand at her bag to shrink it down with a muttered incantation. I really like Victor, but I want to study more after we graduate, not marry right out of school. Harry grinned at his friend's exasperated tone at the thought of doing something like that. Theo snorted. I don't think you need to fear him trying to trick you into a marriage, Hermione. You're the one with more social standing here, and on top of that, he respects you too much to do something that ridiculous. Hermione only made some non-committal noise to that and waited for Daphne to catch up before moving off in the direction of the bookstore. Harry turned to Luna, who was standing next to him, occupied with a colorful sugar quill. You said you wanted to have a look at one of the shops further down that street. There were some smaller shops down that street, filled with odds and ends that might interest a student. It felt like some of those charity shops Aunt Petunia had visited from time to time, searching for some unusual paintings, ornaments, or other decorations she used to impress the neighbors. Let's meet back here at one before we head to the Three Broomsticks for lunch, Ron asked. getting sounds of agreement from all around before the group broke up, each of them going where they wanted. Walking down the street holding Luna's hand, swinging their intertwined hands between them was oddly peaceful. "It's nice, isn't it?" Luna said with a serene smile on her face, upturned to the sun, eyes closed. "It is," Harry agreed, assuming that Luna was talking about the weather. It wasn't always easy to know what exactly she was talking about at any given moment. "Are you looking for something specific?" A small bell sounded as Mr. Goyle opened the door, making sure it was safe to go in before Harry was allowed to follow. "Something for Daddy when I come back home," Luna said, following the huge wizard inside, looking around curiously. Harry started looking around as well. Maybe he would find something for Marcus, and maybe even Marvolo. The shelves were standing close together and were packed with the oddest things. Not like the shop Harry had ended up in after that one disastrous flu trip just before second year. There were no warning signs not to touch things because of curses, but the selection was varied. Here there was a small clock with an owl, looking like it was animated wood, walking up and down a branch, blinking slowly, a set of blocks with letters on them, switching back and forth between the letters and animals starting with that letter. If half of the blocks hadn't been missing, it might have been a nice expansion on those that Marcus already had at home. Harry sauntered through the small space between shelves, stopping whenever he came across something interesting. A letter opener in the form of a bird. The beak was the part opening the letter, flapping tired wings. A creepy-looking doll missing an eye, a pair of dice rolling themselves, a candlestick decorated with vines, and a stack of board games. In the end, Harry found a small dragon toy for Marcus and a book on different Asian fairy tales he thought might be of interest to Marvolo. "What have you found?" Harry asked once Luna joined him at the front before the register, which was manned by a cheery witch. "Nothing much. But this," she held up a delicate chain from which dangled something vaguely leaf-shaped of silver color, "is a passable good luck charm." "That's a sickle, my dear," the witch at the register. Was she the one owning this shop? Harry wasn't sure, said. Holding a hand out for the silver coin, Luna fished out of one of her pockets. Harry placed his purchases in his own pocket, while Luna slipped the charm around her neck to dangle right next to the butterbeer corks she had strung onto a length of some yellow cord. "The sun is high," Luna observed, and Harry didn't even try to hide his grin. "You're right. We should head back to Honeyduke's to meet up with the others." And so they did exactly that. When they arrived, only Ron and Neville were already there. "Hungry, Ron?" Harry asked when they were near enough that he didn't need to shout. "Why shouldn't I be?" Ron wanted to know, grinning. "What would Mum say? I'm a growing lad." Harry laughed right along with the others at Ron's attempt to imitate his mother's voice. And then he saw a dark cloud moving much too quickly, coming in from the direction opposite of where Hogwarts Castle was. "What's that?" he asked, feeling kind of light-headed, watching what looked like a thunderstorm cloud moving over the sky. "What's what?" Ron asked, confused and turning his head this way and that to look around. "That," Luna said, oddly calm, pointing one hand straight at the mass that was most decidedly not a cloud. Then the call of a raven or crow, Harry didn't really know the difference, made the situation clear. Those were birds. A big mass of birds all heading for the village. Harry remembered some half-seen scenes of a horror film with birds Dudley had seen a few years back, and then a scream from someone on the street broke the spell. There were not many reasons Harry could think of for why a cloud made of birds would be heading towards Hogsmeade on a Hogsmeade weekend, and his two bodyguards probably thought the same, because hands were on his shoulders, trying to maneuver him towards Honeyduke's, which was the nearest building. But inside Harry's head echoed the few facts he knew of the previous attacks from the so-called Howler terrorist. If the room for incoming mail at the Prophet hadn't been warded, the whole building could have been destroyed. How even a few of those howlers had wreaked havoc in the minister's office. How even that one howler that had found him in France had exploded. Harry was about to follow his bodyguards when he spotted a bunch of third-year girls cowering next to a building, practically out in the open. His left hand moved to the portkey around his neck, while his right hand suddenly held his wand. There was no time to call help or get everyone away from the street, and even that wasn't a guaranteed success. Harry knew that it was a dumb idea, but he was pretty sure that he couldn't live with himself if he didn't at least try. Aware that it was a bad idea, really bad, he would be in trouble later. but that it should work in theory, that intent and the words he picked were important. Harry stopped going along with being dragged away, locked his eyes on the birds, each carrying something red, and hissed, concentrating hard on what he wanted to happen. Shield us from harm. Warmth spread through Harry's whole body, and something that reminded him of wind left through his wand before a shimmering shield came into existence over the part of the street Harry could see. Then, while hearing screams, shouts, and birds screeching, Harry passed out. Professor Flitwick had needed to pick her up early, but she didn't mind being early when she got to be at Hogwarts for the time she would be waiting. Charisma had acquired a few more patience in the magical world since she had started to work with young Harry and later Lord Slytherin. She was pretty sure the maybe former Dark Lord hadn't spoken with anyone about the fact that he was working with a squib mind healer, but judging by the people searching her out, it was possible that the man's personal healer had recommended her to his other patients. Currently, she was sitting in the room they were using for their appointments, reading one of the books from her pile of books she wanted to read by her bed. It was nice to have the time to do a bit of reading. A little bit later, the book was engaging enough to let her lose track of time. There were hurried steps and raised voices in the main part of the infirmary, sparking her curiosity. She closed her book, stood from the chair, and walked to the open door. The matron, Poppy Pomfrey, was running around frantically, but with purpose, waving her wand, preparing beds and setting up potions. Was someone injured? Charisma asked, concerned. This was a Hogsmeade weekend, the reason the professor had had to pick her up early, and that Harry wasn't here yet, and because of that, many children out and about in the village were at risk of accidents more than usual. There was an attack on the village. Phileas and Pomona planned to evacuate the whole population to the castle alongside the students. I have no idea if anyone is hurt, but I need to prepare for the worst. The witch turned towards where Charisma stood near the door to the private room. I think it would be best if you waited somewhere out of the way. For a moment, Charisma was speechless. While she wasn't able to cast magic, she was an adult with some medical schooling and common sense. She took a deep breath and gave the Mediwitch a hard look. I'm capable of asking questions and of handing out calming drafts. I can do triage if you tell me where the people will arrive. To Madame Pomfrey's credit, she only did 2 slow blinks before adjusting to the new information and its possibilities. The worst cases will be flued in directly, but all others will come in through the big front doors. I think you can help there. You can take down that basket with potions. Not willing to lose time over arguing, Charisma picked up the basket and left the infirmary. It was easier than usual to reach the ground floor, and with it the big entrance hall. It almost felt as if the castle was assisting her in her quest to move quickly. Professor Snape and his wife, as well as the man with his cat she had seen several times in the castle, were already there, preparing. Stepping up to the wizard in dark robes, Charisma asked for directions. Madame Pomfrey sends this basket of potions, Professor Snape. I might be a squib, but I do have basic medical training and regularly refresh my training for first aid. I want to help. Behind the wizard, one of the long benches from the Great Hall was placed along one wall by some of the elves living at the castle. His dark eyes scanned her, face almost too calm and collected. Set up near the doors over there. He waved his hand to indicate the spot he was talking about. Make sure all children and townspeople with visible injuries move over to where Professor McGonagall will set up. Hand out calming drafts to those who need them, and keep an eye out for shock. There was no room for happiness at being accepted by a wizard, as Charisma did exactly as she had been instructed. Such an emergency situation needed people in charge who knew what they were doing. It looked as if Severus Snape, the new Lord Prince as she had read in the Prophet she still had a subscription to, knew what he was doing. Other adults arrived and were sent to different parts of the hall by Snape before the first carriages, supervised by the enormous man Hagrid, arrived, pouring out children, adults, and students fleeing from the village. Come here, dear. Charisma greeted the first girl reaching her. One sleeve of her robe was ripped, and the palms of her hands looked as if she had tried to break her fall on a place covered with gravel. Did you fall? I was running. The girl looked to be around 16 and was shaking. And I think I tripped. Charisma plucked one of the small phials filled with a lavender-tinted milky liquid out of her supply and handed it to the girl. Here, that will help you calm down. Do you have any pain? The girl looked at her hands before accepting the unstoppered potion. My hands and knees hurt, but that's all, I guess. Do you see those benches over there? A few of the long benches had been arranged into a small waiting area where they were supposed to send lightly injured people and which had been marked off with floating yellow banners. Go over there and sit down so that the professors can help you with your hands and knees. The girl nodded, mumbled a thanks, and moved over to sit down where she had been told. Before Charisma could do more than dunk her hands in a bowl of water mixed with a potion to clean them, an adult, probably living down in the village, stood before her, one eye almost swollen shut. I think I got something in my eye, ma'am. Looks likely, Charisma agreed, and felt that this was going to be a long, long day. In the next moments, she got to see many different injuries. Hands and knees skinned by falling, broken arms or legs when people did fall farther than just from standing to the floor, or when someone got stepped on after falling. There were a lot of bruises, a few bleeding from wounds on the head, and many who had been shaken by what had happened. Just by listening to the people she came in contact with, she got a vague idea about what had happened down at the village. It was such a fine day. And then suddenly it got dark, and the goats tried to get into the barn. Toppled me right over in their panic. One older wizard complained, while Charisma tried to get him to accept the calming draft. I think I sprained my ankle when that shimmery barrier suddenly sprang up from nowhere. These were demon birds, I'm sure of it. My parents will never allow me to visit the village again when they hear of the explosions. Roughly 20 patients in, Charisma was pretty sure that the Howler terrorist had attempted another attack, his biggest yet, and somehow the whole village had been shielded. Only when she saw two big wizards carrying in a small figure with unruly dark hair did she get a vague picture of just who might have had a hand in the magical rescue of that many people. Knowing that she herself could do nothing for Henry Slytherin-Potter, and that Madame Pomfrey didn't have that many urgent cases to care for, Charisma refrained from running to the boy's side, instead once more cleaning her hands and turning to the next terrified student coming to her for help. Sirius watched as Marvolo Slytherin, probably still a Dark Lord, but currently very much the concerned parent, paced up and down in his most formal parlor at Grimmauld Place. It had been half an hour by now since the man had appeared on his doorstep, young Marcus at his side and worry on his face. "Do you want something to eat, Marcus?" Sirius turned to ask of the small boy sitting in one of the armchairs, hugging his own knees, watching Slytherin pace with worried eyes. He got a small nod in return and managed not to sigh. "Creature," he called for the elf, and after he had popped into the room, bowing, gave his orders. "Please prepare some tea, hot chocolate, and snacks for my guests. And when you're done with that, have a look around and see if you can find something for Marcus to play with." Creature nodded, and against serious expectations, opened his mouth to ask a question. Might Creature ask Flim get something from Griffin House? That sounds like a good idea. Sirius almost jumped from his seat when Lord Slytherin spoke unexpectedly. Dismissing his elf with a nod, Sirius watched as the other man forced his mannerisms and face to be a lot calmer than he could possibly be. Once the requested refreshments had made an appearance on the table, it didn't take long for Marcus to move over to a corner of the room suddenly filled with different toys, books, and games, as well as an elf, which Sirius was pretty sure was Flim. Now that the child was taken care of, Sirius turned to the agitated wizard currently stirring the fourth spoonful of sugar into his tea. "Could you possibly inform me what exactly is happening? I gathered that there's something happening in Hogsmeade, and you're waiting for more news." In fact, Sirius still felt a little as if he had been run over by a car. It had seemed a bad idea to refuse entry to Lord Slytherin when he had showed up, if only for the child's safety, but Sirius had no real information beside that simple statement. "We were visiting Amelia at the ministry, when an Auror trainee found us in the Wisengamot chamber to inform her about an attack at the village, and that help was required. She told me to stay out of the way, and that I would be informed as soon as there was news." The spoon was placed down with so much control that Sirius felt just a little bit more pressure would snap the silver. Not that he would have been sad to see that piece of bad taste gone. I guess Harry had plans to go to the village, and you haven't heard from him yet? Sirius asked, in an attempt to keep the man speaking. Harry and his friends most certainly were at the village this morning. He said they had agreed to make a day out of not studying. Slytherin emptied his cup and set it down, betraying his trembling hands through the rattling sound of the cup on the saucer. I insisted on bodyguards, but I have heard from neither them nor Harry so far. Sirius nodded. The communication mirrors were really useful devices, so much faster than Owl Post. Harry probably left both mirrors in his dormitory, and if the old protocols are still in place, the students probably are gathered in the Great Hall. He wouldn't be able to get it to contact either of us. Whether he said that to assure Lord Slytherin or himself, Sirius wasn't sure. Can't the bodyguards send a message via Patronus? It would indicate that there was a problem if the bodyguards could have sent a message, but didn't. But Slytherin was already shaking his head, levitating tea and sugar into his cup without lifting the containers. They are really good at keeping an eye on a crowd, sensing possible danger, and at getting an individual out of a tight spot. But as far as I'm aware, they can't cast a Patronus. For a moment, Sirius contemplated asking about other means of communication. There surely was still something in place from before Lord Slytherin had reclaimed a spot in society. But that was a sensitive topic he might better leave alone. I wanted to ask if I can leave Marcus here if I'm needed at Hogwarts. Slytherin suddenly broke the silence that had fallen between them. Before his mind had completely considered what that might mean, Sirius nodded. Of course. Marcus is a delight to have around. He'll be safe here. Thank you, Slytherin said, picking up his second cup of tea. I have my elf waiting for information with the order to bring it here the moment a letter reaches my postbox or any of the houses. Sirius took that to mean that there still were connections in place that could provide Slytherin with information faster than normal channels of communication. Not willing to speak about the next Wisengamot session or engage in useless small talk, Sirius let another silence descend over the room, only occasionally broken by giggling and explosions from where Marcus was playing Exploding Snap with both Creature and Flim. When the shimmering form of a Patronus, that of a cat, sauntered into the room through the wall, both men tensed in their seats. Lord Slytherin, I want to inform you that your son currently is residing in the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey is sure that he will recover, but you might want to come to Hogwarts regardless. You can use the flu to my office. The Patronus wasn't even completely faded before Lord Slytherin was out of his seat. May I use your flu, Lord Black? Be my guest, Sirius answered, standing as well. Please inform me if there is any development. Of course. Slytherin answered, before going over to inform Marcus that he would be leaving to look after Harry. After watching the man leave, Slytherin knew the house well enough to find the flu on his own. Sirius walked over to sit with Marcus and the elves and play a round of Exploding Snap. Hopefully, it would work well to distract him while they were waiting. Ooh, what a mess. Dora felt that was the understatement of the year and gave Kingsley a questioning look. Her fellow Aura waved at the ground and the many pieces of charred parchment littering it. What would you call that? Well, there's more than just the burned-up howlers, Dora said mockingly, waving her hand around at the windows smashed, the plants trampled, bags of various purchases dropped to the ground and destroyed. I would call that chaos. But there is not one house seriously damaged, and broken windows don't count. Dora closed her mouth, not interrupting him now. But judging by the amount of parchment all over the place, there should be destroyed houses. Dawlish stepped out of a house, shaking his head at the two of them. Can you please cease arguing over how to describe the state of the village? By all accounts, there was a shimmering dome of some kind over the whole village. My guess is that's the reason we don't see more damage than we do. Conceding the point, Dora turned slowly in a circle. Creating that many howlers must have taken lots of time. Do you think we could use that to eliminate some suspects from the list? We know whoever this is works at the ministry. It's a wizard, most likely. Probably doesn't have a kid at Hogwarts who was out in the village today, she mused out loud, recounting part of the clues they had so far, which had proven to be a useful technique. He obviously isn't happy with how the case of Lord Slytherin was handled. Dawlish added what Dora had learned from the Egyptians and the targets the terrorist had attempted to harm and the fragments of the text that had been written. Well, considering that there are many people who don't have any children at Hogwarts, and how many people probably still are unhappy with Lord Slytherin for the past, or his more recent actions. Dora trailed off, thinking about the changes to the werewolf laws and how it still was only a tiny step in the right direction. Kingsley sighed. Let's comb through the debris and see if we can find anything more. And so they did just that. And all the while Dora thought about who might be desperate enough to basically risk killing all children in Britain between 13 and 17. Who would do that? The thought that someone who had lost their child might be able to fall that far didn't leave Dora for even a moment while they searched the village. But even as she could think of one man who would match all criteria, including the lost child, they needed evidence. Maybe she would be able to get a search permit for the house once they were done here. But they definitely needed more than just her hunch to act. Ooh, if one didn't count the portraits of all past and dead headmasters, the office was empty when Marvolo arrived by flu. Not even the phoenix was there. For a moment, Marvolo wondered where the bird had gone, but the fact that his son was in the infirmary was much more important at the moment. So he left the office, hurried down the steps, and made his way to the infirmary. In the hall in front of the hospital wing, Marvolo met a few students with bandages and ripped clothes. Nothing too dire, but they looked shaken. Taking a few deep breaths, Marvolo calmed himself down, or tried to, before he opened the door and stepped in. The image he saw wasn't all that bad. A few children were lying in beds, arms or legs immobilized, probably because they were broken. Round a few more beds, the curtains were drawn, and all in all the room had the usual calm quality about it that Marvolo remembered from his few visits here. He decided to take it as a good sign that there was no hurried running around and no sobbing parents. Lord Slytherin, Madame Pomfrey called from the entrance to one of the private rooms. That was fast. Come here, please. Going as fast as he could without running, Marvolo hurried over to where the Mediwitch was waiting for him, looking harried. Madame Pomfrey, the headmistress, said my son is here. Yes, he's severely exhausted. No idea how much magic he used, but he'll recover after decent rest. Currently he's sleeping. Mr. Goyle and Mr. Crabbe brought him here, and then went down to give what information they could to the Auras. She moved out of the way so that Marvolo could step into the room where the first thing he saw was his son in a bed, under the blanket looking much too small and pale. If it's all right with you, madam, I would like to stay here and wait for him to wake. Before she had a chance to answer, he had moved one of the chairs without even touching his wand, setting it down right next to the bed so he could keep an eye on his son and the door at the same time. Of course you can stay. Please call for me should he wake, and make sure he stays in bed. Without waiting for him to answer, she was gone, probably to see after her other patients. Seemed as if today was a day without much regard for social niceties. But seeing everything that had happened, that wasn't the worst. Settling into the chair, adding a charm to make it more comfortable, Marvolo prepared to wait. Ooh-oh, he felt as if he had been run over by a car, or as if he hadn't been fast enough during a game of hairy hunting, but not exactly. It was hard to open his eyes, and Harry contemplated just turning over and going back to sleep as an alternative to opening his eyes, when the noise of someone shifting in their chair changed that plan. Who would be sitting at his bedside? Maybe Hermione, or one of the Slytherins. Neville. It made Harry feel good that he had so many more friends than just last year, before the summer that had changed everything. Carefully opening his eyes, Harry saw nothing clearly at first. Then a big dark shadow moved, murmuring, "Let me get your glasses, Harry," as he stood from his chair. Marvolo had been sitting with him. Harry was pretty sure that he shouldn't be surprised about that by now. His glasses were carefully placed on his nose and over his ears, bringing his surroundings into focus. After that, Marvolo helped Harry to put a pillow behind his head so he could see the chair better than he could have lying on his back. "What have you done, Harry?" Marvolo asked, sitting down again, folding his hands in his lap. His father was much too calm for Harry's peace of mind. Harry swallowed, feeling nervous all of a sudden. He had known that Marvolo would be unhappy the moment that idea had entered his mind. "What happened? I haven't heard anything." Harry trailed off, pretty sure that it wouldn't be a good idea to bring up the fact that he had passed just now. "What I know is that there was an attack on the village. Howlers, by all accounts. And that a shimmering magical barrier that no one could explain reduced the damage. There were broken bones and other minor injuries caused by people falling, but no one was killed or seriously injured. Now Marvolo gave him a dark look. No one but you, that is. Well, Harry wasn't really sure where to begin or how to explain why he had risked himself. Hermione probably would claim that he had a saving people thing. When I saw that dark cloud and realized that it was made of birds, each carrying a howler, all those other attacks came to mind. There was no way that the houses would be safe, or that everyone would manage to get out of the village. Harry wished that his voice was a little bit stronger so he could make Marvolo understand why there had been no other way. Calm down, Harry, Marvolo said, placing one hand on the leg nearest to him. I can't pretend that I don't wish you had found another solution, or that you simply had run. I think I know you better than that by now. I simply wish to understand what exactly you did and why. Harry took a deep breath and tried to relax back into his pillows. I thought about using the portkey, but that wouldn't help all the others. Then our discussion how to use parcel magic to protect others popped into my mind. I knew it was probably too big a place to protect. But I had clear intent, and I remembered the words you agreed would be useful to shield myself and Marcus if it was ever necessary. So I simply did it. And it seemed as if it truly had worked. That was kind of crazy. Marvolo blinked slowly. I knew that parcel magic could achieve incredible things if the one using it was of strong mind and will. That one, not even fully grown wizard, would be able to shield a village from explosions. That's surprising. If Harry had to describe his father in that moment, he would say that Marvolo seemed more than surprised. I did repair that tapestry when all the experts told Sirius he would need to have a new one done. Harry reminded his father of his other unauthorized use of parcel magic. That could have been a case of trying to sell something new, Marvolo pointed out, but shrugged before he stood. I had to promise Madame Pomfrey that I would inform her the moment you wake. And Marcus will want to know that you're on the mend. Already feeling the little bit of energy leaving him again, Harry only nodded and yawned. Please tell him that I'm fine, if a little tired. He felt himself smile and grabbed the hand Marvolo held out before the older wizard left the room to speak with the Mediwitch. Harry listened to the voices from outside the private room he was in, getting a glimpse of a robed arm as he tried to peek through the door to see what was happening. It seemed he had a guard standing at his door. A few moments later, Harry was too tired to keep track of time, but it didn't feel like he had waited long. Madame Pomfrey came bustling in, a potions phial in her hand and a frown on her face. Mr. Slytherin, I have to say it's a wonder how you managed to land in my infirmary so consistently, and always because of some dangerous situation. Harry wasn't sure what to say to this, so he kept silent even as he could have protested that he really wasn't at fault for many of his visits. In second year, Lockhart had vanished his bones that were only broken because Darby had hexed the bludger. Here, take this. It'll help you recover faster from your exhaustion, and you have to accept that you're not allowed to perform any magic until I give you the all clear. In all my years here at the school, never. She rambled on, but Harry didn't really have the energy to pay attention. He accepted the phial, downed the potion, and nodded to her instruction not to use any magic until he was rested. Rest and sleep sounded like a really good idea right now. Before Marvolo came back from informing Harry's godfather and Marcus that Harry would make a full recovery, the teenager was sleeping peacefully once again. Ooh, he was furious. How could that have happened? Everyone was saying that it was almost a miracle that not one person had died, that no one had been seriously injured. With the possibilities of magic, everyone would be fine before the new week began. How could that be? He stalked from one end of the house to the other. Whatever he found that could be destroyed by throwing it to the floor, he picked up and smashed it. All remaining parchment had been shredded, his potions spilled. Why had his plan failed? How was that even possible? There were rumors that Magic herself had intervened, shielded her chosen and the precious children from harm. He had needed to bite his own tongue when he had heard that. How could people be that foolish? If there was something like an entity magic, wouldn't that entity have protected his son? But short of divine intervention, he really wasn't sure what could have thwarted the number of howlers he had addressed to various students of Hogwarts and residents of Hogsmeade. Maybe he really needed to be more active and brave, act himself, out in the open. Maybe this was a sign. Chapter 98, Frantic Boredom. Chapter text, Sunday, 21st of April 1990, 6, another man walked forward to the dais set at one wall, falling to his knees in front of the wizard sitting in the ornate chair placed there. Red eyes met with brown for seemingly endless moments, before the man stood back up again on wobbly legs, bowing before retreating to make space for the next to come forward. Lucius was watching the whole scene unfold from the edge of the crowd, as he had been one of the first called before his lord to open his mind. Now he was standing here, reminded of the few times that a raid or mission had failed so spectacularly that the Dark Lord had suspected treason among their ranks, resorting to legilimency to find the supposed traitor. But at the same time as this was eerily familiar, the differences were the real reason he was standing here, working to not chuckle like a lunatic. For one, after being finished, each Death Eater walked over to a basket filled with small phials of a special headache potion, getting one to combat the inevitable pain after a legilimens pranced around in their brains. Then there was the fact that the pain had been minimal, not at all the searing burn it had been in the past. Either his lord had reached a new level of competence in his ability, making it possible to avoid inflicting pain, or he hadn't cared before. Lucius was inclined to believe that his lord had enjoyed causing others pain back then over the idea of the man not being a master legilimens before now. But the most bewildering change was the buffet Lucius was standing next to. It was a more than elaborate buffet. In fact, it would have fit right in with the offerings Narcissa would have the elves prepare for one of her functions. There was a section of the table dedicated to sweet things. It seemed as if it was bigger than the other parts, from small elaborate cakes to candied fruits and small bowls of different creams and custards. And they were delicious, too. Then there were several platters with sandwiches, from cucumber to chicken, small sausages encased in pastry dough, cheese, small bread rolls, and so on. A whole piglet, lamb, duck were presented on platters. Lucius was sure it was more food than all the people currently present could eat in a day. Hopefully, this wouldn't take that long, though. It was late in the night on Sunday. Lucius really wished to be home with his wife and daughter after a long day fielding the press on behalf of the minister. After that attack on the village, the public had demanded immediate action, and delivering that action wasn't really all that easy. Most of the day had been spent assessing the damage done to the village, healing those who had been injured, and planning what else was to be done. The headmistress had agreed to offer sanctuary to everyone living in Hogsmeade that didn't want to, or couldn't, return to their homes right away. Hogwarts wards were of the best quality, and it was the only place with enough spare rooms to accommodate that many people. There was no doubt that the castle had been built with the possibility in mind that it would need to provide shelter for a large number of people. "Can you recommend something?" someone asked of Lucius, who turned to look at who had snug up on him. "Benjamin." Lucius nodded in greeting. "I haven't tried a lot yet, but the cream brulee is quite good." Paying more attention to the buffet and its offerings than to Lucius, Benjamin addressed his fellow Death Eater, acting casually, but fooling no one. "I'm beyond curious who or what was the cause of the shield that saved the day. You wouldn't possibly know more than the rumors tell." Lucius placed the empty phial he had been toying with down on the buffet table, where it promptly vanished, and picked up a small bowl of a chocolate mousse he hadn't tried yet, before he answered that loaded question. "I certainly could speculate, but I guess that would be foolish of me." Not that Lucius wasn't curious after the urgent and short letter he had received from his son. "I think the speculation of that many minds focused on the same objective being the cause is the most plausible I have heard so far." Benjamin picked a pastry filled with something that looked like cherries and leisurely turned to look at Lucius. "Really? By all accounts I heard, the thing on most minds was panic. And looking back over history doesn't turn up even one other instance of something like this happening. And there were more disasters compelling the people to think of safety in our history than one can comfortably count." Lucius held in a sigh. So Benjamin had also got news from his son, his elder son, to be precise, and was trying to confirm that their lord's heir had had something to do with the shield. Their lord had been silent on the topic so far, and Lucius had to assume, for the moment, that they should keep this under wraps as much as they were able. "What do you want me to say?" "I'm not an unspeakable, and therefore not an expert on unusual magical occurrences." Hopefully Benjamin would catch on quickly. For a moment there was silence between them, Benjamin eating his pastry, and the both of them watching a moron being cursed for speaking out of turn to someone he wanted to impress, risking their operations. By what Lucius could catch from the rant, their lord was not exactly shouting. Waving his wand at his hands to get rid of the stickiness of the pastry, Benjamin hummed as the next Death Eater walked up to their lord. I'm no expert on this either. Do you think our lord had the time to look into this? Such unusual magic should be something he would be interested in, isn't it? Lucius gave the other a flat look, only to get a small smirk in return. Infuriating man. Has anyone really had any time for anything? This is the first proper meal not rushed between getting from one place to the other since the attack. I guess our lord has even more on his plate than either of us. Once again, Benjamin hummed, turning back to the buffet to pick up a small pumpkin pastry, carefully moving around two more men taking something to eat. I guess you're right, Lucius. I'll try to refrain from speculating and just be grateful that Thea wasn't harmed. Lucius nodded. He too was grateful that Draco hadn't been harmed, or any of the other children. Yes, that nobody was seriously harmed is truly something to be grateful for. And if they both were right in their speculation, their lord's heir most likely had something to do with the miraculous shield. And most of Wizarding Britain might be in debt to a boy of not yet 16. When another Death Eater came their way, clearly interested to chat, Lucius wished that Severus was here. Hiding behind a potion-centric discussion would be perfect about now. But in light of the fact that Severus was a master occlumens and quite capable of keeping anyone from his thoughts, it was reasonable that the man wouldn't be here. Rolling his eyes at Benjamin, who quickly smothered a smirk, Lucius gave in to the inevitable and started a verbal sparring match with the lower ministry officials in their lord's ranks. Uo, with a weary sigh, Marvolo sat down heavily in his chair behind the desk in his study at headquarters. It had been a long evening. Before Marvolo even could come up with the energy to call for Henbane and ask for a headache potion and something to eat, both just popped into existence right in front of him on the desk, while unfinished paperwork, letters and the like, were piled up to the side of the desk. Reaching for the potion file first, Marvolo murmured a thank you, Henbane. Into the air, sure that the elf would be able to hear. With no dithering around, the cork was popped out of the file and the potion tossed back. Performing legilimency on that many people was draining and had left him with a slight headache. Making a face, Marvolo decided to not think on all the much too personal details he had learned during his search for a possible accomplice to the Howler terrorist in the ranks of his people. Instead, he moved on to take a good look at the plate of food his elf had helpfully provided. There was a sandwich with some kind of venison and a mayonnaise-based spread, as well as a small pile of sticks of carrot and cucumber. By far the biggest part of the plate was occupied by sweets, though. Pumpkin pasties, two of them miniature waffles with chocolate sauce, a cauldron cake, and fresh berries. It didn't take Marvolo long to finish the food, starting with the sandwich and vegetables, because he needed to get into the habit of eating the healthy things first. When Mrs. Peters had pointed out that Marcus had started to imitate Marvolo's eating habits, he had realized that he would need to make an effort to be a responsible adult and a good example for his younger son. It really was late, but in the hopes that Harry might just be awake, Marvolo picked up the mirror he constantly had on his person and turned the reflective surface towards himself before activating it. "Father," Harry answered in such short a time that Marvolo was sure the mirror had been close at hand and Harry had been waiting. "Harry, you look as if you should be sleeping." And the boy did. He was too pale, even in the low light of the hospital wing, and had bags under his eyes. "Then you shouldn't have sent Professor Snape to bring the mirror, Father." There was a slight chiding tone in that answer, and Marvolo wasn't sure if he should be angry or amused. "I wanted to make sure that we have a fast way of communication. But you're right. I assumed you would stay up so we could talk." A tray with a cup, teapot, sugar dish, and a small plate with biscuits popped onto the table, another reminder from Henbane that Marvolo needed to drink and eat enough. "What have you been up to?" "What's new?" Harry asked, changing topics rather quickly in a way Marvolo could understand perfectly. He didn't really want to discuss his sleeping habits either. The ministry is currently wrapped up in sorting out how to rebuild the village and how to secure it better. I have checked to see if I missed something among my people. Beside one who bragged a little too much to some witches about being a Death Eater, I didn't find anyone involved with the whole Howler mess. He didn't see a reason to share the instances of unusual sexual practices or domestic violence with his son. He might plan to do something about the latter. The first might inspire some research out of curiosity over human nature, but he didn't need to tell his son about the private matters of others. That's good. Harry sounded unsure, and Marvolo nodded. It is good. Because I like to think that I had enough intelligence left even back then to select people as my followers who would know better than to do something like that to reach their goals. On the other hand, that leaves quite a few more possible suspects still out there. At least, he now had only mostly reasonable people in his ranks. He pinched the bridge of his nose when the two cases of domestic violence came to mind. "Will you keep me updated?" Harry asked, yawning. "If you promise to follow Healer Greengrass and Madame Pomfrey's directions so you'll recover faster," Marvolo demanded with a grin on his face. They both were Slytherins. Why should he just follow along with Harry's demand? Harry snorted and rolled his eyes. "She says that I'm not allowed to use any magic and that I need to stay in bed. Do you know how utterly boring that is? I could bring Nagini over to keep you company." Marvolo suggested, imagining the way his familiar would curl up on top of Harry, making sure that he stayed in bed in her own unique way. The glare Harry sent him to that was withering. "Don't you dare. And I don't think Madame Pomfrey or Professor McGonagall would allow her to stay at the castle anyway." "Probably not," Marvolo conceded. "And will you follow Madame Pomfrey's directions?" Harry huffed. "I guess. If I'm going to do that, I'll probably should end this call and go to sleep." "You should do the same." "Probably." Marvolo grinned when Harry rolled his eyes at that. "I'll finish up some things. After that's done, I'll go home. I want you to decide if you want it to be known that it was you who created the shield or not. The sooner I know, the better. Pleasant dreams, Harry." Harry glared again and ignored that request when he answered. "Pleasant dreams, and don't stay up too long. I'm not above asking Healer Greengrass to monitor your sleep." As threats went, that one was weak and strong at the same time. While Malcolm Greengrass was his personal healer and therefore had some authority, he also was a Death Eater and under Marvolo's authority because of that. "I don't think that will be necessary. There isn't much left to do, and I'll take a dose of sleeping draught so that I'll get enough rest." Harry relaxed after Marvolo had said that, and they quickly ended their call, leaving Marvolo to finish his letters before going home. The next week was going to be taxing. He really should get enough rest. Monday, 22nd of April 1996, he was watching the meandering patterns that the rain and the wind created on the window right next to his bed. They were kind of interesting, forming little rivers that vanished as quickly as they had come, running around spots every single time where there probably was some dirt stuck to the window. It was mesmerizing. Oh, who was he kidding? He was bored out of his mind by now, and starting to get frustrated with the lack of activity. Watching the rain out of the window was at least something to do. Hopefully his friends would bring him something to read after lessons were over for the day. Even the book for history of magic would be fine. Flopping back to his back, staring at the ceiling, Harry thought about the Howler terrorist and Marvolo's request that he needed to decide what the public should get to know. If he said yes to inform the public, he would get even more attention. But that would be for something he had actually done, not for his mother's sacrifice, his name, or the fact that he had been adopted, but for magic he had actually cast. Did he really want everyone to know that he had performed magic that had even impressed Marvolo? The man wasn't that easy to impress. No, he really rather would not be known to be able to perform magic on a level that others thought to be impossible. The possibility of fear of someone more powerful, of unspeakables demanding to use him for their research, mindless fans wanting something from him, and anything else he had not thought of, wasn't an appealing outlook. But would it hurt their community not to know where the shield had come from? Harry wasn't sure, and that was making him restless. Could he be selfish and let the public believe it had been some sort of miracle? Only the arrival of his friends managed to break that spiraling chain of thoughts. A blessing, if Harry were asked. "I collected notes and homework from all your classes of the day," was the first thing Hermione said when she walked in at the front of the small group coming in after classes had ended and before dinner. "It's nice to see you too, Hermione," Harry answered, grinning, while he checked who had come. He was pretty sure that Madame Pomfrey had restricted the number of people who could visit him at one time, as well as the time they could stay. She had threatened to do that, and Harry knew she always kept her word. "How long can you stay?" "Half an hour," was Theo's answer as he dragged the one visitor's chair over, while Luna closed the door behind them. The others wanted to come too, but Madame Pomfrey said not more than 3 at a time. "You'll get a lot of visitors," Luna said, in her dreamy way before she sat down right next to Harry on his bed. "I can use every distraction I can get," Harry said with feeling, taking Luna's hand into his, glad that she had come. "That's why I brought your homework. You can't exactly practice here, but you can study the theory and write your essays." With a dull sound, she placed a bag on his bedside table, probably filled with books and writing implements. "You need to keep up with the work so you'll not fall behind so shortly before the owls. And to make sure that you get to do something fun, I asked Professor Snape to get your art supplies from your room," Theo said, picking up a small satchel and placing it on Harry's legs. "I hope he found everything you need. It's not easy to ask him for something like that." Theo shuddered theatrically, making Luna and Harry laugh, while Hermione made a face. "So what are the rumors?" The Hogwarts rumor mill was one of the fastest Harry had ever seen. Not even little Winging had been that fast on the trading of half-truths and judgment. "About the identity of the terrorist, or about the shield?" Theo asked, settling back down in the visitor chair. "Both, either. Getting to hear a bit of gossip might help him decide what to do about the decision." "The claims to the terrorist's identity are all over the place," Hermione answered, organizing the books she had brought on the bedside table. "Most are not even remotely based on facts." Just over lunch, one of the second years said Professor Binns had to be the terrorist. She shook her head, making her curls fly, clearly exasperated. "Most in Slytherin think that it's someone working for the ministry or with a family member working at the ministry. How else could they have charmed a memo to be a howler?" Theo picked up the tale. "The others have been listing all the people who have lost someone to you-know-whose actions in the past. They didn't listen to my information. But Father is pretty sure that the minister is trying to keep the power and sabotage Lord Slytherin with his army of heliopaths." Sometimes Luna's different claims were a little outlandish, and Harry could already spot that Hermione was on the verge of going on a rampage to refute that claim, so he turned to Theo and asked the first question that came to mind. "And about the shield?" Smirking, Theo answered that one. "Some claim that magic herself intervened. Some claim it was you, based on the fact that you already did the impossible by surviving the killing curse. Really ancient, forgotten wards are another popular possibility. I'm not sure what to believe. I guess the ancient wards are kind of plausible." Theo shrugged, clearly not interested in going through all the rumors. "Have Fred and George opened a betting pool?" The twins and Lee Jordan had opened betting pools for numerous things in the past. Maybe they had done so again. "They haven't," Hermione stated, sitting down at the foot of the bed. Ron asked after one, but they don't think it's likely that we'll get a definitive answer to the current questions. And with the number of injured people, the danger for more, they thought it a bad idea to bet on it. I hadn't thought them that sensible. "Now you're being mean, Hermione. Fred and George have clear boundaries. Just because you disapprove of their tendency to prank people, you can't claim them to be insensible or unintelligent. Their work is innovative." Harry really was unhappy at how many people looked down on the twins because they applied their creativity and knowledge to develop pranks. Their mother, one of their older brothers, people like Hermione, and Harry was pretty sure quite a few of their professors. "I'm not mean," Hermione insisted. "They could accomplish so many meaningful things with their knowledge and creativity, their ability to think outside the box. But they concentrate all of that talent on useless pranks." She threw up her hands, her voice rising the longer she was speaking. The discussion escalated from there, as Theo watched with an amused smirk on his face, while Luna got out a small book of poems from her pocket, seemingly ignoring them all. The discussion only ended when Madame Pomfrey came in to remind them that the allotted time of 30 minutes was over. "Mr. Slytherin, you need rest and quiet, not all the commotion visitors bring." "But I'm restless," Harry insisted while his friends vanished, waving, out of the door to his private room. "You don't need to sleep, Mr. Slytherin, but you will not leave your bed." She put emphasis on her words with chopping hand motions, and Harry found himself nodding in agreement before her vehemence had fully registered. Can you leave the door open? I would like to sketch the room. Harry felt like cringing because what had been meant to be a statement came out like a question. I can do that, Madame Pomfrey agreed with a nod, and strode out of the room only moments later, her prim shoes making clicking sounds on the polished floor. Harry reached for the satchel Theo had brought and got out his sketchpad and the charcoal pieces he used, before settling back against the headboard until he found the perfect angle to get an interesting sketch of the infirmary beyond the door to his private room. Then he started sketching, the charcoal moving smoothly over the paper. Ooh, the useless brats once again had managed to damage one of the precious portraits in the castle, and now he had cut himself on the sharp edge of the damaged frame. In a more than grumpy mood, Argus walked into the infirmary to let Madame Pomfrey look at the cut. He probably would have to wait long, with that many small brats staying here because of the injuries they had obtained at the village on Saturday. While he searched for Madame Pomfrey, or a place to sit down, Argus noticed that one of the doors to the private rooms at the back of the hospital wing was open, revealing a slight figure sitting on the bed. Was that the brat Lord Slytherin had adopted? And was he using a sketchpad? How interesting. It always had offended him that Hogwarts did not have even one art-related subject on offer for the students who were artistically inclined. It looked like that one was dedicated enough to work on some art outside of classes and motivation stemming from them. Argus, why are you here? He turned to see Madame Pomfrey standing behind him, a questioning look on her face. I cut myself. I don't want to get any blood on my work. Could you possibly heal it? It was so frustrating to always have to ask for help from others when he needed some magic done. Certainly, please follow me into my office. And she was gone. With a sigh, Argus followed the matron into her office to get the cut cleaned and healed so he could get back to repairing the damage done to the poor painting. Sometimes he really wished those brats had some respect for art. Ooh, Tuesday, 23rd of April 1996, one of the big conference rooms at the ministry was quickly filling with people. Amelia was here as the representative of the law enforcement, together with the Auras who had searched the scene and had been working on the whole case for longer. She was tired. The whole situation reminded her too much of the time just after Voldemort's fall during the Death Eater trials. Too much to do in too little time with too few people. She had a feeling that this big meeting had the potential to go bad really quickly. All right, listen, everyone. Cornelius called 5 minutes after the meeting should have started, and before everyone who had been invited had arrived. It took another few moments before everyone had settled down, and the minister, as short as he was, finally could be seen from all corners of the room. We're here today to map out our plan of action on how to best use the ministry's resources to finally find and arrest the Howler terrorist. Amelia made a face at that sensationalist, if accurate, nickname the prophet had coined for the perpetrator. Auras Tonks, Dawlish, and Shacklebolt have been investigating the scene of the latest crime. You'll find a copy of the information in front of you. Amelia already had read the file, so she didn't open it, as all the others did in just that moment. Aura Tonks, please present the information we have at the moment, and where you think more resources can be applied to the best effect. Cornelius waved at the young woman who had been hesitant to speak before all those people at first, giving the floor to her. Tonks stood and started to give a succinct report. We know that the person we are looking for is male. He creates his own howler supplies and probably has his own garden to grow some of the ingredients. We don't currently know where he gets the birds from. Judging by the targets before Hogsmeade, it seems that he holds a grudge against Lord Slytherin and how the magical community has handled the whole situation. She waved a hand to indicate the Wisengamot and its decision, the frenzy among the high society over getting to know the man, the adoption of the boy who lived, and everything else. We currently assume that he has no children at the school old enough to be allowed to go to Hogsmeade, or is the parent of one of those children who stayed at the castle. Tonks stopped for a short moment, taking a breath. We also suspect that the perpetrator either works at the ministry or has a family member or close friend working here. Everything else is conjecture. The witch, currently sporting curly, bright yellow hair, took a sip from a glass of water before continuing. We could use help in testing the scraps of the partially burned parchment pieces and the one complete howler we have from the attack on the minister's office. We also should investigate the way all those birds were obtained. Furthermore, we should take into account how much time it takes to create all those howlers. I think those are the most pressing and promising avenues of investigation. But what's with the shield? Croker spoke up, causing a murmur to go around the room. Don't you think that's an interesting phenomenon in need of investigation? Amelia rolled her eyes and concentrated on the young Aura, interested to see how she would handle a senior employee derailing an important meeting like that. With all due respect, sir, but the shield most likely wasn't created by the man we are searching for. While knowing the cause or origin of it certainly is interesting, it will not help us catch the perpetrator. And seeing the way the attacks have escalated, we need to hurry. Otherwise, we possibly will have to face many deaths. Amelia felt like standing up and clapping. It always was a delight to see one of the self-important wizards put in their place, especially when a young witch was the one doing it. Croker nodded and refrained from commenting further. Cornelius clapped once, drawing all attention back to him. Thank you, Aura Tonks. I want a list of all ministry employees who have been on holiday or ill in the last weeks. Let's remove them from the list of suspects. Which was a political way to say that they were the prime suspects and a good place to start. After that, the meeting dissolved into bickering over who was to do what, which department had which authority in this, and which projects or normal duties could be neglected to further the investigation. They didn't even break for lunch, and Amelia was sure this would resemble the days of the last war too much for her comfort. Uwu staying in the hospital wing to be monitored for magical exhaustion was the most boring thing Harry had experienced in a while. Sure, he had stayed here for the same thing back in his first year, but back then he had slept most of the time. But this time he was awake and bored out of his mind. Without distractions during the day, his homework and reading had been easy to do, and even though Hermione probably would make sure he got the work from today, it would not last long. Moving to get a good look out of the window, Harry set everything up to make a sketch, his second attempt, from the view out of the window. Sketching again, a voice from behind Harry asked, making him turn to have a look. Ron. There right in the doorway stood Ron, looking relaxed but tired, a chest set under his arm. So you're part of today's group of visitors? Harry asked, feeling a little pathetic for his enthusiasm, which he hoped didn't show too much. That I am, Ron agreed. We thought to. Mix it up would be a good idea. With that explanation, the redhead walked into the room, making room for Neville and Ginny to come in as well. I have your assignments, Neville said, moving one of the now 3 visitor chairs. Madame Pomfrey had provided 2 more when she had announced that Harry would have to stay the rest of the week, a little before sitting down. Hermione was most insistent that you should get the information so you'll be able to keep up. Neville rolled his eyes, and they all chuckled. I hope she won't be such a terror next year when I'm taking my owls, Ginny said with feeling, settling in the chair Ron had been about to take, making her brother roll his eyes at her. We could try to distract her. Harry suggested, grinning. Visitors were a good way to stave off the boredom. Not gonna work, Ron declared, dragging the remaining chair over to Harry's bed and placing the chest set down on the bed. Want to play? Sure. Harry agreed and placed his drawing supplies down on the floor under the bed, where they would be out of the way. Once the pieces were set up, and Neville and Ginny were deep in a conversation about Ginny's latest herbology homework, Ron almost whispered a question Harry realized had been on his mind since Saturday. How did you do it? Not looking up from the board, pretending to contemplate his next move, Harry asked, feeling apprehensive. How did I do what? The shield, Ron said, annoyed. It came out of your wand after you hissed something. I was near enough to see that, as did Neville. We talked and decided to keep our mouths shut until we could speak with you. Harry huffed. Great. He guessed that he should have realized that his 2 friends would have seen what he had done. Luna had seen too, and just today over lunch had promised him that she wouldn't speak with anyone if he wanted to avoid the publicity. But would Ron do the same? He really wasn't the best at keeping secrets. Or maybe just when he thought it was something great and everyone should know about it. Thanks for that. Harry settled on starting with. I don't want it to become public that the shield was created by me. And didn't that still feel wired, knowing that he had done something that big? Father agrees that it might be more trouble than it's worth, because we would have to explain, and people might think me a danger again. Ron made a confused face, echoed in his question just as Harry knew it would be. Why? Harry looked between his 3 friends and weighed what he even could say. It's magic based on Parseltongue. It's family magic. I can't tell you all that much about what is and what's not possible. Ginny and Neville weren't talking any longer, and Harry was pretty sure they were listening in as well. Let's just say that it's not like the spells we learn here in school, much more basic in structure. A lot can go wrong if you don't think things through. So I actually expected a longer lecture about me simply using this to protect a village. Harry trailed off, looking down on the chessboard, not sure he wanted to see the looks on the others' faces. So you're trying to say this wasn't an actual spell, but more along the lines of winging it? Ginny sounded incredulous, demanding he tell her that she had understood that wrong. Pretty much, Harry nodded without looking up. Father and I had discussed options on how I could protect Marcus if it ever was needed, and I had asked him about this method. He hadn't looked into it much. Easier, straightforward stuff is much safer, but we discussed how it might work, and that's what I remembered. It wasn't exactly how this had gone. Harry had specifically asked for protection and defense with parcel magic, but it was close enough and probably better to grasp for his friends. That sounds really dangerous. Neville almost whispered, making Harry look up at his friend's horrified tone, getting to see a wide-eyed looking Neville and two redheads with freckles standing out on their pale faces. I did end up in the hospital for a whole week, Harry pointed out with a deadpan voice and look. That's why Father insisted I only ever try stuff I talked over with him first, and never without adult supervision. Harry was pretty sure knowing that would get Hermione on board at least. She was all for responsible actions and the research into new and exciting things. And you don't want it known because it's dangerous and people will bend this out of proportion, Ron asked, brow furrowed in thought. Exactly. You remember the articles about Hermione, Crumb, and me being in a love triangle. And just thinking about that whole mess made his skin crawl. That had been terribly awful. Can we tell Hermione? Ron asked, a bit of color returning to his face. Be terrible keeping that from her. Just make sure no one listens in, and she knows why I want it to be kept from the public. Harry agreed, because it would be terrible to keep this from Hermione, who was just as much his friend as Ron. Great, was the last thing said to that, and they all went back to what they had been doing before. Neville giving Ginny some tutoring in herbology, Ron and Harry playing a game of chess. It was pretty clear really fast that Harry was going to lose once again. Maybe he should start practicing more. If Marcus' fascination with the big chess pieces was anything to go by, if Harry didn't want to lose to his younger brother all the time in a few years, he needed to get better. Wednesday, 24th of April 1996, Severus was bone-tired. He had been up brewing when he had not been assisting Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary, Minerva with organizing the living places for all the people from Hogsmeade searching for a safe space at Hogwarts, or teaching. He was a professor besides everything else he had to do. As Sonia couldn't handle most of the ingredients any longer, Severus had had his newt classes assist. But that only helped so much. And now he was here, in his best robes with the prince coat of arms embroidered in painstaking detail, waiting for the regular Wisengamot meeting of the month of April to start. He really would rather have been in bed, but sadly this was one of his duties, and an order from his lord as well. At least he got out of teaching his classes for the day that way. He had set them a research project in the library instead, which would result in more inane drivel for him to read. Not exactly a perfect trade-off, but he would be an idiot if he expected a fair trade in this world of politics he had more or less stumbled into. The mood in the ministry was tense. Everyone Severus had met on the way down had had definite signs of people who weren't getting enough sleep. This search for the terrorist was taking a toll on everyone. Attention! Attention! The chief warlock called out, getting an almost instant reaction, which was unusual as far as Severus could tell. Everyone settled down on their seats pretty quickly, and a hush fell over the room. The somber mood had reached even these usually petty wizards and witches, it seemed. In the light of recent events, this session will be a shorter regular one, followed by an emergency session about the terrorist currently threatening our community as a whole. Are there any objections to this, or any remarks someone might want to make before we start? No one raised their wand, so the chief warlock got on with the usual preliminary things done at the start of all regular meetings, which Severus blended out in favor of calming himself down with the use of his occlumency barriers. His lord had decided, together with the other, older lords, that Severus was the best man to argue their point on the amendment to some outlawed medical practices. Severus wasn't exactly a stranger to speaking in public, but this was something new. He never had had to argue politics in so public a fashion, or with quite as many possible consequences. As no one has any announcements to make, let's proceed with the proposed amendment to the list of banned rituals brought forward by Lord Prince and Lord Nart. Gentlemen. He waved at them both, and Severus stood as had been the plan. Giving a bow to the chief warlock, Severus began, "Thank you, Chief Warlock." In the past, quite a few rituals were banned because of their unpredictable nature and the dangers they could cause. While some are rightly banned for various reasons, and wasn't that the honest truth? Thinking of some of the things he had read over the years, a cold feeling ran down his back. More than a few useful rituals, perfectly safe to perform by a witch or wizard proficient in them, were banned as well. Sometimes over a technicality, such as sharing one element of their design with one of the truly dangerous ones. Severus took a calming breath and tried to include everyone listening, his gaze wandering around the chamber. This was kind of similar to, and at the same time totally different from, lecturing to teenagers. Our amendment aims to strike those healing rituals from the list of banned rituals which are still practiced widely in the wizarding world outside of Britain, and even still technically allowed to be performed here. Witches and wizards have suffered and died needlessly because the last remaining healers able to perform those quick and efficient rituals here on our island are too old or overworked to attend all the cases needing their help. Let's remove the ban from teaching them to young, eager healers ready to pick up the mantle to serve our community before we are dependent on healers from the continent or even places much farther away. Looking around, Severus was pretty sure he had captured the interest of more than a few of the more neutral members, and even of quite a few who had in the past mostly blindly followed Dumbledore in his beliefs. You all have been informed prior to this meeting about the list of rituals proposed to be removed from the list of banned rituals, and a text listing the reasons for each of them, the chief warlock explained after Severus had sat down to signal the end of his small speech, which they had polished in a group effort over tea. He never had appreciated how much politics was done over tea and crumpets. Is there a member of this illustrious body with a counter-argument? Was the next question by the chief warlock while he turned a small hourglass with a flick of his wand. While the sand literally ran out, they all waited the customary few minutes for someone to stand and ask to be heard. It was an odd little custom in Severus' eyes, but tradition was important, even the silly ones. But they had done their work, getting respected healers to write up the list and the reasons, and had chosen the best time, even without knowing that the terrorist would distract everyone, in addition to the tragic death of one of their number making the lords and ladies more aware of their own mortality, so everyone stayed seated. The following vote went quickly and brought an overwhelming number of votes in favor, with more abstained votes than actual nays. A stone gavel hit the disc designed for it. Accepted with over two-thirds of the votes. The chief warlock quickly checked over the points on the agenda handed to him by one of the clerks before banging the gavel again. That concludes our regular April session. Let's move on to the emergency session and a request of the minister. Minister, given the leave to speak, Fudge, in those robes of violent plum, stood and started to speak. Resisting the urge to rub at his burning eyes, Severus settled in to listen. Uo Marvolo was listening to Cornelius giving his reasoning for a search of all offices, as well as private desks, in the ministry, as well as a broad application of the fingerprint charm, in the search for the terrorist when he noticed something out of the corner of his eyes. It wasn't really unusual for clerks or junior members to move between the rows during a session, or some member taking a short break for one reason or another. Not everyone could wait for one of the regular breaks for a run to the bathroom, but it was unusual for a department representative to walk between the seats themselves. Amos Diggory was walking between the first and second tier of seats, holding a scroll of parchment in his hand, as if he was about to deliver it to one of the people sitting in their seats, listening to the minister laying out a tentative plan that needed their approval to go forward. It wasn't unknown for important messages to be in need of delivery during a session, but usually it was brought in by an aide, and Marvolo was pretty sure no one had entered the chamber since before the chief warlock had started to speak. Diggory was pretty close by now, and something in the man's eyes set Marvolo's teeth on edge. It took a while, and then Marvolo made the connection. That was the manic glint he had seen in a young Bella's eyes. The senseless need for destruction that Fenrir and McNair had sported more than once in the past. Diggory drew level with the edge of the silver Slytherin seat, seemingly intending to walk past it, but the knuckles of his hand were white, as if he were gripping onto something. The auras have worked out the people matching closest to the list of hints we have to the perpetrator. I ask for the Weisengamot's approval to start the investigation today. Marvolo didn't catch what Cornelius was saying after that as he threw himself out of the seat to the floor, just barely dodging a sharp silver blade. A potion's knife, most likely, wielded by Amos Diggory with deadly determination. He had no time to get his wand into his hand from where it was securely stored in the holster on his arm, as he rolled backwards to avoid another swing of the knife from Diggory, who was bending over the bench, one hand used to steady himself. Knowing that he would pay later for these acrobatics, maybe he needed to get back into yoga to retain his flexibility, Marvolo managed to get to his feet, narrowly avoiding to bumping into one of the scribes, frantically trying to collect the notes, forms, scrolls, and whatnot from the table and make it out of the chamber. Someone let out a high-pitched scream, perhaps one of the ladies, and Marvolo finally managed to get out his wand, reminding himself that he could not, in fact, use any strong curses here in front of all those witnesses. Diggory didn't say a thing, but let the knife fall to the floor, probably concluding that he wouldn't manage to get close enough to Marvolo again to use it. Instead, his grin got even more manic, and one hand vanished into a pocket of his plum-colored robes. Marvolo was jostled by more people getting frantic in their panic, trying to flee the room and not having any idea how to stay out of Marvolo's way. So Marvolo resorted to stunners, silently trying to cast them at Diggory, who frustratingly managed to dodge the first 2 red streaks of magic, using Marvolo's reluctance to harm bystanders against him. It was more than frustrating to have scruples, but that didn't change the fact that he suddenly seemed to have them. Diggory threw a handful of small balls at Marvolo, and not knowing what exactly they were, Marvolo cast a quick shield able to hold off physical objects. They fell to the floor and instantly started to burn, creating an obnoxious cloud of dark fumes. Not willing to take any changes, Marvolo cast a bubblehead charm at himself first, then cast a small version of the shield he had used to repel the projectiles over them on the floor. Around them, people were stumbling over themselves and others, shouting and screaming, and generally not being very helpful. Not willing to wait for his followers to get their act together, Marvolo snarled and hoisted himself up into the air with a flex of his magic and will. He needed to get out of the cramped quarters between the benches and away from people getting in the way. The ceiling of this chamber was high enough for him to hover, if not for gaining any speed, but it would have to do. Diggory now was flinging spells in all directions, indifferent to whom he might hit. Small fires started where he hit flammable material, and people trying to incapacitate him were adding to the pandemonium. Pondering if they might need to arrange something like a fire drill, and cursing his own mind for making useless observations at a moment like this, Marvolo cast a spell he knew well and had used during the last few training duels he had participated in. It was one he had found in South America, and which conjured and flung a bolus each time it was cast. As physical damage usually was easily healed, Marvolo hoped it was a safe choice and would catch the madman by surprise. The first bolus crashed into a bench made from some soft wood, causing splinters to spray away from it, making a part of Marvolo cringe at the damage to a part of their history. The second managed to fell an elder witch Diggory had shoved behind him, while trying to get away to one of the alcoves around the edge of the chamber. Finally, a bolus wrapped around Diggory's arms, binding them to his torso, and managing to disrupt his balance enough that he fell, face first, to the floor, clipping a bench from dark stone, granite maybe, with his head. Carefully maneuvering in the air to get a clear shot at the temporarily incapacitated wizard, Marvolo took aim and cast a strong incarcerus, before landing with a light step on the bench he had harmed. before he could cast a reparo at the bench. Would that even be wise? Severus was by his side, and a few auras were entering the chamber at a run. Lord Slytherin, if you would allow, let me cast a diagnostic on you. Severus was polite as ever, and quite accurately had adapted the address for his lord to the occasion. Why? Marvolo was puzzled. He hadn't inhaled any of the fumes, and Diggory hadn't even cast one spell at him. I assume you may have been hit with the knife. There seems to be a cut in the sleeve of your robe. Severus pointed out, holding his wand made from dark wood in a loose grip most often seen in serious duelists. There is. Marvolo moved his right arm to get a better look at his sleeve, and indeed found a clean cut, almost the length of his forearm. You seem to be right, Lord Prince. And he hadn't even noticed that the knife had come so close to cutting him. Just then he noticed that the fabric of his robe right next to the cut seemed to be wet. A lightheadedness came over him, and with dawning horror Marvolo realized that there might have been method to the madness of the seemingly ill-planned attack. And over the screams of Amos Diggory, "He killed my son, the monster, he's getting what he deserves," Marvolo felt himself losing consciousness. Chapter 99, Aftermath. Chapter text Wednesday, 24th of April 1996. With a yelp of surprise and panic, Harry sat up in his bed in the hospital wing. He often slept for short times during the day. One of the reasons that he didn't put up much of a fight against being forced to stay in bed till the end of the week. But now his heart was racing, as if he had had a nightmare, and he had a distinctly uneasy feeling, like something bad was about to happen, or had happened. It wasn't even lunch yet, so Harry closed his history book, one of those books almost guaranteed to send him to sleep at the moment, placed it on the nightstand, and got out his mirror to call his father. Wisengamot's session be damned. He needed to check in with Marvolo to make sure he was well. Ooh, the first thing Marvolo noticed was that he was cold. Then he felt the hard surface he was probably lying on and heard a lot of people around him. Slowly blinking, Marvolo moved to sit up, but was prevented from doing that by a firm hand on his shoulder. "Stay down, please, Lord Slytherin." That was Severus. Marvolo moved his eyes until they landed on the pale face of the potion's master. There was poison on the blade, and until we know what that poison was, the bezoar is just a stopgap measure, not a solution. So please keep your heart rate slow and avoid moving too much. A bezoar would neatly explain the rather disgusting taste filling his mouth. So Marvolo did as instructed, easing back and relaxing on the bench. "He's secured." "That he is," Severus answered, looking over to another point in the chamber, prompting Marvolo to turn his head in that direction as well, just in time to see how a struggling and screaming, if silenced, Amos Diggory being dragged to the edge of the room by a pair of auras. At least one problem taken care of. Lord Prince. Marvolo could just see the aura robes appear behind Severus as he turned to look up to the person coming to a halt behind him. "We have taken pictures and samples from the blade, and did cast the fingerprint charm. Madame Bones said to give it to you as the best expert in identifying poisons on site. She also said you're welcome to use the laboratory of the aura department." There was a quick flash of colorful light, maybe some kind of stasis charm, before Severus started to speak again. "Fetch Lord Lestrange, please." Sounded as if Severus was intent on playing the mother hen. "Did you notice any symptoms, Lord Slytherin?" Severus asked next, once again crouching next to the bench that was Marvolo's resting place. "No," Marvolo answered, carefully shaking his head. "Not until the fight was over and I passed out. But I didn't even notice that I didn't manage to dodge the knife completely, so I don't think I can give a helpful answer." There was some elaborate plasterwork on the ceiling, which Marvolo hadn't noticed until now, and delicate swirls of color. What a change in perspective could make visible. Amazing. But my concentration seems to be suffering. Why else would he be musing over plasterwork and paint? I'll analyze the poison quickly then. Severus stood and made room for another wizard, who bent so that Marvolo could look up at him from where he was still working on keeping calm. "I'll inform Healer Greengrass." "Keep an eye on him, please, Lord Lestrange." And Severus was gone. "Hello, Xerxes." Hopefully Severus would work quickly. Staying here was kind of embarrassing. "Hello, Marvolo. Why is your robe vibrating?" For a moment Marvolo wasn't sure what Xerxes was talking about. Then he noticed that someone must have got him out of his robe before cleaning the shallow cut in his arm. The robe now was hanging towards the floor just off the edge of the bench. There's a communication mirror in the pocket. If it's vibrating, Harry is trying to contact me, Marvolo explained and watched as his friend got the mirror out of the pocket and handed it over. Marvolo carefully accepted it with his uninjured hand and then accepted the call to the frantic-looking face of his older son. Harry, is everything all right? Harry looked taken aback. I called to ask you. I just woke up. Did something happen? The last question came out more like an accusation, and Marvolo had to smile at the resemblance to how Nagini would sometimes ask him if he had done something reckless. There was a light scuffle here at the ministry, all sorted by now, so no need to worry, Marvolo answered, using a tone that he knew wouldn't convince his son. He was pretty confident that all would be well. Severus was really quick on his antidotes, and bantering with his son was a good way to pass the time. But why had Harry dreamed something disturbing now? There hadn't been any bleed over in ages. Harry's look was more than skeptical, and his eyes moved over Marvolo's face, clearly assessing the situation as best as he could through the mirror. Are you lying down? I am. Healer's orders, or rather Severus' order. I'm stable, but he insists I stay here until a healer has looked at me. He had promised not to lie, but he didn't want to worry his son either. I'll tell on you to Nagini. But I'm sure she'll know on her own anyway, Harry said with narrowed eyes. Before they got bigger than should be allowed, his godfather probably had taught him the puppy eyes, and he pleaded, be careful and listen to the healer, will you? Of course, Marvolo tried to assure his son. I'll make sure he doesn't go against the healer's orders, Xerxes said from his side, smirking down at Marvolo, who glared half-heartedly up at his friend. That's too kind of you, Lord Lestrange, was Harry's response to that. I'll go back to resting then, as those are my orders from the healer as well. They ended the call, and Marvolo could once again contemplate the ceiling. Harry's words about his own healer's orders had reminded Marvolo that his son was recovering from a severe case of magical exhaustion. And for that reason, his son's occlumency shields were practically worthless at the moment. And while he had been unconscious, some of his feelings must have leaked through. Probably. Maybe. He would think more about it when he felt less fuzzy. I think I see Malcolm and Severus at the door, Xerxes said some time later, drawing Marvolo's attention in that direction. You probably can get up soon, my friend. Marvolo really hoped that would be the case. In a different part of the Wisengamot chamber, Amelia Bones watched Lord Prince walking back purposefully into the chamber, carrying something carefully in his hands, judging by the way he was moving. She glanced over to where Marvolo was resting under the supervision of Lord Lestrange. The fact that they had gone to school together, seemed to have helped mend the relationship even after the two sons, who had become Death Eaters, had died. At least every interaction Amelia had witnessed since Marvolo had claimed his seat on the Wisengamot had seemed like a steady movement to an amicable relationship. Reassured that her friend was safe and probably soon on the way to complete recovery, Amelia turned briefly to where Cornelius was intently listening to complaints by a few of the Wisengamot members who had gotten bruised during the scuffle. Please speak with the scribe. He'll take all your complaints and write them down. That way no one will be overlooked, and everything will be taken care of, was all she heard of what Cornelius was saying to placate the agitated members, effectively restoring order among the politicians. Leaving him to that part of the aftermath, Amelia quickly made her way over to where two of her auras were trying to wrestle Amos Diggory into a pair of cuffs, trying being the operative word. Rolling her eyes at the lack of practical skills some of the auras had, just like the silly disdain for spells perceived as too simple, Amelia walked over there, and once within earshot of them demanded to know what was going on. Is there a reason you only have silenced him and didn't use a stunner? Madame, the one aura holding the cuffs fumbled for words, clearly embarrassed to not have thought of that solution, seeing as neither of them had a hand free for their wand, and why were there only two of them? Amelia shot off a stunner at Amos, before placing her wand back into her holster. The man went limp, and gravity took over, making Amos slide downwards, almost toppling the aura trying to steady him, now that he was no longer struggling. Take him to the high-security holding cell. Search him thoroughly. No, change him into different clothes. Make sure he hasn't anything to harm himself with, and there have to be at least two guards at the cell at all times. They couldn't take the chance that he would try to kill himself before they could question him. The way he had acted today indicated that his own well-being wasn't a priority for him any longer. And no visitors without my expressed approval. Understood? Yes, ma'am, they both said, standing at attention, Amos now on the floor, his hands bound behind his back. With that taken care of, she had a feeling that she should check on the cells to see if her orders were being followed. Amelia walked over to where a small group had gathered around the seat where Marvolo had collapsed after he had incapacitated Amos. Once she reached the group of wizards, Lucius Malfoy was the first to notice her presence and stepped aside so she could see Marvolo sitting there, looking slightly ruffled and pale, monitored by the younger Greengrass brother. "You were lucky, Lord Slytherin," said the healer as Amelia stepped into the circle. "If what Master Snape says about the poison is correct, it should have been instantly lethal if brewed right. I'm pretty confident in my results." And there was the level of sarcastic disdain Amelia was expecting to hear from Severus Snape, ever since they'd had to ask him for his expertise on an experimental potion in a case where the widow had claimed murder. "You can thank Mr. Diggory's abysmal brewing technique for your continued well-being, Lord Slytherin, and your tendency to be over-prepared, Lord Prince," Marvolo stated with a tired smile. "The quick administration of a bezoar certainly had an effect as well." "It most certainly had," Greengrass agreed, not letting Snape diminish his part in the lucky averting of a bad outcome. Amelia smiled and got a small smirk from Marvolo in return. "The way you're standing here, gentlemen, is not in the least subtle, and with most of you having been in Slytherin at that." Her comment got a weak chuckle out of Marvolo, while the others looked like a bunch of schoolchildren caught out after curfew at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. "Amelia, you have to admit, when we can be friends, then there's no reason to think others who were wronged in the past can't give me a new chance as well. Don't you think?" She rolled her eyes at Marvolo, but smiled. He had a point, after all. She pointed her finger at him. "You rest and listen to your healer. I'll inform you when we need your testimony, and I want to know where you learned that spell. I've never seen anything like that." "South America, and I'll teach it to you when next we have time," Marvolo promised, and then went back to enduring being fussed over by his healer. With a bracing breath, Amelia went back to managing the madness that was an assassination attempt within the Wisengamot chamber. That hadn't happened in at least 100 years. Probably. She would have to look that up. But later, Marvolo was really not sure if he should be amused or exasperated. Currently, he was sitting in one of the armchairs in the family drawing room, almost buried under his own familiar. "Next time you go out there, you will take me with you," she ranted at him, carefully inspecting each inch of him with her flickering tongue. "What is it with you two-leggers that you can't protect yourself?" Carefully shielding his nose from her tongue that tickled, Marvolo protested against that. "I'm perfectly capable of defending myself, Nagini." Her weight shifted and her face now was near his ear, checking that he wasn't hurt. "You know that I can fight off dangers." Nagini huffed and suddenly moved to the floor, slithering over to the rug in front of the fireplace. "You need someone to help you. You can't see all that happens around you." That was something Nagini brought up from time to time. The fact that his eyes were not able to give him a 360 degrees panorama view of his surroundings, which he considered of as a major disadvantage. "I had allies with me, Nagini, and I was able to concentrate because I knew that you were here, keeping an eye on Marcus." It wasn't really the truth, as Marvolo hadn't thought about Marcus at all in that moment, and the child had been at school. But that she would protect his children was something Marvolo was sure about. "I could be a more effective guard if I was allowed to go with you or the bubbly hatchling." Nagini hissed petulantly from her place in front of the fire, still working on attaining the perfect position, sliding over herself in an intricate knot. "We have talked about that. You don't like the cold, and all the other children at the school are going to annoy you. I'll take you with me whenever I'm not going to be in the Wisengamot. Familiars aren't allowed in there." And they weren't, ever since some owl had made a racket in there or something. Marvolo stood, sorted out his robes with a small flicker of magic, and went to get a book out from the shelves. He needed a break, and now that Marcus was asleep and his daily talk with Harry was done as well, he would read a good book before going to bed. The next few days would be hard as well. The press was sure to make an appearance, asking questions, and the Auras probably would have questions. With a sigh, Marvolo let himself fall into the armchair, opened the book, and started reading about old wards used to protect the city of Rome from fire during the time of the Republic. Thursday, 25th of April 1996, standing here as his lord's ears and eyes in the investigation was kind of scary. John knew how important this was, even more important than his normal work. But until now, he never had had the dubious honor of standing next to Amelia Bones while doing his work as a Death Eater. They all were standing, or sitting, depending on temperament, and he guessed, the day they had already had, in a room that provided them with a prime view into the interrogation room by the use of an enchanted mirror. In that interrogation room, one lone figure was waiting, chained to a sturdy chair, seemingly uninterested in his surroundings. If his actions yesterday hadn't been a big hint already, John would have guessed something with Diggory's mind wasn't right now watching the other wizard wait to be questioned. Beside Amelia Bones, Kingsley and the young Tonks were here with John, all waiting for Scrimgeour to enter the interrogation room and start getting to the bottom of this whole situation. John was pretty sure all of them had an idea what had prompted the seeming descent into madness of the formerly respected wizard. They all knew of the tragic death of the man's son at the wand of Peter Pettigrew, after all. And on top of that, the blatant and desperate seeming attack on the Dark Lord was a rather strong indicator as well. The sound of shifting fabric ghosted through the room where they were waiting when the door in the interrogation room opened and the head of the Aura Division stepped inside, closing the door firmly behind himself. "Amos," the prisoner was greeted without getting a visible reaction. John was curious what approach the other man would use for this interrogation. From what he had heard through the office gossip from the two guards always standing outside the cell, Amos Diggory hadn't said one coherent word since his arrest the previous day. Getting the wizard to talk wouldn't be easy, and going about it the wrong way could make it impossible. As if he had all the time in the world, Scrimgeour pulled out the only other chair in the room and sat down, folding his hands on the table. For a long moment, neither wizard in the interrogation room moved. "There are a lot of rumors going round the ministry at the moment," Scrimgeour started to speak, leaning back in his chair in a show of relaxed ease, adding to the effect of his casual drawl. "Most believe that you have gone round the bend, and that we shouldn't bother with trying to get your reasoning, as they claim you can't possibly have one." John slowly nodded, feeling that the chosen approach of challenging the pride of the seemingly mad wizard would probably work well. Diggory didn't speak yet, but a snarl on his face clearly showed that he was affected. But Madame Bones insisted on proper procedure. "You know how she is with those things." Scrimgeour gave a one-shoulder shrug. "So here it is for the record. Why did you do it?" The disinterest was well done in John's humble opinion, and he watched in fascination as Diggory figuratively flew of the handle. "Oh yeah, I know how she is. All prim and proper." The mocking tone was strong. Not questioning beyond the obvious, following the letter of the law, but not its intent, and that cowardice and stupidity enabled the greatest evil ever to get a hold on our community. Diggory didn't even draw breath, and John felt like taking a step back from the mad gleam in those eyes. The last time someone had had such an expression in his vicinity, Crucio's had been flying quick and fast, and everyone just went along with it. Diggory's volume was steadily increasing. And then the evil managed to infect Dumbledore. Someone needed to do something, make everyone aware of the danger. By now Diggory was breathing heavily and probably would have slammed his hands into the table if he had been able to move. But he hadn't actually admitted to any crime, and Scrimgeour naturally had heard that lack as well. Not showing any reaction to the obvious agitation of his suspect for the exploding howlers, the head aura continued his needling. "Considering all the information we now have access to, and the good Lord Slytherin has done since that day in the Wisengamot, I feel that I might lose my bet that there is a shred of reasoning still left in your skull." Scrimgeour sighed. "I guess that badly planned assassination attempt should have been enough of a hint." "It wasn't badly planned," Diggory cried in outrage. "I had everything set up as best as I could, slipping that potion for an upset stomach to Stephen so I could take his place. Brewing that poison, I even managed to cut him." The sneer was back, and particles of spit flew through the space between interrogator and captive as Diggory all but spat his words out. I guess I should have known that the evil would be impervious to poison as well. But you all are too dense to see. The howlers didn't reach him. And now it's too late, too late. He dissolved into mad laughter, and then quickly into sobs, pretty much ending the interrogation then and there. Well, that didn't give us much, Tonks stated in a flat tone, and they all nodded in agreement. Diggory had confessed to what they already knew. He had brewed the poison in an attempt to kill his target, because the howlers hadn't managed to do so. But just that wasn't a proof of his guilt, even if John was pretty sure they had the howler terrorist. Maybe mentioning what we found at his home will make him talk. Tonks asked into the room, clearly unsure if it would work with someone that deranged. We can only hope. While the laboratory was pretty much all we'll need to get him into Azkaban, I would prefer to know if he had help, Madame Bones stated, before taking her leave. The others followed soon after, making John the last to leave the observation room. He would finish the last of the paperwork he had to do, and then he would go report to his lord. It hadn't been exactly informative, but John was pretty sure that the Dark Lord would want to be kept informed of every little move made, every shred of information gathered, and all the observations John could provide. Sirius put down the last cup on the kitchen table, sure that creature wouldn't be happy with him for doing something so plebeian, before he sat down on the other side from Remus and Dora. It's just such a big mess, Dora exclaimed, her hair constantly cycling between various shades of fiery reds and oranges. There's Amos, who lost his son, and his wife, both grieving, and then he goes and attacks so many children. Both wizards kept their mouths shut, Remus adding a generous amount of fire whiskey to the tea in all their cups. I mean, I had my suspicions. There aren't that many people still holding a big grudge against Lord Slytherin. And all the attacks pointed at a connection to the fact he has been given a new chance. That places he had been then had been attacked. The minister, Harry, Dora trailed off and picked up her cup. Sirius couldn't really fault Diggory for his wish for revenge. He had felt similar in the past, after all. But as what happened when he left to go after Peter, instead of staying as he should have done, had been bad, Sirius now was sure revenge wasn't necessarily a good idea. I guess no one has helped them cope, have they? Dora said, holding her cup out for Remus to refill. Left alone with their grief, and then the one somehow responsible for the whole mess, curse or not, gets a second chance. She took a sip from the fresh, heavily spiked cup of tea and gave a world-weary sigh. I kind of understand the frustration and how unfair it must have seemed. But why go out and attack children? In an attempt to comfort Dora, at least Sirius thought that was the motivation, Remus placed his hand on her arm. No one really knows what's happening inside another's mind, Dora. You weren't close to him, were you? She just shook her head. So how could you have known? He wouldn't have accepted help from you. Don't feel bad because you couldn't do a thing to prevent what happened. She didn't seem convinced, so Sirius decided it was his duty to change the topic. A quick move brought out the newest letter from his girls from the inner pocket of his robes. But you're convinced that he worked alone. I would love to tell Enora and Noel that they have no reason to worry. The news made it to the newspapers on the continent, and they inquired about Harry. Dora's hair settled down somewhat, staying a sunny yellow, and she gave her cousin a tentative smile. We aren't sure yet. But during our search of the home of the Diggorys, we didn't find any hints that someone else was involved. Then her smile turned into a grin, and a teasing one at that. So your twin daughters ask after Harry, regularly. Do you think they like him? Sometimes the changes in the moods of women, and black women in particular, frightened Sirius. He furrowed his brow. Did either Noel or Enora like Harry? How should I know? He finally said, shrugging. It's not as if a girl would talk to her father if she had a crush on a boy. Am I right? Dora's grin got wider, if that was even possible. I know that I talk to my father about crushes. Mom takes all that stuff much too seriously. She always cautioned me to not go too far and to guard my reputation and stuff. She rolled her eyes and shot a sideways glance at Remus. Now it was Sirius who grinned. Well, I hadn't thought that dear Andromeda still remembered a little about the family values. But Harry is together with that sweet Lovegood girl. He's not the type to jump between girlfriends like that. Remus laughed. He certainly is more like his father than you, Sirius. James only ever had eyes for Lily. But you were constantly chasing someone new. And you never tried anything with anyone, Moony. Sirius retaliated, wiggling his eyebrows. Or did I miss something after we finished school? Mooney rolled his eyes and emptied his own cup of spiked tea. You have no right to ask something like that, Padfoot. He didn't sound amused any longer. It's not as if I wanted to know what you got up to. Sirius snorted, but had to concede the point. He had liked to brag. Who's up for some dinner? He asked his two friends, intent to fan the flames of that fledgling relationship. Remus had earned himself some happiness, and Dora clearly was set on getting Remus. Now that he had found his daughters, his days were rather empty once again. They were at school, and until the summer holidays he could only write letters, and even though that was nice, it wasn't enough to fill his days. Maybe he should pick up a job besides his seat on the Wisengamot as Lord Black. But first, Creature, dinner for 3, please. Ooh, Friday, 26th of April 1996. It had been a struggle to get Cornelius to agree that it would be best if the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was to step in front of the press. He had wanted to have this dubious honor for himself, craving the limelight. In the end, Amelia had convinced him that, as the investigation was still in progress, she should answer the questions, while he could wait till the moment they concluded the investigation, or maybe even until after a trial in court, to get the attention for a finished and secure outcome. Amelia stepped up to the podium, resisting the urge to smooth down her robes, just letting her gaze wander over the gathered press once. There were representatives from most major newspapers from all around the world present, not something that happened all that often, but thankfully not one of the tabloids was represented. Hopefully that would result in a lack of questions regarding love interests or tragic circumstances. Good morning, Amelia greeted them, effectively shutting up the last of the whisperers. You'll have opportunity to ask questions when I'm finished with my statement, so please wait until then. It should be unnecessary to say this. They were professionals, after all, and certainly not at their first press conference, but better safe than sorry. Amelia could do without interruptions at the moment. Amos Diggory, apprehended in the Wisengamot chamber on the 24th, has admitted to attempting to brew a deadly poison with the intent of murdering Lord Slytherin. A great number of dictaquills were taking down her statement word for word, causing a background of light scratching noises. This was thwarted by his own errors in brewing, as well as the timely administration of a bezoar by Lord Severus Prince. Giving the sour potions master a spot in the international press had a kind of subtle pleasure to it. If she had asked him, he probably would have resented the idea of being presented as any kind of hero. A thorough search of the house of the perpetrator revealed an improvised potions laboratory, clearly used for more than just the brewing of the poison used in the assassination attempt on Lord Slytherin. Mr. Diggory expressed a feeling of sympathy for the person sending exploding howlers during the interrogation. Currently, we have no solid evidence that he has been the one sending those howlers. The investigation into the terrorist attacks is therefore ongoing. She was pretty sure they had him, especially as the ingredients found in the lab had been those needed for the howler components, and the garden had been filled with everything that could be grown in this climate. But there was no way she would say that to the international press. Mrs. Diggory has been found to be unaware of her husband's plans and is working together with the Aura Department to clear up the situation. In fact, she had been found almost catatonic in her home, barely managing to care for herself, so deeply lost in her grief over her lost son that she hadn't even noticed her husband's absence. She hadn't even known the date, and currently was residing in St. Mungo's to get her back on her feet, hopefully. You may now ask your questions. Sonny Sunders, New York ghost. Madame Bones, how was it possible for a poisoned blade to make it into the Wisengamot chambers, or even the ministry building? A witch in a robe cut to the newest style of dress asked, disregarding the usual flow of waiting to be called. Taking a breath, Amelia thought, here we go, and started to explain how it wouldn't be feasible to prevent dangerous materials from coming into the building, as it was necessary to be able to bring in such for the work they were doing, and why wards to prevent certain magics from entering the Wisengamot chamber were heavily opposed by those with a seat on the Wisengamot. This would be the opposite of fun. Uwu placing the last of his books in his book bag, Harry wondered how many of his things had made it from his room down in the dungeons up to the infirmary. But seeing as he had stayed rather long this time, and his friends had tried to entertain him any way possible, it wasn't all that surprising. I want you to go easy these first few days, Mr. Slytherin, Madame Pomfrey said from the entrance to the private room Harry had been using. Only theory in your revisions. If you feel anything strange, fatigue, or anything else, I want to see you back here ASAP. Am I clear? As clear as crystal, Madame Pomfrey. For a moment, Harry contemplated asking to get that in writing, to show it to Hermione in an attempt to forestall her tendency to channel her anxiety into studying. Well then, get out of here, she said with a smile, making shooing motions at him. With a grin, Harry picked up his book bag and walked out of the once again empty infirmary. He was the last of those people injured in the attack last week to be allowed to go. Luckily, everyone else had been less severely injured, and Harry could hardly understand his good fortune. The fact that he had been the one to cast that shield and protect the whole village from greater harm had stayed out of the newspaper. Not even 10 steps down the hall, Harry saw Hermione and Ron walk around the corner. Harry, Hermione called out, breaking into a run the moment she saw him. Knowing what she was about to do, Harry set his book bag down on the floor and braced himself for the impact with a grin. And just in time for the hug and the bushy hair that still hadn't succumbed to the haircare charms Hermione had been learning from the girls she now spent more time with. You were so reckless, and I was so worried. But you also saved all those people, Harry. Why does something dangerous always happen around you? She was rambling, and just loud enough that Harry could hear her where she had her mouth right next to his ear. I can't explain it, but what would you have done in my place? Harry murmured back, letting his arms fall to his sides, ending the hug between them. To that question Hermione had no answer, because had she been in Harry's place, she wouldn't have run but tried to help as well. A seemingly hopeless situation had never stopped Hermione before, and she knew that just as well as Harry did. They stepped away from each other. Harry picked up his bag and turned to walk further down the hallway. So you two are my official welcome back committee? Harry wanted to know. Looking between the not really happy-looking Ron, it seemed as if he wasn't over that crush yet, and the frazzled-looking Hermione. Nothing so formal, Ron rolled his eyes. We simply volunteered to walk down together with you. Seems as if the Slytherins don't believe you can go anywhere alone. Now that Diggory has managed to get himself caught, there's no danger left. So why is all that security still important? Can you explain that? Harry's green eyes briefly met with Hermione's brown ones, and he could see that she understood why security was still important. But Harry knew that Ron wouldn't really accept an explanation if Hermione was to deliver it. She was much too well known for following the rules and being overly cautious for Ron to take her seriously in such a matter. Even if he was acting alone, and we don't know if he did, there's always the possibility that another person could try something. I don't want to be subjected to a disappointed look. Would you risk getting a howler from your mother if you could avoid it by sticking with your friends? Now Ron made a face, probably remembering the howler he had gotten just at the start of their second year, and nodded. Once they reached the great hall, already humming with the sounds of all the students inside, Luna was there, a serene smile on her face, linking her fingers with Harry's, going on tiptoes to give him a quick kiss. Do you think you could make a sketch of me? As always slightly bemused but happy because she was so in the moment, Harry squeezed Luna's hand and started to swing their linked hands. I don't think that I'm all that good yet with portraits yet. But if you're offering to sit in one position for me to practice, who am I to decline? We'll meet for breakfast then, Luna asked, almost skipping along as they walked into the hall and to the ends of the tables. We'll do that, Harry agreed, and bent down a little to give his girlfriend a kiss. When he came back up again, he met Ron's gaze and saw his friend rolling his eyes. Maybe Harry should start a list of all the times Ron had made fun of Harry and Luna so he could give them all back once Ron started dating. When they split to walk to their respective tables, Harry spotted Theo and Draco sitting together with most of their year mates and saving him a seat. On his way, their Harry more than once felt eyes on him, but there were no whispers, and nothing of more interest than him being released from the hospital wing. If it could stay this way all through the rest of his years here at the school, Harry would be really happy. Harry, I'm really glad that you're back. Practice wasn't as effective without another seeker to compete against, Draco stated, affecting a pompous air, making all their friends around them laugh. Harry sat down, setting his bag onto the floor carefully. It was filled to almost bursting, picked up a plate of finely cut venison, before he even looked in Draco's direction. When he finally did look in the Blancs' direction, Draco rolled his eyes, not unsettled in the least. Harry grinned and handed the plate over to Vincent, who held out his arm. "I'm not sure if I'm allowed to fly yet, Draco. Madame Pomfrey was insistent on me taking it easy. An hour-long training session with the Quidditch team probably doesn't match that description." Before Draco could give a retort to that, he even had his mouth opened. Theo passed Harry a bowl of steamed carrots and spoke up. "Professor Snape will have the whole team scrubbing cauldrons if you make Harry fly without consulting Madame Pomfrey. And I would bet 10 galleons that she won't let him fly for a week yet." "I'm in." Draco took the bet, and Harry turned to his food, shaking his head at his friends. It was great being back in the common room, in front of the fire, in the armchair, surrounded by his friends. Odd how much like home these rooms now felt. Would never have guessed the first time he had been in here, back in second year. Besides the 5th and 7th years, almost everyone else had left for their rooms, or other parts of the castle, to avoid the frantic students preparing for their exams. Sirius had claimed that it would get worse nearer to the exams in June, remembering fondly how the Marauders once had set loose a prank in the Gryffindor common room shortly before the exams, only to be tossed out on their backsides by unimpressed housemates. Harry had admitted that he hadn't really noticed the heightened stress and lessened tolerance for noise of those going to take their owls and newts in previous years. Privately, he speculated that was because he and his friends had been engaged in stressful situations of their own, distracting them from what the others were doing, but he didn't say that out loud. Harry got out his potions book and the study aid he had created for plants and other potions, ingredients he needed to know, dislodging a study plan Hermione had created for him. Deciding not to get up to pick it up from where it had floated down to the carpet, an old and well-used one of high quality, Harry started to once again repeat the basics for both herbology and potions. The improved working relationship with Professor Snape, as well as the knowledge that his mother had been rather gifted in that particular subject, right up there with charms, had breathed interest back into it for Harry. He wanted to get a good mark, maybe even good enough to continue into newt potions. Pansy scoffed, holding up the parchment with the timetable from Hermione on it. As Harry hadn't noticed her move, he assumed she had summoned the parchment. Which was quite rude, summoning something that wasn't hers. What if it had been a private letter? Or maybe Harry should also pay a little bit more attention to his stuff. He had to remember that espionage was an often used tool in a politician's arsenal in the wizarding world. "I don't understand how you can put up with her constant pushing." Pansy expanded on a sound of disapproval, making a face as if she had been asked to sort through a bucket of flabberworms. "What right does she have to dictate how you should learn?" That comment brought back the many instances of Hermione wanting to go through all the questions of an exam they just had finished, and how Ron had groaned, all her nagging that they needed to finish their essays, and the pang of guilt Harry had felt because he knew she was right, all the spells she had found for him to prepare for the third task just last year, the time she had searched for Nicola's flamel, her research in defense of Buckbeak. All the time she had rolled her eyes at Ron and him when they had slacked in their homework. He turned a little, so he was facing Pansy more head-on, and gave her a frosty smile, summoning the parchment from her hand without picking up his wand, without conscious thought. "She has earned the right to worry about me and my academics, Pansy. She's like an older sister to me in many ways. And while I agree that her academic focus can be trying at times, it also helped me survive more than once." Catching the timetable which floated over, and which he had no intention to follow, Harry moved so he could sit more comfortably and went back to concentrating on his revision. Hermione could get overwhelming in her pursuit of academics and good marks. But when he brought that up with Madame Goyle, after a rather hard homework session in the library, she had helped him understand that Hermione had problems of her own, and only got this focused on homework and studying when she felt out of place or stressed. But she had also made sure that Harry understood that he had a right to set boundaries and insist that they were respected. He planned to thank Hermione for her concern and willingness to help, but also tell her that her approach to revision wasn't going to work for him all that well. Hopefully, she wouldn't be dejected, but understanding. She was only human and a teenager, just as Harry was. He didn't really notice the astonished look on Pansy's face, or the surprise on Theo's and Draco's faces at his wandless summoning charm. Harry had been told to go easy, and not use magic for a few days yet, and everyone in Slytherin knew that. Seeing Harry using wandless magic after he had been in bed to recover was a startling event. The rest of the evening passed in a concentrated atmosphere in the common room, all the boisterous activity of a Friday evening banished to the dorm rooms in a compromise to have the whole of Saturday for not-quite activities in the shared space of the house. Ooh, Saturday, 27th of April, another weekend, giving the brats too much time and freedom to roam the halls and wreak havoc. Argus walked down the less-used halls of the castle, his loyal cat at his side, looking for paintings in need of cleaning, damage done to any of the priceless artifacts exhibited and not appreciated in the walkways of the school. In a way, it was an honor to work here at Hogwarts with its high number of magical paintings, to be responsible for their care. On the other hand, he had spent years in university and later training under a master conservator in more than one museum, only to spend most of his time now mopping up dirt behind careless, snot-nosed brats to have at least something to do. Sometimes, someone would come to him asking for a portrait to be cleaned or repaired, but not many would willingly search out a squib, feeling more capable than him just because he couldn't wield a wand and get easy results. Argus snorted and stepped closer to a painting of a ship in rough sea, checking if he had seen a small dent in the canvas or if it had been a trick of the light. Then he heard voices, two of them, a girl and a boy if he had to guess. Carefully walking along the wall, it wouldn't do to jostle the paintings. Argus made his way over to the door to an unused classroom he was pretty sure the voices were coming from. Mrs. Norris arrived at the door first, not making any sound but watching intently what was happening inside. When Argus finally could see inside, he was surprised at what the two of them had discovered. That Slytherin boy was sitting there, a sketchpad on his lap, light at his back, and at the other end of the room, sitting on the teacher's desk, was a girl. She was pretty, if rather curiously decorated, for lack of a better word. She was sitting in a way that left her profile turned towards the boy sketching her, hands wrapped around her knee, and an old blanket or something draped around her. "Are you sure that you're still comfortable?" Mr. Slytherin asked of his model. "Please let me know if it's not. We can stop any time, Luna." The girl smiled but didn't release her pose. "It's fine, Harry. Keep sketching. When Father and I go out to search for some of the more elusive creatures of our world, sometimes we don't move for hours. I certainly can sit here for you a while longer. As long as you're sure," the boy said, and went back to his sketching, his head going up and down in minute movements when he took a look at her just before he looked back at his work. He seemed to be really serious about his art. Spending a sunny day like this, one of those few they got in spring this far up north, inside sketching. And now the whole get-up the girl was sporting made more sense as well. The flower crown in her hair and the braids, the blanket arranged in folds around her, like a tunic or old cloak, her bare feet. It looked like they were trying to create the basics of an ancient Greek or Roman style, either in honor of those exact periods of time, or one of the many times later generations had found inspiration in the old imagery. Retreating as silently as he had come, Argus contemplated what he had seen. That maybe here were the beginnings of a new artist. Not one doing quick little animated illustrations for books, but a true artist, not using magic as a crutch. With a sad little smile, Argus walked away, remembering his own time as a student, carefully sketching other students sitting, standing, posing motionless for just a pittance of money. He couldn't hold back a snort when it suddenly occurred to him that he had been fortunate not to find Mr. Slytherin and his muse working on a nude sketch. He would have been forced to end their exploration of art in that case. Still grinning, Mrs. Norris on his heels, Argus decided to take a look at the stonework on top of some of the castle walls, as he thought he had seen one gargoyle in need of a cleaning a few days back up there. He definitely should keep an eye out for that boy. Maybe there was someone he could nurture to follow his passion into art. Much too often, wizards and witches tried to get their children into something else. Chapter 100, May. Chapter text May Sunday, 28th of April 1996, and later, Mrs. Peters will take me to visit Aiden. We'll be allowed to fly on brooms in the garden. Marcus sat on Marvolo's lap, cheerfully relaying his plans for the day to his older brother. Harry, meanwhile, sat on his bed, smiling at his little brother, while in the back of his mind thoughts were circling one another. But there was no reason to air his frustration while Marcus was still present. So he listened, honestly interested, and waited till the late breakfast at Griffin House would be over. "Have fun, Marcus," Harry said, carefully waving with his free hand where it could be seen through the mirror, laughing at the cheerful chant of "I'm going to fly. I'm going to fly," gradually getting less loud as Marcus followed Mrs. Peters out of the room. Then the door fell shut, and the smile slid off Harry's face. The slightly uncomfortable look on Marvolo's face would have been funny if Harry hadn't been quite as riled up as he still was. "So," Harry started and blinked in surprise at the unhappy grimace Marvolo made. It completely derailed what he had been planning to say. "I'm sorry, Harry." Marvolo filled the sudden silence between them. "While I did not really lie to you, I'm aware that leaving out information is just as surely not the truth as any lie would be. In my defense, I only can say that I wasn't at my best and wanted to spare you the unnecessary upset that giving you all the details would have caused." Harry snorted, but couldn't exactly contest the fact that Marvolo hadn't told any lies while he had been resting, on his back, in the Wisengamot chamber, after he had been attacked in an effort to kill him. "I learned that Amos Diggory tried to kill you through the newspaper and rumors. How could that have been any better? That my visitors had strict instructions from Madame Pomfrey to tell me nothing doesn't make it any better either. I spoke to you more than once, Father. You could have told me any time between Wednesday and Friday." The mirror wobbled, and Marvolo raked his hand through his hair, destroying the meticulous hairstyle. "I'm sorry. You knew all about the rumors and speculations around the shield. I had thought you had already heard Diggory had been the one to attack me. I thought it likely one of your friends certainly would have told you." Harry rolled his eyes. "Sure, and my friends clearly thought that I had heard about the attack from you." He snorted again and took a few deep breaths. "I think you know that Madame Goyle was here yesterday evening to catch up on the session we missed last week." Marvolo nodded. "She also asked me to make room for an extra session to talk about the assassination attempt. Probably a good idea." Harry nodded, taking another deep breath. "We talked for some time, and I hadn't really thought about what a scuffle would have to be like that I would wake from emotions leaking through. You know, really, Harry wasn't all that impressed with his own thinking on the matter. Something that led to leaking emotions from Marvolo had to be significant. Otherwise, his father's occlumency shields should have been enough to prevent something like that from happening. They had been enough, combined with Harry's own, to keep their minds separated for months now." Marvolo nodded solemnly. "I was surprised that you called just then. But in retrospect, with you magically exhausted and me losing consciousness because of poison, it was a logical consequence." "Yes, well, we both know better now, and it isn't as if you were in actual danger of dying," Harry said, glad that he wasn't out in the common room but had decided to stay in his own room for this talk. "But I guess it would have been awkward with so many witnesses." Marvolo sighed, leaning back into his chair. "I feel like you're way too forgiving, Harry. Not that I'm complaining, as I'm the happiest I ever remember being with you and Marcus as my family. But you are allowed to hold a grudge, because I did leave out important information. You know that, right?" Now it was Harry's turn to rake his hand through his hair, not destroying any neat hairstyle. "I know that I'm allowed, and maybe even justified to hold a grudge. But I don't have to if I don't want, and I much prefer being happy over being miserable. Your intention was good, and you were a little out of it, and there was an audience. So maybe fewer assumptions over what I know or do not know will be a good way to handle stuff like that in the future." That had been the plan Harry had come up with during his talk with Madame Goyle. She really had a way to get him to come up with solutions to his problems on his own, only occasionally offering advice and possible ways when it was clear he simply didn't know. Those cases had been occurring less and less often recently. Getting them both to visit with a therapist clearly had been one of Marvolo's better ideas, in the spirit of not concealing important information. "I'm currently in the process of once again adjusting a few steps in the ritual in preparation for trying one last time before the summer." Marvolo suddenly changed the topic quite drastically. I've asked both Bill and Healer Greengrass for their support again, and am certain it'll result in a ritual we can use this summer once you're back from school. Harry blinked, opened his mouth, closed it again before speaking anyway. After that, only I will be left, and you're comfortable with having no fail-safes. Marvolo nodded once more. Yes, I'm still working on accepting all the consequences. But seeing what I have missed out on, and what I have gained back since the number of them was reduced this much, it's worth it, Harry, and I'll make sure you can't be harmed during the ritual. Harry felt a little drained, but nodded. I know, and it's silly that I would worry over something like this. Right, but I want you to let me know when you will next attempt the ritual, and then call me right afterwards, so I'll know all went well. As that's not really complicated, I'm pretty sure I can manage that, Marvolo said with a small smile. And how is school going? Laughing a little, Harry went along with the change in topic and started to tell what had happened at Hogwarts since they last had spoken. Ooh, Friday, 3rd of May 1996. Come in, Severus, Marvolo called out when there was a knock on the door. Henbane had informed him, of course, that there was a visitor and who it was, while Flim had made sure that the potion's master found his way to the office. Not as if that had been necessary. Severus had been here a few times already and knew his way around, but the elves insisted on following the rules Marvolo had set. Escorting visitors inside their respective domains seemed to be one of those duties the elves seemed to cherish. My lord, Severus greeted with a respectful bow, sweeping into the room as he usually did, his robes billowing behind him. Marvolo waved his hand at the chair he wanted Severus to take, and settled down in the chair opposite the moment. A tray with tea and biscuits appeared on the small side table between the chairs. That rivalry between the elves certainly had some useful side effects. Thank you for making time for me, Severus, Marvolo said, pretty sure that he spotted Severus rolling his eyes at him while the other wizard was preparing a cup of tea for himself. I'm your son's head of house, my lord. When you ask for a parent-teacher conference, there isn't much I could do to not attend it. Severus answered with dry politeness. True, Marvolo had to concede, but you could have called me to the school for this talk. He just had to point out to the other. Taking a sip from his tea and settling more comfortably into his own armchair, Severus ignored that comment and went right for the reason they were here. I assume that you have a question about your son's performance in his lessons, my lord. Adding a third spoon of sugar to his tea, stirring slowly, Marvolo answered. I wanted to ask if the magical exhaustion has negatively impacted his lessons, and how well he's prepared for the owls. He seems to be doing well. And I'm pretty sure he didn't need all the rest Madame Pomfrey made him take. Your son certainly has improved significantly in potions, and not one of the other professors has made any complaints known to me. As Miss Granger is still among his friends, now bolstered by enough others to counter Mr. Weasley's lack of ambition for the scholarly, he certainly gets enough time to study. So he's as prepared as anyone can be. That's good to hear. Good owls will offer him more options. Not that good marks in school were a necessity for a fulfilling life, especially with Harry planning to take up the seat of House Potter in the Wisengamot and his interest in art. Good grades in his owls weren't all that important. He is, my lord, Severus said, picking up one of the biscuits with dried cherries in them. That's good. Marvolo nodded to himself. I also decided on a name from your list of ideas. It did take longer than I had planned, but this wasn't as important. Did you get an answer to your letter? I did, my lord. They would prefer for the potion not to be named after them, but were appreciative of being asked, Severus said, visibly interested now that the topic had switched to something the potion's master was more interested in than his students. Well then, the name shall be Antiro's potion. I like the possibility of ambiguity in the name, and if we're being honest, the Two Fathers potion will be part of the name anyway. Too many people have already heard the working title for it not to be used in the future, Marvolo explained. He was pretty sure more than one student of potions would stumble over the name, cursing him for that decision, and he was happy with that. Add a little history lesson to their essays. They probably would need the extra education anyway. Ooh, Wednesday, 8th of May 1996, slightly annoyed, Theo walked down the corridor towards Harry's room. He just wanted to work on his homework, but everyone had evacuated the common room earlier when a relationship meltdown had led to a shouting match. as Crabbe and Goyle had started a heated discussion over which shaving charm was the best of all things. Shortly after Theo had settled down in their dormitory to work, he had left the room with his things, hoping that the common room would be empty. It had not been. In fact, the sounds he had heard indicated that the couple had managed to resolve the problem, and so Theo had decided to try Harry's room. It wasn't a long way from the dorm Theo and the others had shared since their first year to the door to Harry's room, and to his knock there promptly was an enter, called out from within. So Theo opened the door and looked in, not daring to step over the threshold just yet. "May I ask for refuge in your room, Harry? I need to get some actual work done on this essay. There's no quiet place around here, and it's too late for the library." Harry looked up from the sketchbook in his lap and smiled. "Sure, come in. You can have the desk." With one step, Theo was in the room and closed the door behind himself. On his way over to the desk, he had a good look at the room and everything in it. The normal dorm rooms were not bad, but this was on another level. More elaborate woodwork, silk velvet hangings, a comforter made from silk by the look of it, carpet and rugs. It was a beautiful room. And the best part about the room was that there was so much more space than they had in the normal rooms. Theo walked over to the desk, tidy and with built-in shelves filled with the books they were using this year, and placed his work down before he sat down on the chair. While Theo made good progress on his essay, Harry was working on a sketch. Besides the scratches of Theo's quill on the parchment, there also were the sounds of charcoal moving over paper. After he had finished the conclusion of his essay, Theo cleaned the quill with a little wave of his wand before resting it on the desk. "Harry." Theo turned so he could look at his friend sitting on the bed. "You do know what caused that shield, don't you?" For a fraction of a second, Harry looked like he had been caught red-handed before he relaxed again, looking confused. "Why would you think that?" Half of all the unspeakables had been searching the village and found nothing. Granger hasn't been constantly talking about the shield. Wouldn't she be researching and speculating if she didn't know what the cause for the shield was? And if she already knows, then it's only logical to assume that you know as well. It had become more and more obvious from day to day as the speculation in the prophet got wilder and wilder. But Granger, Hermione, whatever, only concentrated on the upcoming owls, homework and lessons, ignoring the mystery right before their eyes. Thea knew her well enough by now to recognize when something was suspicious. Harry groaned and covered his eyes with one hand, letting it slide down slowly, leaving behind a smear of charcoal on his nose. "It's that obvious." Theo shrugged, struggling not to laugh out loud over the ridiculous image Harry made with that smear on his nose. "I guess not for everyone. But yeah, she's normally like a crup with a bone when there's something new to investigate. Or am I wrong?" With another pass of his hand over his face, Harry made the smears a lot worse. "No, you're not wrong. I know how the shield could protect everyone, but it would be better if as few people as possible know." Giggling, and wasn't he glad that no one but Harry would know about that, Theo got a handkerchief out of his pocket and held it out to Harry. "You have charcoal on your face. So did you learn about the shield from Hermione?" "No," Harry answered, summoning the offered handkerchief from Theo's hand without his wand. He wiped down his face and continued speaking after he had cleaned and folded the square of cloth. "Promise that you will keep this to yourself." When Theo nodded, not daring to say anything, Harry heaved a sigh and waved his hand, floating the handkerchief back to Theo. "I was the one who erected the shield. Neville, Ron, and Luna were close enough to see and asked while I was in the hospital wing. You know Hermione?" Harry waved a hand, clearly referencing the whole situation. "She would have figured out that there was something Ron and Neville were hiding from her. And well, to avoid her accidentally making things worse with her digging, I told Ron he could tell her." Theo felt his brows move up. Harry had conjured that shield. His friend was a lot more powerful than Theo had thought he was, and he had already thought Harry near Dumbledore's level. "You conjured that shield?" Folding his hands, Theo whistled. "No wonder you were out of it for a week. You didn't use a simple pratigo, did you?" Harry shook his head. "No, I used something more complicated. Not sure if there is another way to get the same result. Probably nothing that would act as fast. If it should get out that it was me." Harry trailed off, raking his hand through his hair and falling back onto the bed, staring at the canopy. "I guess at first they'll heap praise onto me, but I guess once they have demanded and gotten an explanation, then they'll fear me You know how that will end." Theo hummed. Harry was probably right. People would not be happy with the explanation, or non-explanation, Harry had just given him. They would want to know exactly what he had done. Establishing a shield to protect a whole village without preparation, Harry was someone powerful enough to be frightening. "No worries, Harry. I won't tattle." The small smile on Harry's face was relieved. "Thanks, Theo. Hadn't thought you would. But the more people know, the more likely it is that someone else might learn of it. And you just can't risk it." Theo nodded in understanding. Harry nodded as well, and in one move sat back up, grinning at Theo. "And how is your relationship with Ginny progressing? You both are very good at avoiding the public eye." Theo sighed. Well, he supposed Harry might be able to give advice, and his friend had just taken him into his confidence regarding the impossible-seeming feat of conjuring that shield. She's unhappy about the hiding, but not really willing to face her family, especially her mother, for now at least. "Mrs. Weasley is a force to reckon with," Harry agreed, looking pensive. "But I think it might be a risk not to tell her family. What about when they learn about it and that you have been hiding your relationship? Wouldn't that be worse?" It was late. Everyone in their room was already sleeping when Theo slipped back to go to bed. It had been an interesting discussion. Theo wasn't sure what to do, but he had new viewpoints to consider. Saturday, 11th of May 1996. It was the game between Slytherin and Hufflepuff, and the whole school was trekking down to the pitch, spirits high. Ginny was grinning from one ear to the other, her hand intertwined with Theo's and swinging with their steps. They had talked about it and had decided not to hide their relationship any longer. Life was short. They were teenagers, and they had friends in common. And Harry's worry about their families learning about them, keeping it a secret, had been valid. Ginny was sure her mother would not stop with sending an angrily worded letter. Harry was somewhere farther back, walking with Luna and the Slytherins from his year not on the team, while Theo had agreed to sit with Ginny and her friends. "And you're willing to sit in the Gryffindor stands while Slytherin is playing?" Geoffrey Hooper asked with a teasing grin. "Man, you have it bad." Theo only smiled, making an effort to look extra dopey. "I wouldn't be brave enough if Slytherin was playing Gryffindor today. But with it being Hufflepuff, the indignity is worth sitting with my girlfriend." The Creevy brothers started with catcalls, and Vicky giggled madly at Ginny's other side. She knew she was smiling, and gave Theo's hand a squeeze before changing the topic. "Do you feel sufficiently prepared for the exams?" They all knew that the end-of-year exams were pretty much around the corner, starting at the beginning of next month, but normally there was the unspoken rule of no school talk at the Quidditch games. So all Ginny got as answers were groans from her own year mates and the few friends of Dennis, who were willing to walk with the boy's older brother and his friends. "Really, Ginny, way to go and ruin the mood." She gave an unrepentant shrug. "What? We're not at the pitch yet, and I really want to know." She had gotten a much better look at the exhausted and stressed fifth years than was good for her own peace of mind. Really, if she hadn't been with Theo, she probably would have been able to ignore the stress rather better than she could now. Even the trade in presumably enhancing substances probably would have gone unnoticed. It had done all previous years. Decidedly turning her thoughts away from all the reasons she wouldn't have noticed something like that back in her very first year at Hogwarts. Ginny smiled at Theo. "And besides, I think Theo would like the distraction of someone else complaining about the amount of homework and exams and all that." Theo laughed, shaking his head. "No, thank you very much. Everyone is complaining. We do have students revising for their newts, and all the other classes also preparing for exams. It's not a solely Gryffindor condition, complaining over the lack of free time. I'm pretty sure even the Ravenclaws complain from time to time, and if only because all the repetition is depriving them of new things to learn." That got a laugh out of everyone, and then they had to get up the stairs, and conversation stopped in favor of being able to breathe. While all the stairs kept them in reasonably good shape, the ascent up to the stands was a different matter. It was long and steep, and not nearly broad enough to walk more than two abreast. Once they had reached the place where they wanted to settle, Theo got his wand out and cast a cushioning charm on the seat for Ginny, who rolled her eyes at a first year making gagging noises. Really, you would think they would know what manners are. She saw Theo, biting his lip, obviously restraining himself from making a comment, then once again took his hand in one of hers. This was going to be good. If Hufflepuff manages to squash Slytherin good and quick, we almost won't need to put much effort in at all to get the cup. Someone behind them proclaimed enthusiastically. Not very likely, Theo said with confidence, grinning. Getting out her omnicolors, Ginny searched the Slytherin stands to see if she could spot Harry and Luna. It was rather easy, as Luna had donned a silly hat which sported enchanted beads flying around it. Probably some kind of reference to Quidditch. It still felt kind of unreal that Harry and Luna were a couple, but it seemed to work, and by now Ginny had realized that Harry was not likely to become an aura or Quidditch professional, fitting the image of her dream partner. And through long thinking and talks with Hermione, she had realized that forcing someone else to change so drastically would make them rather unhappy, leading to unhappiness all around in a relationship. Theo might not be the type to become an aura or go into Quidditch, but he had expressed an interest in dueling, and his manners were rather charming. Ginny really wasn't sure if she would end up marrying Theo, but as she had realized by now, there was no reason why she should marry her first boyfriend, not that Theo was the first, out of school just as her mother had done. She was planning to get into Quidditch herself, so why should she follow in her mother's footsteps? Not that there was anything wrong with choosing that path, it just wasn't hers. Then Lee Jordan announced the players, and all thoughts turned to the game being played out between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Wednesday, 15th of May 1996, and once again, almost a month had passed since the last Wisengamot meeting. Not that they were placed exactly 1 month apart. But the meeting for May was today, and his classes for the day had an independent study project to finish and deliver to his classroom until the end of the day. Severus hoped that the set maximum length would help facilitate better work from his students, and less work for himself in marking said work. Severus was on his way down from the imposing fountain and the customary registration at the security desk to the Wisengamot chambers when someone he didn't really know, even those he had taught tended to look different at 30 than at 17, stopped him by way of addressing him from the side. Professor Snape, or rather, Lord Prince, isn't it? I wanted to thank you for your quick action. You're a hero, really. More bewildered than understanding what was happening, Severus murmured some words that could be interpreted as thanks, and clearly conveyed a sense of urgency, allowing him to evade an actual conversation. What had that been about? By the fourth time, he had been accosted by virtual strangers praising him for his quick thinking, and for being prepared at all times. Severus had realized that those people were thanking him for his actions at the last Wisengamot meeting. Not that he felt that he really was deserving of such praise. Had he not stood there, watching his lord handling the situation when he had a wand at hand? Most of his comrades felt equally embarrassed over not acting to contain Diggory quicker. In fact, they had rather expected to be harshly reprimanded for their lack of action. They were not sheep, after all, but there had been no crucios sent their way. If the order to think of a plan on how to get a regular evacuation practice for the whole Wisengamot was maybe a harsher punishment was still debated over. Severus, Lord Slytherin greeted him the moment he came into calling distance of the other wizard. Are you happy to escape a day of teaching children? Severus allowed himself a wry smile. I'm not entirely sure that listening to old men bicker over inconsequential word choices is much of an improvement. Bemused, Severus watched his lord roll his eyes. Such a human gesture. At least with the children, there is more potential for improvement. Indeed, was the only possible answer to that statement. Remembering the task he had been asked to carry out, Severus slipped his left hand into his robe pocket, and he really liked his Wisengamot robes even though they were not black, retrieving a small tin with ornamental enamel details in the forms of intertwined snakes on the lid. Your son asked me if I would be willing to give this to you, Lord Slytherin, Severus said, while extending his arm, hand turned so that the small tin sat on his open palm. I helped him acquire this small token via our order. In fact, he had been greatly entertained by Mr. Slytherin, coming to him on one of the evenings he spent in the Slytherin common room, asking for advice on how to acquire this present for his father. The reasoning behind the idea had been sound, and in a way it was almost a prank if a caring one. Oh, did he? Lord Slytherin asked, smiling, and picked up the tin without hesitation, a show of trust if there ever was one. It's quite a lovely tin. The tone this was spoken in, and the way the other man turned the tin over in his hands, indicated that he wasn't quite sure what he should make of it. The tin is only an extra. The gift itself is stored inside. Severus felt necessary to elaborate. One of Lord Slytherin's brows winged up, and he carefully opened up the tin to discover a quite unremarkable-looking stone-like object. His lips quirking upwards, eyes crinkled in amusement, his lord addressed Severus. I think that's a not-so-subtle hint to take more care with my safety. Thank you, Severus, for your willingness to help him do this. It was my pleasure, and it really had been. It certainly was a good idea for Lord Slytherin to carry a bezoar with him at all times. The session neared its beginning, and Severus walked over to his bench, made from a wood that had interesting color differences and a nice grain, relatively simple with carvings of different poisonous plants, cast a cushioning charm so he would sit comfortably on the hard bench, and sat down. The chief warlock called for order and declared the session started before handing over proceedings to Madame Bones. Thank you, Chief Warlock. She performed the customary bow before turning so she could address the whole gathering. I'm here today to inform you all about our progress in the investigation into the terrorist attacks that were conducted using exploding howlers and the assassination attempt on Lord Slytherin's life. Well, that was a good start to the session. Something relevant and actually interesting. After that, there was some reworking on the regulations of Quidditch pitches on the agenda. As far as Severus had understood from the material sent for preparation, the situation at some of the professional pitches had become dangerous because Muggle settlements were getting nearer. Not that it was a laughing matter, as it was concerning the statute of secrecy, but it wasn't really that important either, and prone to descend into pointless bickering about teams being given unfair advantages or disadvantages. Amos Diggory has proven to be uncooperative. He has expressed glee over someone taking action against who he claims to be traitors to our society, but doesn't admit to any involvement. A search of his home has produced evidence of ongoing brewing of a few specific potions. Currently, an analysis of the ingredients found in the search is underway. As soon as a result is obtained, you'll be informed. Which Severus read to mean that there had been everything needed to make howlers, and the DMLE was searching for evidence that would hold up in court. His attempt on Lord Slytherin's life was witnessed by such a great number of respectable wizards and witches that the preparations for a trial for that is underway. Soon after that, Madame Bones was finished, and Severus' prediction of descent into the madness of sport enthusiasts came true. With a resigned sigh, he resorted to employing a clemency to keep his annoyance from showing on his face. Friday, 17th of May 1996, Healer Greengrass was once again sitting on a stool in the corner of the ritual room at Malfoy Manor, watching the proceedings. Marvolo had asked for his assistance in another iteration of the ritual they had been working on. Bill was amused that the healer still seemed to hold so much animosity towards him. But well, giving up long-held beliefs and habits wasn't easy. In long discussions, none of them via letter, Marvolo and Bill had changed the ritual around quite a bit. Now the circle held elements to hold 2 humans in addition to the area where the Horcrux would be placed. This time, it was a locket with a big S made of green stones, probably emeralds, but Bill would have to examine it more closely to be sure, resting in that circle. It looked a little forlorn there, as they had changed the ritual circle so that this part was big enough for Harry to comfortably fit within. Bill was sitting in the newly added circle in his role as the one to direct the whole ritual, while Marvolo was sitting in his own circle, now not the one actually conducting the ritual, but as one participating in it. Their reasoning, one in long and sometimes hard discussions and research, was that while the creation of a Horcrux was the effort of a single human, the inability to feel true remorse could be mitigated by giving trust to another human not to muck things up. And Bill was pretty sure that not having to pick up the final chant from outside, the circle would remove some elements of risk from the whole endeavor. Ready to start? Bill asked, once more tucking the hem of his linen shirt over his knee in the hope it wouldn't slip. A shame that rituals usually went better with less clothing involved that could get in the way. Yes. Marvolo's answer was short, and Bill was pretty sure he could detect a hint of nerves under the carefully polite tone. Not about to make the nerves worse by drawing attention to them, Bill started to speak the starting words, lighting the candles placed at strategic points and setting the herbs in earthen bowls to smolder, filling the air with fragrant scents. Then Marvolo took up the chant, and the red, smoke-like substance. Bill really had no better word for it. He had seen the previous time started to swirl up from the locket. When the last tendril of smoke detached from the locket, Marvolo and Bill both simultaneously, and hadn't they spent some time practicing that, changed the chant, making the smoky cloud speed along directly towards Marvolo, who doubled over and stopped speaking the moment the red cloud made contact with him. With a racing heart, Bill calmly finished the chant and the ritual, which ended with all the candles and smoking herbs being extinguished at the same time. Now that the intricate circle was no longer needed, Bill didn't watch where he stepped as he came to his feet and walked over to his seemingly passed-out friend. He arrived there after the healer had already started casting diagnostics, and seeing the man's face, Bill felt better on the spot. There was no tension, a clear sign something wasn't right that Bill had learned to recognize in the Cursebreaker camps in Egypt, and the healer took the time to straighten Marvolo out to a more comfortable resting position on his back before standing back up. "I think that went rather well," Bill said, feeling a need to fill the silence, while he walked over to check the locket as he and Marvolo had discussed. "If you say so," Healer Greengrass said, sounding distracted and not at all approving. "He'll need considerable rest, and more than a few painkiller potions." This time Bill let the healer take care of moving Marvolo into a bed, instead assessing the ritual workings and writing down everything he had seen. By now, he was pretty sure this was the safest they could get it, and the fact that Harry was alive, the most obvious difference from the other Horcruxes they had extracted the soul shards from, should have no adverse effect at all. While he was cleaning up, using soapy water and a mop, Bill very firmly didn't think about the fact that the next time they would perform this ritual, Harry would be sitting inside the circle for the Horcrux. Nothing good would come out of him worrying too much over things he could not change. Even though Dumbledore was out of the picture and the Order had disbanded, the knowledge that Harry Potter was the vessel for a piece of soul binding Slytherin to this world, unable to be killed properly, was still out there. They had to change that fact if they wanted to make sure that Harry was only in a normal amount of danger from day to day. Snorting, Bill plunged the mop back into the bucket before scrubbing furiously at a stubborn marking on the floor. Wednesday, 22nd of May 1996, after dinner, and with enough time before curfew, Harry had escaped to the library. Daphne and her little sister had insisted on going with him. The never really officially stated rule for him to never go anywhere alone hadn't been revoked, but now were working on something together a table over from where Harry had settled himself. This morning, an owl from Marvolo had brought him a selection of leaflets and catalogues containing information on several art courses and classes that were offered during the summer. He wasn't yet sure what he wanted to do. Acrylic painting, oil, watercolor, or maybe something more like he was already doing, like sketching with charcoal. There were so many options, and the availability of magical transportation didn't restrict him to what was offered in London. But it would have made choosing a little easier. More options weren't really helping in that regard. And then there was the difference of a course that only was a week long, but all 5 weekdays were spent in the course from morning till evening, and those that went the whole summer just on 2 days a week for an hour. Harry felt overwhelmed in a kind of happy way. Never before, or so it felt, had he been able to choose just for himself, without any expectations on him. Hopefully things would stay this way a while. Taking out a notepad and a biro, Harry started to make some notes, deciding to go about choosing by deciding what technique he wanted to explore and list what courses were offered for those. Maybe sticking with offers in London would also make it possible for Harry to go there on his own, not being forced to rely on one of the adults in his life to get him there. While Harry placed slips of parchment into the information material, marking beginner courses in oil painting, he started to make notes of what sounded important or needed to be looked up. It took a while for him to notice Mr. Filch walking in and going over to a small painting which hung between the shelves of books, where a small section of wall, probably a pillar, was level with the front of the bookshelves. For a moment, Harry forgot what he had come here to do and watched what Mr. Filch was doing. With careful motions and gloved hands, the man took down the painting from the wall, murmuring something angry-sounding. Then he turned and caught Harry watching. Feeling heat rising into his face, Harry looked down again onto his current project, hoping that he hadn't caused any anger in the caretaker. And then Harry almost jumped out of his chair when he was suddenly addressed by the sour man. Interested in what I'm doing? Blinking in surprise, Harry looked up and nodded. He really would love to know why Filch was taking a painting from the wall. A few steps were all that was needed to get the caretaker to stand right next to Harry. The man turned the picture so that Harry could see the front and indicated a crudely drawn shape in one edge. I wish I knew who had the gall to do something like this to some real art. There was a subdued fury in the other's voice, and Harry felt himself nodding. It looked much like some of the graffiti one could see in public restrooms, and as if it had been done with a Muggle permanent marker. The occupants of the painting, witches and wizards taking part in a picnic, had edged away from the spot at the edge that had been drawn on, looking agitated. Why would someone do something like this? Can you get it clean again? Harry heard himself ask, and then remembered the deep gashes Sirius had inflicted on the portrait guarding the entrance to Gryffindor Tower and how fast those had been repaired. You were the one who repaired the fat lady's painting. Surely this is easy. Not as easy as not needing to clean it, Filch said. But that's not the first time something like this has happened. I have the right tools at hand. Are you interested to see how it's done? That was an unprecedented offer as far as Harry knew. I would love to. It's not easy to learn something about all the art we have here at the castle. In fact, ever since he had started to contemplate art as a possible career, Harry had taken a much bigger interest in the art gracing the walls of the castle. Before he had mostly been interested in the people depicted, now he would love to know more about the people who had created the art in the first place. Do you know who created the pictures? And how it's done? Harry was sure if he was to tell the others later, they would insist he visit with Madame Pomfrey. But there it was an actual smile on the face of Filch, unheard of before. Yes, and a little. I take it you're interested in art. The caretaker's eyes wandered over all the information leaflets spread out on the table before returning to Harry himself. I am, Harry said, nodding, and suddenly felt as if he should be standing, but stayed seated. Currently I'm trying to decide which courses to take during summer, and I got a list of masters of the arts who might be interested in taking on an apprentice. The advice I've been given is kind of vague, and I really am unsure how to go about creating a portfolio or how to approach a master. It's all very confusing, and the library hasn't been all that useful so far. Once again, Harry felt the heat rising in his face. That had come out rather unexpected and all at once. How mortifying. He wasn't even sure Mr. Filch would be willing to help him at all. Thinking back to all previous interactions between them, Harry felt that he had not really left a positive impression. It's a little late now, Filch finally said, but I can recommend a few books if you want to read about notable wizarding painters and artists. And maybe after you've finished your owl exams, I can show you a bit of my work. There was a beat of silence, not even the low murmur from Daphne and Astoria still present, before Filch continued speaking. The most important thing is to keep practicing and experimenting. You've got time still, boy. No need to skip steps or despair. And with those ominous words, the man was gone, leaving a dazed Harry behind. Practicing. He could do that. Ooh, Monday, 27th of May 1996. Settle down, please. Professor Slinkard called from the front of the class, and reluctantly the students all around did so. Harry wasn't really enthusiastic for these lessons. It was better than Umbridge had been. But certainly the lessons were duller than any conducted by one of the other professors they had had. As the owl examinations draw nearer, we need to change the focus of our lessons. Harry didn't dare hope, but he could see a few of the others perking up. As it is hardly ideal to expect you to cast spells for your practical examination without practicing them first. So, starting today, you'll get to practice the most important defensive spells in a controlled environment. With a flourish, one single dummy was moved from a hidden corner right next to the professor's desk at the front of the class. Harry felt his brows go up. One single dummy. That really didn't look promising. Each of you will get a turn to cast the assigned spell, after which I and your fellow students will offer help on what to change if needed. Please keep order so that everything can proceed calmly and orderly. We'll start with the stunner, and in the front row." He pointed to the first student desk at his right side, Harry's left, and smiled encouragingly. "Please come forward, bring your wand, and take position over by the mark on the floor." With a small dust of sparkles, a line appeared a few paces away from the dummy. Please also keep in mind that practicing these spells without adult supervision is a foolish endeavor, and you shouldn't do it. That's what these lessons are for. Do you understand? They gave their assent, and then watched as one after the other they cast the stunner at the dummy, seemingly surprising their professor with their success. Harry had to remind himself to actually speak the incantation, and was one of many students back in their seats pretty quickly as they cast correctly on their first try. "Well, I have to say that went better than I expected," was Professor Slinkard's surprised comment when Neville sat down as the last one to cast the stunner. "We have enough time to try our hand at another spell. Let's see. Bombarder is a useful spell against a great number of possible threats. Let me demonstrate it one more time." While the professor did exactly that, going into an agonizing amount of detail, Harry contemplated that the dueling club was working out rather well, judging by the spells he had seen cast in this lesson. Maybe he should try to get some serious revision into the next session. It probably would be a lot more useful than this silly insistence on safety. When Hermione came back from her turn at the spell, she rolled her eyes, and Harry hid a grin behind his hand, pretending he had to yawn. It said a lot about the teaching methods of a professor when Hermione disapproved. Chapter 101, Exams. Chapter text Wednesday, 29th of May 1996. All I'm saying is that it shouldn't be this hard to get permission for this kind of thing. One of the other curse breakers in the changing room said forcefully, the moment Bill stepped out of the shower room, only a towel wrapped around his middle, water running down his chest, arms and legs in small rivulets. "Permission for what?" he asked, as the conversation fell silent. It had occurred to Bill more than once by now that some of his colleagues here at Gringotts, who didn't know him that well yet, were careful of what they said when he was in hearing distance. It was frustrating and kind of infuriating, if understandable. The Weasleys were known to have been on the side of those banning magic, deemed too dangerous most of the time, and known as active supporters of the fight against Voldemort and everything labeled dark magic. Not that Bill himself was happy over how everything had been tarred with the same brush. But how should the others know that? Research into old rituals that can't be used any longer was the short and relatively harmless-sounding answer. Bill hummed, walking over to his locker to get another towel out of it. "I guess you're talking about those where part or all of the needed ingredients are simply no longer available rather than those which have been, for more or less good reasons, banned from being used as they are." There were indeed a few rituals which had been used in curse-breaking in the past that were now no longer available, mostly because plants or animals they depended on were no longer available. Chief among them was a containment circle which had been so widely used that the small rodent-like animal had become extinct due to overuse. The ones where we can't get all that's needed. Getting permission for research into them so we might find a substitute or rework it so that we can work without so much risk. There were a few murmurs of agreement, and Bill nodded silently because he agreed that many containment circles and rituals weren't that easily replaced with wards, and ignored a muttered remark of having a good look at some of that banned stuff wouldn't go amiss either. "Have you applied for permission, Brown?" Bill asked, sorting through the pile of his clean clothes in search for his socks. "I tried," Brown answered, returning to inspect a big hole in his protective robes. "But the people in the administrative offices of the experimental magic department want to have all kinds of forms and preliminary research and stuff. And to do that, I would need access to some books. But to get the access, I would need to have permission to work on a specific ritual." It would be funny if it wasn't that bloody frustrating. Having found his socks, Bill quickly slipped on his undies and sat down to put them on. "Yeah, if you don't have access to an extensive library of your own, that's pretty impossible to manage," he agreed, thinking how lucky he had been to be helping Marvolo with his work on the Horcrux extraction ritual. If he would be interested in the research into the old containment circles. "Did you try to find a sponsor of some kind?" There was also always the possibility of asking the goblins, but then they would insist on a contract giving them the rights to whatever you might find or create. Not the best idea, usually, because I'm pals with that many lords and ladies who actually have any of the relevant books for this. The sarcasm was thick enough to walk on, and Bill made a grimace in sympathy. That was indeed a problem. The Malfoys probably would have all the books needed for the research, but they would never willingly admit as much. Would you be interested in working together with someone, though? Bill just had to ask. There was a distinct possibility that this project would fall right into Marvolo's interests, and all curse breakers everywhere would benefit from this if they could get it to work. You know someone. Brown seemed skeptical, but the repairs on his robes, Bill idly wondered what had caused that much damage, were momentarily forgot. I've got a friend, and wasn't that a surprising development, who has a great interest in curse breaking. We often get into deep theoretical discussions, and he has a talent for finding books. Bill was pretty sure that Marvolo's connections with those families who had claimed their members had been forced or coerced into being Death Eaters, or had officially distanced themselves from their Death Eater relatives, had much closer contact with Marvolo now than they led everyone to believe. Why else would Healer Greengrass still work for him? Why would the Malfoys let Marvolo use their ritual room? Why would Lord Lestrain let the man adopt another child? And he wouldn't insist on claiming everything. Brown wanted to know, probably not really believing that would be true. Bill slipped into his leather trousers and pulled on the shirt over his head, answering while in the process of getting dressed. I would have to ask him, but he's likely to agree with being a figure in the background. He's more interested in such stuff out of a love for everything magic. The less commonly known, the better. Bill felt himself smiling. I'll let you know what he says. Sure, Brown said, and when Bill left a few minutes later, on his way to meet up with Fleur for a nice night out, he felt confident that he had maybe established himself as independent from his family a little more this day. Minerva rubbed her eyes, pinched the bridge of her nose, and then grabbed her glasses from the table in front of her to slip them back on. She had made her way to the teacher's lounge early, leaving behind her half-eaten dinner, to get a few moments of peace. The job of headmistress was a bigger headache than she had anticipated, especially because she was trying to sort out those blocked funds tied to specific classes being offered at the school. The other blocked funds were even more complicated and would have to wait. Getting the money only if a certain class was offered made hiring a teacher to actually offer the class kind of difficult. And getting students to actually take the classes not offered yet also wasn't easy. Maybe finding people passionate about those topics would be the way to go. Offer them rooms to teach in and maintain the classes, even if there was just one pupil to take them. Getting one subject reinstated that way might be enough to convince others that she was being serious when she was searching for someone to teach Latin or warding, healing, or arts, just to name a few. Before she could fall down that hole again, the others started to arrive. Hello, Minerva, Phileas said, walking over to his favored chair, leaving the door open so Severus and Septima could walk in, also taking their usual seats around the conference table. We saw each other just a moment ago, Phileas, Minerva said with an eye roll, still feeling better for the friendly greeting. No excuse for being rude, was the cheerful reply, which caused Severus to roll his eyes, bringing a grin to Minerva's face. A plate of ginger biscuits appeared on the table, along with a big pitcher of lemonade and one with iced tea. The weather had been improving recently, and summer wasn't far away any longer, even this far north. Pomona was the last to enter, and she closed the door behind herself before sitting down in her customary seat. Thank you all for coming, Minerva opened the meeting, drawing the attention of all her colleagues. How are the reviews for owls and newts going? Each year it was the same. Exam time wasn't only stressful for the students taking their big exams, it also was a time of high workload for the professors. Preparing exams for 5 years of their students, preparing the owl and newt students for their important tests, and coping with hysterics, and all the results of too many long nights spent studying. My classroom only blew up 3 times, Severus said in a deadpan voice, his hands folded on the table in front of him. The exams are prepared, and I think my newt students should be able to withstand the stress. He didn't say anything about the owl students, but he never did anyway. I'm pretty confident in the ability of my students to pass their exams. Wilbert took up the conversation with a smile on his face after Severus dropped it so suddenly, then turned to Phileas. I think your dueling club might have contributed to that quite a lot. Minerva was pretty sure more than one of them thought the same at that very moment. If anyone had anything to do with the success of the students in defense, it probably was Mr. Slytherin, who was the main teacher at those dueling club meetings. Phileas had expressed his awe over how well Mr. Slytherin prepared those meetings, together with his friends, and the boys' patience in explaining things to the other students. Phileas even had asked her if she knew if Mr. Slytherin was considering a career in teaching. She didn't know, and wasn't sure if she could ask Severus about that career advice session. He was usually pretty concerned about keeping his students' privacy protected. If there was no reason for anyone to be involved, he wouldn't involve anyone else. And if transfiguration or special arrangements, like an apprenticeship during school years now that she was headmistress, weren't part of it, there was no reason to involve her. That's good to know. They suffered from a rather disjointed education, which was the understatement of the year. Have any of you noticed students we need to keep a special eye on? Minerva changed the topic and moved the meeting along. And it wasn't even all that obvious, as this was a standard question at this time of year. Usually they kept an eye out for those students regularly visiting Poppy in the infirmary because of sleepless nights, stress-induced stomach problems, and other such difficulties. And there also were those students they felt would try to cheat, which no one had done successfully, as far as they knew, in almost 100 years, or something around that time span. I think we need to find the cause for all those cases of sudden nosebleeds, fevers, stomach bugs, and fainting. Severus stated with a smirk on his face. In fact, his classes didn't have a sudden increase of those ailments, but many of the classes of the others did, especially in the lower years, and in transfiguration, history, and herbology, when work with fertilizers had been announced. They all had their suspicions, of course, but their two suspects always had been good at covering their tracks if they put their minds to it. Good luck with that, Pomona said with a snort. We all know who sells that stuff. Whatever it is, and I see no way to actually prove anything. Do you? She turned to look at Severus, who grinned again. No, Severus said amicably. I don't think I do, but if I'm not wrong, it seems as if the supply has tapered down, maybe even to nothing since the spring holidays. Have you noticed? The frequency of suspicious incidents you have informed me of has declined. Minerva felt her eyebrow wing up. Could it be true that the Weasley twins had run out of material to sell? Or would they stop selling whatever it was the students were using just in time for exams to remove temptation? I'll keep an eye out. It's the usual candidates, Poppy spoke up. And the number of potions I have handed out so far isn't bigger than any previous year. No need to worry, Minerva. The Mediwitch's face scrunched up, looking over Minerva in a calculating way. Do you get enough sleep, dear? Minerva waved Poppy's concerns away. Not as much as I would like, but it's not long until summer now, and even if there's still enough work to fill the whole summer, I certainly will get more freedom in how I organize myself. Don't worry, Poppy. That got a discussion over holiday plans started and effectively ended the work-related meeting. Ooh, Saturday, 1st of June 1996, the weather was pleasantly warm and dry, which was much more important today. With any luck, they would be able to go swim in the lake later in the summer. Both Sirius and Remus were sitting in a small cluster of young trees, resting on the soft bed of moss, waiting for moonrise. Thinking how nifty the wards around this part of the grounds of Potter Manor were, Sirius turned his face up towards the rustling leaves. As Harry's history tutor, what do you think about the chances Harry has to gain an owl in history? Remus snorted. You want to talk about schoolwork? Sirius rolled his eyes, but didn't react. You, Sirius Orion Black, lackadaisical student all your life, cutting corners whenever possible. Hell, sometimes even when there was no possible way to cut any corners. And you want to talk about history and exams on the evening of the full moon. Who are you? And what have you done with my friend? Once more rolling his eyes, Sirius flung out one arm, aiming at Remus, but only brushing the other's loose robes. They planned to slip out of their clothing with enough time to spare before the moon rose, Sirius transforming into Padfoot to spend the night running around with his friend. Yes, I want to talk about my godson, who's going to be taking his owls pretty soon. I'm sorry if that's a shock for you, And now answer the question. Remus laughed. If he keeps his head, he should easily manage an acceptable. Not sure if he really is interested in taking the subject up to Newt. Wait, Remus interrupted himself. No, that's not true. I'm pretty sure that he isn't interested in taking history of magic with Binns as a teacher any longer. They both laughed for long moments before they chuckled a few more times and fell quiet once again. He's so big already, Remus sighed, sitting up. It doesn't feel quite real. Yeah, Sirius agreed, sitting up as well, then changed the topic somewhat. I got another letter from the twins. They're preparing for their exams as well. If I hadn't recklessly run after Peter, I would have seen Harry grow up, and maybe even would have known about Noel and Enora much earlier. It feels kind of sad knowing all I've missed. Their first words, learning to walk, the first bout of accidental magic, Sirius trailed off, sighing. And maybe you still wouldn't have known, and maybe wouldn't have found them even now, because you never would have looked, Remus said quite reasonably. The what-if game isn't one you can win, Sirius. Let it be. Much more brightly, he continued. But you're in regular contact with the girls. That transparent effort to change the topic got Remus a dark look from Sirius before he started to smile. Remus was right, of course, and there was no use in entertaining thoughts of what-if. Yeah, we write regularly. They've started to teach me some French. Not speaking, of course, but reading, and words that are in more common use outside of continental France. It's interesting, and I hope I'll get in some practice of actually speaking over the summer. And how is contact with Olivian progressing? Remus' look was much too innocent for Sirius to trust it. You know that well enough, Remus. She still insists on writing in French, and you know that. After all, Sirius had to ask for help translating something more than once. If you want to know how I feel about the whole thing, tricking me isn't necessary. Remus, look, pretty much stated his disbelief of that claim, and Sirius knew himself well enough to silently agree. He never had been one to speak about how he felt about any situation that could be described as difficult. Jokes and pranks always had been as much passion as distraction and diversion. So Sirius huffed and did change the topic, bringing up, in a low blow, Remus' own relationships. Dora ask you out again. Remus cast him another grumpy look before looking out into the airy woods around them. She did, actually. Not that she has a lot of time at the moment with the Howler investigation or Diggory's murder attempt. The whole Aura department is buried in work. But she asked me to meet her for lunch sometime next week. The blush on his friend's face made Sirius grin. It was much more fun speaking of the love woes of others. And where will you go? The blush got deeper. You mean, where would we go? I thought the Leaky would be a nice place. Remus, it's a date. You can't really consider the Leaky Cauldron. Really? Sirius turned towards his friend in astonishment. The Leaky Cauldron wasn't a place to take a girl to for a date. A nice Muggle restaurant would be a much better choice. Sirius, it's a lunch date. She's at work before and after. She won't have time to change into something else. I thought about the nice Indian place a few streets over from your house, but well. She can't really go to a Muggle place in her robes, can she? Well, Remus had a point, so Sirius nodded. Maybe a date at the Leaky Cauldron wasn't all that bad after all. One needed to consider the circumstances. That's true, I guess. But try to invite her. Not that she'll let you. They fell into a comfortable silence, listening to the small animals around in the woods, the birds fluttering from branch to branch, waiting for the moment to shed their clothing and become their animal selves. Sirius loved the nights of the full moon. It was absolute freedom to run without worry in the warded woods, alongside his friend, playing, hunting small game, rabbits, rats, and the like, leaving all human troubles behind for a while. And with dry grass and fresh moss under his paws, it was even more fun than with snow and mud covering the ground. Ooh, Sunday, 2nd of June 1996, Harry started to pack his things, books, notes, learning cards, and all the other stuff, drawing the attention of all his friends sharing a study space with him. Where are you going? Hermione asked, barely looking up from her runes dictionary, puzzling over a complicated translation exercise. Meeting with Mr. Filch. I told you all when we started. Remember? Harry explained, rolling up a few unused sheets of parchment and looking around the unused classroom they had claimed for their study session, which involved casting magic to see if there was anything else he should pick up. What have you done to earn a detention now? Ron asked, looking up from his notes with a frown on his face, in honest confusion. Harry snorted, as did Theo, Ginny, and Luna. It's not a detention, Ron. He said he would show me some of his work. Cleaning. Ron looked even more confused now, as if there was a prank happening here and he was trying to figure it out. Harry laughed and closed his bag. Not cleaning, dusting, mopping the floor or any of that. Ron, Mr. Filch actually is working with all the paintings in the castle. Cleaning, repairing. Harry waved his hand around, trying to convey that there was much more to the position Mr. Filch filled at the castle than most gave him credit for. He learned that I'm interested in art. And he studied art, offered to let me watch him work. I'm curious, so I accepted. It was more than clear that Ron really didn't get why Harry would spend time with Argus Filch on a Sunday afternoon. But he didn't say any of the things probably flashing through his mind. Ron just looked back down at his notes, frowning again, and mumbled a distracted, "Have fun." Theo gave Harry a wink, Hermione just waved absent-mindedly, and Ginny didn't even look up, clearly lost in whatever she was reading, sitting on the floor with her back resting against Theo's legs. Daphne was practicing banishing charms with her sister, both going through the list of fourth-year charms one by one. Draco had excused himself, going for a fly, and Neville had decided that an afternoon in the greenhouses would do him some good. With a smile on his face, happy over the large number of friends he now had in more than one house, Harry slipped out of the room and made his way down the corridor towards his destination. That destination wasn't the office everyone knew about, the room holding many confiscated items and the records of all detentions ever served by any Hogwarts student. At least the twins claimed that that was the case, but Mr. Filch's workroom, which was on ground level in an out-of-the-way corner of the castle. It took Harry a while to reach the room, and he felt unexplainable nervous once he stood in front of the door, hesitating to knock. Mr. Filch didn't really interact often with students outside of his duty as caretaker, supervisor of detentions, and enforcer of the no-magic rule in the halls. Harry's own interactions up till now had been less than ideal. The evening of his detention in the Forbidden Forest and the evening of Halloween, during the whole Chamber of Secrets fiasco, when Mr. Filch had assumed that it had to have been Harry who had petrified his cat. Taking a deep breath and reminding himself that there hadn't been any real harm done, Harry raised his hand and knocked decisively on the door. Offering Harry advice and a look into art was more than enough compensation for the detour back in first year, and the accusation uttered in a moment of terror and grief during Harry's second year. "Enter," was called from inside, and Harry opened the door to do just that. Harry greeted him politely and took a good look around. The room was not what Harry had been expecting, though if he would be hard-pressed to describe what he had expected. One whole wall was outfitted with windows, shades drawn so that no direct sunlight could find a way inside. The room was rather large, having a big, and that was very big indeed, table placed in the middle of the room. Another wall was covered in shelves, filled with jars filled of colorful powders, boxes of cardboard and of wood, rolled-up canvas, brushes, and a number of tools Harry had no names for. Mr. Filch was standing at the last wall, not counting the one with the door. Harry had just come through, an easel in front of him holding a painting of a hunting scene, as far as Harry could tell. The air was filled with the distinct smell of strong vinegar-based cleaners. Carefully, Harry moved closer to where the other was working, highly concentrated. "Ooh-oh, come over, Mr. Slytherin," Argus called the youngster over, reassured that it had been a good idea to invite the boy here by the careful way he moved around the room and didn't touch everything in sight without thought. This was the first time Argus had invited anyone into this room. Not even the headmaster had been here since the first day of Argus working here. It did look likely that this idea wouldn't turn into a disaster. "Have you decided on a class for your summer yet?" Argus picked up their conversation from the library, carefully brushing a last spot of pigment on the place he had had to repair the canvas of the hunting scene that normally was placed in a corridor near Ravenclaw Tower. "I have, actually," the boy answered, staying well out of Argus' way, and the light, which was more important anyway. "I think working with oil paints is something I can't practice all that well during the school year, so I'll try that. And then maybe a shorter course on how to sketch people." The boy sounded a little embarrassed. Argus subtly turned, pretending to check the color he had been mixing, and saw a light blush on the boy's face. What 15-year-old wouldn't be tempted by an art class teaching drawing with live models? Sounds like a good plan to me, Argus said and hummed, cleaning his brush in a big glass of water. He liked the tinkling sound the brush's metal parts made against the glass before setting the brush down so it would stay in shape as it dried. Let's go over to the table. Argus gestured to the table where he had laid out the painting from the library. I thought you might be interested in how I'm going to remove that muggle marker. The boy seemed eager enough and sat down on the stool Argus indicated. As you can see, I've taken of the frame and removed the stretcher, Argus started to explain, slipping on the cotton cloves, enchanted not to let anything through, be it sweat from his hands or anything he used to clean the paintings he worked with. And I have decided that the varnish on this picture is in need of replacement. Generally, the paints and varnishes used on magical paintings are much more durable than muggle products from the same time, especially in a place as magically charged as Hogwarts. It felt good explaining this to someone who was actually listening. Maybe he should revisit the idea of teaching some summer classes of his own. But this painting, according to the records kept here at the castle, hasn't been revarnished since it first came to the castle back in the 1200s. So first I'll remove the marker, then I'll remove the other surface dirt, before finally removing the varnish, which has yellowed with age. The boy next to him was almost vibrating, not with the desire to be gone, to be anywhere but here, but with questions. You can ask questions if you have any. He had brought the boy here to nourish a young artist, in the hope of carefully fanning the flame, so he should be able to ask questions. How will you be able to clean up the marker but not damage the painting? It was an obvious question, but not a bad one. Remember that there is also varnish between the marker and the paint. I'll move carefully with the cleaning solution I have mixed here. Argus indicated a small glass jar that could be closed with a metal screw-on lid. And even though that probably will at least partially affect the varnish, it won't reach the paint at all. Which was good, because most of the cleaning solution was pure alcohol, one of the more reliable ways to remove most permanent markers. That's another reason why I decided to take off the varnish as well. It'll probably be damaged in that spot where I need to remove the permanent marker, and it's easier to replace it altogether than trying to touch it up. Getting out his cotton swabs, Argus then screwed off the lid and dipped the first swab carefully into the cleaning solution. I diluted this as much as possible, so it'll go slowly. But we have time. If the cleaning is too fast, it might burn a hole through the whole painting, canvas and all, before I can get it off again. The time until dinner flew by, with Mr. Slytherin occasionally asking an intelligent question: were potions part of the usual varnish? What was the purpose of a varnish in the first place? What were the differences between non-magical and magical varnishes? And Argus explaining all of his actions, why he had chosen the specific method he was using over other possibilities, and under what circumstances he would have chosen something different. It certainly had been one of the more pleasant afternoons in a long while. They parted ways with Mr. Slytherin, promising to bring a small example of his art to school after the summer holidays. There really wouldn't be much time for them to repeat the afternoon in the remaining term. Exams did that to a student's timetable. With a rare smile on his face, Argus made his way to the kitchen. He wouldn't expose his good mood to rambunctious, sticky children to have it die a swift death. Better to eat alone in his quarters, after ordering something with the elves, and then read, than risk his good mood needlessly. Harry met up with his friends again just at the end of the main stairs, but before he could call out to them, a sixth year from Ravenclaw, Carmichael, if Harry wasn't mistaken, came over with a secretive air about him. Hey, Slytherin, interested in getting a little boost for your exams starting tomorrow? The other boy asked, turning so his back was to the doors into the great hall, getting a small file from his bag, which was filled with something only lightly colored green and oily. Too late to boost your revision. This, he shook the bottle carefully, is solely responsible for my 9 outstanding OWL results. Harry was pretty sure Carmichael wanted him to be impressed by that. But it'll also help with remembering stuff during the exams. So are you interested? Harry didn't get to answer, in the negative, because his father had told some really gruesome stories about what had been sold during his time at Hogwarts, and Harry had no illusions that that aspect had changed by much, as Hermione stepped up in just that moment. Carmichael, Do I have to report you to Professor Flitwick? This isn't the first time I've caught you trying to swindle students out of their money by selling bogus Barruffio's brain elixir. Hand it over, she called the older student out, holding out her hand palm up in emotion, reminding Harry of a primary teacher he'd once had, confiscating a pack of sweets from another pupil. The Ravenclaw handed the file over and managed to vanish from sight before Hermione could demand to search his bag for any others he might have had. It's outrageous how many of our fellow students use the importance and stress of the exams to swindle others for monetary gain. Hermione shook her head and cast a banishing charm at the file, emptying it of its dubious contents. During that exchange, the others had caught up to them and had stopped to watch Hermione ranting, as she was wont to do. And then Hermione fell quiet, staring over to the entrance to the castle. "Are those the examiners?" she asked with a comically faint voice. They all turned, almost as one, and looked over to the big doors, watching as Headmistress McGonagall greeted a group of elderly witches and wizards. Just as they had turned as one, they didn't need words to decide that they were curious enough to time their arrival at the entrance to the Great Hall, so they and the group of professors reached it at the same time. "It's so sad that the deer suffered so terribly from that curse," an elderly, slightly bent-over witch said to the headmistress. "I remember how he took his owls and newts, such a bright lad. It makes one think, doesn't it, when someone you knew as a young one suddenly declines so harshly due to age." Professor McGonagall seemed seriously out of her depth, rapidly changing the topic, just as Harry and his group of friends walked past them into the hall. "It certainly made me think hard, when the first children of students I had taught came to be my students as well. I hope you'll join me for dinner today, and maybe take part in the school's meals with everyone else." Then they were out of earshot, inside the usual hubbub that was dinner at Hogwarts, when everyone was excited. The friends split up, Luna catching Harry's hand to draw him near for a short kiss, going to their respective tables to sit down and eat. Everyone was too tense and focused on the exams beginning tomorrow morning to care much for socializing. "I'm kind of glad that you've decided to sit here today, Harry," Theo said, as he settled down next to his friend. "As much as I like sitting with Ginny, enduring Hermione and her constant chatter about past exams, all the anti-cheating enchantments, and whatnot would drive me to do something unfortunate today." "Like what?" Harry asked, grinning to himself as he reached for a bowl of mashed potatoes. After that intense time with Mr. Filch in the man's workroom, he was famished, like emptying a saucier of this fine gravy over her head. Theo said, picking one saucier up to put a generous amount of said gravy on top of his selected vegetables and piece of shepherd's pie. "That would indeed be unfortunate," Draco said from a few seats over, reaching for a bowl of steamed and glazed carrots. "I can vividly imagine the lectures you would get." "Lecture S?" Theo asked, emphasizing the S at the end, clearly asking why Draco thought Theo would get more than one lecture over something silly as starting a food fight. "Yes," Draco answered with relish. "First by Granger, of course. After she got over the shock, naturally. She is giving lectures down pat, then by the headmistress. She's right there, after all. And after that," the glee on Draco's face was only surpassed by the one in his voice, "at least 1 week worth of detentions, I would guess." Professor Snape would delight in making it quite clear in front of the whole house what an utterly idiotic idea it would be to do something so asinine in front of that many witnesses. They all started to laugh, Harry carefully setting down his goblet of milk so he didn't spill anything, and Daphne almost doubling over, she was laughing so hard. When Blaise started to imitate what Professor Snape would sound like, they were hopelessly lost to laughter for at least 10 more minutes after Blaise had finished, with the next time employ a little more subtlety and don't get caught, in a haughty voice, and with a snarl on his face. When Harry could sit up straight again, carefully using a handkerchief to wipe away the tears from laughing so hard, he grinned over to Draco and Blaise. "Thanks, I think we all were in need of that," he said before starting in on his food, that thankfully was still warm. There were many good things to be said for charms keeping food warm on the tables. Ooh, Monday, 3rd of June 1996. "Hermione, please." Ron was at his wit's end. And as good a friend as she was most of the time, currently Hermione was killing his last nerve. "Do you really think you can learn more now?" just moments before the exam will start. Yes, it was true that Ron had read, or tried to at least, all his notes on charms the previous evening, his hands clamped over his ears to shut out the worst noise, but surely now the day of the exam was too late. And you do know everything anyway. That clearly had been the worst thing he could have said. I don't know everything, Ronald Weasley. Hermione all but screeched, prompting Parvati to cover her ears with her hands, bent over a book in her lap. And she didn't stop there. Ron was kind of dazed only a few moments in, wondering how someone who could remember over 20 instances of having gotten something only slightly less than perfect could think so little of their own capability to remember stuff. Please, Hermione, for the sake of us all, cut it out. One of the twins cut Hermione's rant short, well, shorter at least, from the side as they all got up from their seats to leave the hall and wait outside. We get that you feel you have to be excellent in everything you attempt to do, and we get that you're insecure about all the stuff, but believe us, you'll do just fine. The other twin shouldered his bag and placed an empty goblet back on the table. A little tension is good, but too much will hinder you, especially in the practicals in the evening, so try to relax a little, Hermione. You've got a solid foundation built over the last 5 years. You don't need to learn everything now like some others. Ron still tried to decide if that last bit had been a dig at him. He really had not paid as much attention to school as he should have. When they came out of the great hall and saw a distinctive figure standing just inside the entrance hall. What's he doing here? Ooh, Harry had just stepped out of the great hall after the others who were going to take the charms exam today when he spotted a familiar figure standing there waiting. Dad. He had covered the distance between them and had thrown his arms around Marvolo before his thoughts had caught up with him. Then he stiffened, worried that this open display of affection he had called Marvolo Dad. He hadn't done that ever before would cause Marvolo to reject him, equally publicly. Before those worries could take root and start to fester, Marvolo's arms had come up and hugged Harry back. I'm glad to see you, too. Then he started to hiss, most likely impossible to hear for anyone but Harry. I guess Marcus is influencing you, Harry. Only to be clear about that, I don't object when Marcus calls me Dad, and I won't object should you wish to do so. Hissing back a quiet. Thanks. Harry was fiercely glad that he had his face buried in Marvolo's shoulder, effectively hiding it and his bright blush from the other students. When they both stepped back from their embrace, the others who were waiting had moved so that a respectful circle was cleared around them. Narrowing his eyes, Harry looked up to Marvolo. It wasn't that much of a distance any longer, and sharply said, You didn't tell me you would be here today. And Marvolo hadn't, even though they had spoken via the mirror the evening before, as they did every night. That's true, Marvolo was grinning when he answered. I didn't want to distract you. But as you surely remember, I need to gain my owls and newts again. And as this is the earliest date that exams are offered this summer, I asked if I might take a few exams at Hogwarts. He shrugged, clearly delighted with surprising Harry. I was given permission and will take my Charms Owl exam today, together with you and your classmates. Won't that be strange, though? Harry couldn't help but ask. What exactly should be strange? Marvolo wanted to know, looking totally at ease. Taking the exams here, with the students, all so much younger, Harry trailed off, thinking that maybe it was more strange for him to have his father here taking exams at the same time as him. I have no idea. Can't be much stranger than my life has been for almost a year now. I'm certainly glad to have the opportunity. Marvolo didn't give anything away, but Harry was pretty sure that the other was thinking about all the changes they had lived through together, and how little Professor Dumbledore's attempts to hinder him had actually accomplished. So you've been learning in secret. Better not to get distracted with the philosophy and morals of second chances. More or less, Marvolo confirmed. I brushed up on the theory, and a few of the charms I don't regularly use, like those that make seemingly random objects dance or otherwise behave in unexpected ways. But most of the material isn't something uncommon. I use a lot of it on a regular basis. That made more than a little bit of sense, so Harry only nodded and asked after what Marcus had thought about Marvolo going to take exams during the day. This way the time until they were called back into the Great Hall went by pretty fast. The group of nervous 5th and 6th year students, and one adult, marched into a great hall transformed almost as radically as it had been for the Yule Ball during the blasted tournament. The 4 big house tables were gone. Instead of them, neat rows of single desks and chairs had been arranged to face towards the teacher's table where Professor Flitwick was standing, grinning from ear to ear, waving them in to take a seat. Come in, come in. Ah, Lord Slytherin, be so kind and take a seat up front here, right by my side. Marvolo gave Harry a wink before doing as he had been instructed, elegantly sitting down in his chair at his desk. Harry selected a chair at random, not near Hermione, and sat down, looking at the back of the stack of parchment pieces waiting for him. There also was a quill, as Hermione had insisted on telling them repeatedly, spelled against many common ways to cheat, and a glass of fine black ink, another thing provided and spelled to prevent attempts to cheat, waiting for him to write. Picking up the quill, Harry checked to make sure it was cut well. It would be a disaster should he get points taken from his results because the examiners couldn't read what he was about to write. I would like to remind you all that cheating is not permitted and will result in you failing the exam and being made to leave on the spot, Flitwick spoke out loud, drawing the attention of all students sitting tensely in their chairs. You have time until the sand runs out. He turned a fairly big and embellished hourglass. The wood was carved, over so the sand started to run. You may start now. Harry turned his stack of parchment over and reached for the ink to unscrew the lid. A few seats over, Hermione was already furiously scribbling onto her own exam sheets. With a last bracing breath, Harry looked down at the first piece of parchment and the first question, only barely noticing that the paper was clearly labeled with his full name, Henry James Slytherin Potter, and read it. Name the incantation and describe the wand motion of the charm used to let objects fly. Clearly remembering Ron's voice, calling out Wingardium Leviosa, sending the Trolls Club flying only to knock the big beast, were they classified as beasts? He would have to check before the Care of Magical Creatures exam. Moments later, Harry started to write down this first answer. Maybe this wasn't going to be quite as bad as he had feared when he had heard all those admonishments about the importance of owls and how hard they were. Uo Draco looked on in disbelief as Lord Slytherin, the Dark Lord, sat down at the Slytherin house table right next to Harry, reaching for a plate of neatly cut triangle sandwiches as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Carefully selecting his own lunch, Draco kept the odd pair of wizards in his peripheral vision at all times. He hadn't forgotten the one time he had spied on the Dark Lord, getting angry at one of his Death Eaters for not doing as she had been told, and had cast a Cruciatus curse on the woman, Electo Caro, as if it was nothing. While it probably was safe here, surrounded by so many people as they currently were, Draco couldn't quite shake the uneasiness he had around the Dark Lord. Across from him sat Theo, who met Draco's eyes without flinching, clearly as surprised that Lord Slytherin would sit with the students rather than the professors, or maybe not as surprised as Draco had thought, because just a moment later Theo spoke up. Could you please pass the fruit, sir? Clearly addressing the very same man most of the table was too scared to properly acknowledge. But then the Dark Lord had spent a lot of the summer holidays at Nott's home. Certainly, Mr. Nott, the Dark Lord answered, wandlessly levitating the plate Theo had asked for, moving it effortlessly across the table. When Theo had accepted the plate with fresh fruits of the season, the Dark Lord turned back to Harry, continuing the lively discussion they seemed to be having about the exam they all had just taken. And wasn't that mind-boggling? The Dark Lord taking his owls with normal students at Hogwarts. Which other exams will you be taking? Harry asked of the wizard sitting next to him, leaving off all titles. Draco felt the hairs on his arms rising. He never would dare be this disrespectful to his father in public, even knowing that, at most, he would suffer from a week not being allowed to go flying during the summer. You know that I already took Transfiguration last summer, Lord Slytherin simply answered between sips from his goblet, filled with the sweetest juice their table had to offer. I've decided to take defense, runes, potions, and history with you all this year. Draco felt like he had to keep from laughing out of disbelief, as the Dark Lord counted the exams he was planning to take in the order they would have to take them, on his fingers. Would the man be eating with them all those days? No interest in attending the herbology practical. Harry asked, with a teasing grin that made Draco's heart race in worry. But the Dark Lord only snorted, giving his son an exasperated look. I'm merely prioritizing the subjects I'll be needing most. I fully intend to strive for even better results than the first time around in all the subjects I took when I was your age. Draco tried to concentrate on his own food and the upcoming practical exam in charms, rather than let himself be rattled by the odd family dynamics, because what else could it be? Between the Slytherins sitting only a few places over from him. Maybe by the end of these exams, he would be able to pretend to be at ease just as convincingly as Theo was doing. One could hope. Chapter 102, First Week of Owls. Chapter text Monday, 3rd of June 1996. Everyone not going to take exams in the morning had left the common room early, or was doing something quiet, and the 5th and 7th years were trying to relax. Harry was sitting in front of the main fireplace, on the ground, and the place he usually sat in was empty, which made Harry roll his eyes mentally, playing a game of chess against Theo. Pansy's cat had placed herself between them and the fire, obviously luxuriating in the heat, purring a rumbling purr loud enough to be heard from where Harry was sitting tailor fashion. Harry wondered for a moment what the rest of the Slytherins would have to say if Nagini had insisted on accompanying Marvolo, and then had decided to stay with Harry. She would be sprawled out in front of the fire, just like Pansy's familiar now was. Draco sighed in a rather dramatic fashion, closing his book on transfiguration theory with enough force to make a sound, and then moved to sit beside Theo and Harry, as if to watch Harry being trounced in chess. He had gotten better, but not good enough to actually win. "You're really bad at this," Draco stated, after one of Harry's towers had been split in two. Harry turned a little so he could look at the blonde and noticed that he had some color again. Maybe relaxing had helped with the stress of the first owl exam. "You don't say," he said, grinning when his sarcasm startled Theo to chuckle. "It's fun, anyway." And it was. Draco shook his head and seemed to relax even more. Harry wasn't really sure how they would survive 2 weeks of exams every day. "Chess isn't the only thing you're bad at, is it, Potter?" Adrian Pusey snidely said from where he and his friends were sitting around one of the other tables by one of the big windows into the lake. Still a little boy crying for his daddy. A few people chuckled at that pretty petty taunt, but Harry just sighed, rolling his eyes at Theo, who looked a little concerned and worried. And of course Harry knew why. He had had enough lessons in politics, enough experience with bullies, to know that he couldn't ignore this, and that his reaction and response needed to be just right if he wanted to nip this in the bud. So Harry didn't turn around, but contemplated the board when he answered to the taunt. "I'm sorry that your family is so distant that you wouldn't embrace your father when seeing him the first time in person after he almost died. Not that Marvolo could actually die at the moment. It still would be a big problem if his body was too severely harmed, and almost no one knew of his current immortality anyway. You might want to work on that, instead of trying to make me look bad so no one will look too closely at you." Harry tried hard to sound unconcerned and to hold a relaxed posture. It wouldn't do to seem tense or bothered, as that would undermine what he tried to present here. This play acting was uncomfortably close to what he had needed to do to get by at the Dursleys and primary school without too much trouble, and he would have gladly done without it. But it also was something that was important in politics. If Mrs. Gall hadn't helped him to realize that there was absolutely nothing wrong with being happy about being cared for and enjoying that, or with expressing his feelings. Harry hadn't planned that outburst in front of everyone. Lifelong conditioning wasn't something easily broken. But now that it had happened, he wasn't really unhappy that it had. Drawing the strength to stand by, that display from Mrs. Gall's words seemed to work quite well so far. "I think you simply have no sense of decorum." Pusey tried once more, still going for disdain in his tone. "Can't even address your father right in public." Well, that was a weak attempt, and Harry felt his brow wing up at that accusation. "No decorum. You seriously think that my father would have sat with us at the students' table if he wanted the meal to be formal?" Harry couldn't keep his voice from sounding astonished, because why would an adult actually choose to sit with the students if they weren't interested in keeping it formal? Really? And with that, Harry turned back to the chessboard, when had he looked up towards where Pusey and the others were sitting, dismissing the others, and actually ending that dangerous conversation to Harry's own surprise. "Ooh, and he really tried to call you out for lack of decorum?" Marvolo asked, even as Harry had already explained that that was exactly what had happened. Just like any other day since Marvolo had sent the mirror to Harry, they were talking. This time while sitting on their respective beds, ready to go to sleep. He did, and now that I think about it, as much as I enjoyed you sitting with us, I have a feeling the others didn't as much. Harry looked chagrined and tired, and Marvolo tried really hard not to smile. That would probably send the wrong message. How would a teenager react if he was called adorable? I can sit with the professors on Thursday when I'm back again for the defense exam, if you prefer. Marvolo offered, quite aware how much discomfort his presence at the Slytherin table during lunch had caused. In fact, he had been really entertained by how much the young Malfoy had tried to keep his composure, and how entertained the young Nut had been by that as well. His son sighed. I guess. And wasn't that hint of unhappiness flattering? His son wanted to eat lunch with him, even when all his friends were there as well. Should he be worried about that? Wasn't happiness caused by someone's unhappiness something bad? Do you feel prepared for your transfiguration exam tomorrow? Best change the topic of their conversation before the ground could get any more treacherous. I guess. Harry moved his hand through his hair, catching his glasses and pulling them askew. With an annoyed sigh, Harry righted the glasses again. At least I did what I could in revision. I did pretty well in my last essays, and the practical work wasn't too bad. So basically keep a cool head, and you should at least manage an acceptable. Marvolo cut Harry off before he could start to ramble and talk himself into a state. Even all this time, later Marvolo still could remember quite clearly all the hysterics his fellow students had managed to talk themselves into when he had taken his owls, and the years after when he had been prefect and head boy. Yeah, basically. Harry was rolling his eyes now, clearly saying without words that keeping a clear head in this instance wasn't all that easy. Go to sleep, Marvolo said, feeling quite fond of his son. You'll need it tomorrow. Have fun catching up with your paperwork tomorrow, Harry said with a grin, obviously teasing before taking off his glasses. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams, Harry. They ended the call, and Marvolo reached for the book he was currently reading. A book he was skimming to see if he could lend it to Bill's colleague, or if there was something too questionable in there. He was pretty sure the Cursebreakers were mostly pretty happy to read books that contained magic that was currently considered illegal. But there was other magic that had been considered questionable for far longer than any laws regulating what could and couldn't be used had been around. Better make sure to only give out books that were not that questionable. Sadly, this project would be mostly on the back burner for him until the exams were done with. It was an interesting one, and not something he had bothered with before. But he was certain it was worthwhile. It was far later than he had wanted it to be when he finally doused the lights and went to sleep. Tuesday, 4th of June 1996. It was lunch break, and Harry was sitting with Luna, gratefully hiding behind her request that her boyfriend sit with her. Because Hermione had looked like she wanted to ask him to sit with them at the Gryffindor table, and there was a lot of tension there. Do you feel the exam went well? Luna asked from where she was lazily mixing her mashed carrots into her mashed potatoes. I guess, Harry slowly answered, taking a sip from the cold tea with honey he had mixed up. At first, I couldn't remember the definition of a switching spell. Not sure that what I wrote is close enough to the actual definition, but, well. The rest of the questions weren't really easy, but at least I was able to write something for all of them. He shrugged and felt himself smile in response to Luna's serene expression of happiness. We'll see when the results come in the summer. Another thing in which owls differed from the exams Harry had taken until now. While all other exams, except Newt's of course, were marked by the professors and announced before the students left for the holidays, these were marked by ministry employees, and the results were sent out by Owl during the summer holidays. Have you made plans for the summer? Harry asked, because he would love to visit with Luna and his friends this summer. Finally, it was possible, with him no longer stuck with the Dursleys, for friends to come visit and for him to visit his friends. And for more than a week or two at the end of summer. Dad and I want to go on an expedition for part of the summer. We haven't decided on a place yet. Maybe Burma or New Zealand. And from there, Luna went on to describe all the different magical creatures supposedly native to those places which she and her father would try to find for the Quibbler and their loyal audience. Do you know when you'll go? Because I really would love to visit you at home, maybe go to Diagon Alley together. It felt a little like when he had asked her out for Valentine's Day. He was all nervous and hopeful. "That's a delightful idea." Luna moved her hand to take Harry's and leaned into him until her head rested on his shoulder. An older Ravenclaw on the other side of the table, probably sitting with them because there was more space at this section of table, rolled her eyes but refrained from commenting, for which Harry was grateful. "I would love to go out to eat ice cream with you and the others. I like having friends." And there was one of those open and blunt statements Luna tended to make at the oddest of times. She was right, of course, but her bluntness made others uncomfortable, as Harry had witnessed more than once this year, and people tended to get nasty if someone made them confront uncomfortable truths. "Friends are great," Harry agreed, because it was true, and this year had expanded that group of people Harry could name as friends by a lot. After lunch, they all were herded back into the chamber they had waited in before they had been sorted back before first year, and then again yesterday before their charms practical. Harry expected that they would be called in alphabetical order in small groups just like the day before. He was sure this would get old pretty fast. Because of his change in last name from Potter to Slytherin, as far as the school was concerned, he now came even farther down the list. But no. The first group called was Turpin, Lisa Goyle, Gregory, Bones, Susan, Patil, Parvati, so it looked like Harry's fear was unfounded, and the examiners had actually thought about the dread of always having to wait for last. But just like yesterday, the students who were finished didn't return. Probably another safety measure to reduce attempts at cheating. Harry was occluding most of his waiting time in an attempt to keep calm and not listen to some of the others panicking in the various corners of the room. Slytherin Henry, Abbott Hannah, Thomas Dean, Finch Fletchley Justin. The replacement professor's voice startled Harry out of his concentrated calm, and he followed the others out of the waiting room, through the hall and into the great hall. Once again the big tables had been removed, replaced with several stations, composed of rugs marking an area, and a table and chair set, with a waiting examiner at each station. "You'll go to Professor Tofty, Mr. Slytherin," and that Harry did. "Welcome, Mr. Slytherin," the kindly-looking, ancient wizard said with a smile. "I hope you feel up to showing off a little for me." Despite his nervousness, Harry had to smile at that. The voice of Professor Tofty was kind of funny as he waved at the table and an iguana sitting on it, blinking lazily. "I would like for you to vanish that iguana, Mr. Slytherin, for a start if you would." "Sure." The vanishing spell. Harry had practiced that one until he couldn't stand it anymore. So with confidence he got his wand out, moved so he had a good angle to aim at the reptile, and called the wand movement and incantation to mind. Then Harry moved his wand and spoke the incantation and felt instant relief the moment the iguana vanished from sight. "Well done, Mr. Slytherin," Professor Tofty said. "Let's move on to—" A shriek, and the sound of many large birds trying to take off in panic interrupted the professor and made Harry turn and duck on instinct. Panicked animals never were anything good. "Miss Abbott, how did you manage that? Halt! Everyone halt and take cover." The witch testing Hannah over at the next table called out, "We'll pause the exam while we catch and remove those flamingos." And the examiners, together with the new Transfiguration professor, who had taught them since Professor McGonagall had become headmistress, started to do just that, and Harry carefully moved out of the way towards the wall behind his testing station to take cover as instructed. "What did you do?" Harry just had to ask when a betrayed Hannah came to stand next to him. "I don't know," she wailed at a hushed volume, an expressive feat in Harry's opinion. "I was instructed to transfigure that poor ferret, and then suddenly there were all those birds. It took almost 10 minutes for all the birds to be caught and brought out of the hall, and the whole time Harry was watching the adults, attempts valiantly holding in his laughter. When he finally left the great hall, Harry felt that he had done pretty well. And then he went to start on some last herbology revision before tomorrow's exam. When Bill walked into the library on the second floor, led there by a house elf, Marvolo was sitting in a comfortable reading chair, and the young boy Marcus was sitting on the floor, on a rug if Bill could trust his eyes, which he usually could, coloring vigorously on a piece of paper. It was such a sweet, homely scene. His mother never would believe it if Bill told her. But she wouldn't, because everyone was much happier with her not being reminded of the terrible situation, as she termed it, whenever there was an article in the Prophet or Witch Weekly. Dad had complained more than once when Mum wasn't near that she obsessed too much. After all, after this many months, it was pretty clear there was no need to worry. Or so Arthur said. Bill knew that there was no need to worry, and still felt that that approach to decide if something was wrong or not was not the best. Elf popped out of the room, and Marvolo looked up from his book, smiling a little and waving at another chair nearby as he spotted Bill. Come in and sit down. Do your elves not get along? Bill just had to ask, while walking over to the chair to sit down, because the display when he had entered the house had been hilarious. Why do you ask? Marvolo closed the book and turned a little so they were more comfortably seated for a discussion, and had a look about him that reminded Bill of the twins. Because they almost started a fist fight over who would be allowed to take me up here, and you know about that. At the end of that statement, Bill narrowed his eyes because he knew he was right. Marvolo grinned and smiled. True, the two of them have distinct areas of responsibility. It's an effort to make sure both of them have enough work. Marvolo added to Bill's questioning look. And as you are both my guest, and everything regarding me is Henbane's domain, and visiting here, this house being Flim's domain along with the children, they probably weren't sure how to decide which of them was responsible for taking care of you because of those conflicting possible interpretations of the situation. Marvolo sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. I have to say negotiating between those two is more challenging than some other interests I had to bring together. A few interesting possible scenarios flashed through Bill's mind at that proclamation, and then he wrenched his mind away from that to return to the reason he was here. Did you find books that could help? Marvolo had tentatively agreed to sponsor the investigation and research Brown was wishing to do when Bill had sent a letter inquiring. I have found a few books, but they contain more than only information pertaining to the topic. So before I can hand them over, I'll have to make sure they are actually safe for someone else to handle. Bill's eyes fell on the book in Marvolo's lap when he waved at it, and the reference was clear enough. Old families often put curses on books to make sure they couldn't be stolen or read by those not of the family. It was paramount to make sure a book was safe before lending it out. Might Mr. Brown be willing to meet? Marvolo asked, letting the book float from his hand over to a small desk, where a stack of others was already sitting, without even looking. I guess he wouldn't be opposed on principle. Bill wasn't actually sure where Brown stood considering politics, or what the man's stance on magic, considered dangerous actually, was in detail. As Brown was a curse breaker, he probably had a similar basic interest in the more dangerous side of magics, just like Bill had. But if Brown was willing to just accept some other things, as they're but not used if it was in one of the books, that was the bigger question, and probably the reason Marvolo was asking for a meeting. His eyes wandering to look at where the boy was turning his head this way and that, getting different angles while he inspected his work, before picking up a red pencil to start up again. With the child here, Bill felt a little restricted in what he could say. But he remembered well enough how nice it had been to be included when the grown-ups were talking that he didn't want to ask Marvolo to send the boy away either. He decided to pick his words carefully. If you want to see if Brown is the right wizard to lead that research, and if you can work with him, I'm sure he'll agree to a meeting. Marvolo nodded. I think a meeting would be good before I hand over any books for him to work with. I trust your assessment of his skill, but I need to see if I can trust him to handle books belonging to the Potter family. Bill nodded, registering that Marvolo spoke of books belonging to the Potter family, and also realizing that there probably weren't that many Slytherin assets left. After all, the family had been pretty much vanished from the stage of politics and society for many generations. I'll try to arrange something. Bill agreed. What were you reading last? And from there they descended into a lively discussion about different spells used to detect poison and curses that were intended to prevent anti-venom and antitoxin from working, until it was time for dinner. Bill went home, his mind buzzing with new ideas. Wednesday, 5th of June 1996. Today they had had their herbology exam. Theo had seen Draco's relief at another day devoid of the Dark Lord's presence, taking his owls alongside them all. It had been plain as the sun shining down on them while they waited outside the greenhouses, and had been highly amusing. Now after everyone had taken a shower, setting plants into new pots, selecting the right fertilizer from a broad selection, and that all in an early summer heat hadn't let them stay clean. They were sitting in their common room, resting a little before they would take up their revision materials once again. If the owls were already this exhausting, how bad were the newts which had nasty, exhausting in their name? Harry was sketching something, one finger of his left hand wrapped in a small bandage. Say, Harry, what happened with your hand? Theo hadn't seen the bandage before now and was curious. That was a fanged geranium, nasty little bugger. And ungrateful, too. It has a much nicer part now, Harry answered without looking up from his sketch. People close enough to hear chuckled or laughed outright. Theo was shaking his head, smiling. I don't think they're intelligent enough to understand what you were doing, Harry. Probably. Harry agreed and turned his sketch so Theo could see it. Doesn't change that the ungrateful thing bit me. Theo smothered his laughter at seeing the sketch. Harry had sketched a few slugs advancing on a fanged geranium which seemed to be trembling in fear. It was not the usual realistic style Harry went for, but more in the art of the occasionally appearing political caricature. No, Tabitha, I just know I did badly. My parents will send me to Durmstrang, or maybe even take my wand from me. A girl suddenly started to yell at the top of her lungs, her voice breaking with the distinct quality of someone who had a head cold or had been crying. Thea looked around and noticed Draco and Harry do the same. He himself was only curious to see what was happening, but Theo knew that Draco, as a prefect, and Harry, as the Slytherin heir, looked because they felt and were obligated to do something about a small girl panicking. Over in one of the corner seating groups used by the younger years, closer to the entrance, and without a good look over the main pathways through the common room, a small girl with two pigtails of dark hair, Theo couldn't really tell if it was black or brown, was standing, her face blotchy and her eyes red. She was hiccuping and had tears running down her face. Another girl was trying to console her, without much success. Draco, go fetch the professor, Harry ordered in a low voice, setting down his sketching material and not looking back to see if Draco did as told as he got up from his seat and walked over. As Theo knew he would, Draco was gone almost as fast as Harry, but Theo stayed where he was, keeping an eye on Harry's things and watching how Harry approached the girls, addressing the one who wasn't crying first. Miss Smith, may I sit with you and your friends? Harry didn't really let them refuse, and soon was sitting with the first-year girls, regaling them with a funny story as far as Theo could tell, bridging the time it would take Professor Snape to make it to them. It didn't take long for Draco to return with the professor walking past the prefect to where the girls were sitting. Theo saw the distinct color of a calming draft in the potions phial the man was holding loosely in his hand. Well, that probably would be sorted out soon. Picking up the novel he had been reading, recommended to him by Ginny, Theo returned his attention to the text, only to be distracted once again when Harry sat down in his armchair with a huff. Theo looked up and raised his brows in an unspoken question, which Harry understood without problems. She's worried about how her parents will react if she doesn't manage to meet their standard. No idea if her worries are founded in something close to reality, but I think she now knows that she's not alone. If she needs help, she'll get it. Harry spoke in an almost whisper, making sure his voice wouldn't carry. Theo nodded. It was curious how protective Harry seemed of the younger Slytherin students. Had he always been that way? Theo wasn't sure. Let's go up and have dinner, Harry. Theo decided, sure his friend would try to skip the meal, too nervous about the defense exam the next day to really have much of an appetite. And don't pull that face. You know that Professor Snape has no qualms about feeding you more nutrition potion if you don't show up at meals and eat something. Harry snorted and gathered his things to return them to his room. Meet at the door in 10 minutes. Theo nodded in agreement and stood to return the book to his dorm as well. Thursday, 6th of June 1996. During lunch, Marvolo sat down at the teacher's table with a wink at Harry, who rolled his eyes but smiled. As fun as it was to sit with his son at the Slytherin table, he really shouldn't put that much strain on the students taking their exams. Severus was sitting rather far away next to his wife, and in general Marvolo got the impression that the whole usual seating order had been shuffled around. There were quite a few reasons why that might have happened, but the most likely, at least in his mind, was that the headmistress had wanted to keep him close. She had been a close confidant of the old meddler Dumbledore, after all. Food appeared on the table, and Marvolo eyed the offered possibilities with interest before he picked up a platter to scoop some shepherd's pie onto his plate. How was the exam, Lord Slytherin? Headmistress McGonagall started a conversation, placing mostly meat on her own plate. Different, Marvolo answered, thinking back to the written exam he had taken that morning. I'm not sure why exactly it's so different now. But I guess the motivation that led to Madame Umbridge being sent here to teach, or the Sparty education over the whole schooling of this year's students taking their owls. And he really needed to take down that curse for good. As abysmal as the current professor was, Marvolo couldn't in good conscience leave the curse where it was. So you felt it was easier? The headmistress asked in follow-up. It was. Marvolo nodded, not really eager to get into a deep conversation with her. Maybe he should eat down in the village, or risk the marks of the other Slytherin students by sitting with Harry again tomorrow. Could it be that you simply have more experience now, Lord Slytherin? The man sitting at his other side interjected, surprising Marvolo a bit. Harry, obviously, had told him about the squib who was taking care of all the paintings inside the castle, and that Mr. Filch had offered advice to him. But that had been all he had learned so far about the man. Inclining his head in concession, Marvolo had to agree. That's possible. Despite the fact that this body is not yet a year old, my mind had much more time to absorb knowledge compared to my 15-year-old self back when I took these exams for the first time. In fact, most of the time, Marvolo had studied for these exams, had been dedicated to making sure he knew which main points were expected of him to know. Most questions were easy, but the more open-ended ones could go badly if he failed to write the things expected because he concentrated on entirely the wrong topic. Time for a change in topic. My son tells me that you have allowed him to watch your work on one of the paintings, Mr. Filch. I wanted to thank you for that. Harry has developed a big interest in art. Getting to see a master conservator at work is a unique opportunity. August Filch hummed and then showed his yellowed teeth in a big grin. It was no hardship. He's a polite lad and has real interest, a good eye as well. There aren't that many wizards or witches with talent, interest, and the determination to see it through. Filch cut into his sausage with fervor. Something like that needs to be encouraged. I didn't know that you had a mastery, Mr. Filch. The headmistress leant forward in her seat so she could see past Marvolo to Filch, interest clear in her voice, and steam from a bowl of peas clouding her glasses. Why isn't it noted in your file? Filch snorted. That's because I don't hold a magical mastery, headmistress. Lord Slytherin was being polite. Now it was Marvolo who made a small, unhappy noise. I don't know about me only saying such to be polite. Really, he hadn't said that just to be polite. You finished a long and rigorous education in art. It might have been at a Muggle university, but that doesn't change the level of time, dedication, and skill needed to attain it. The closest we have in the magical world is a mastery. Marvolo had spent some time researching Muggle opportunities in art, for Harry, and because he had been curious. Still, Filch said with bitterness in his voice, implying with his tone, if not his words, that he didn't agree. There is no real way to get a Muggle degree accepted by the ministry or most employers. Do you feel able to teach? The headmistress asked seemingly out of the blue. But when Marvolo turned to look at her, he saw a calculating gleam in her eyes. Teach? Those hooligans? Filch clearly was more than skeptical. I doubt they even would want to learn. Harry certainly would enjoy the possibility to learn more than he can from books and experimentation. Marvolo just had to interject, as securing such an opportunity for his son would be great. Filch snorted again. The board never will allow a class for only one student. Let the board be my problem. McGonagall said with more force in her voice than Marvolo had expected from her. Most of the time she seemed so mild-mannered. And as it clearly would be an elective, we could make it span all years, and you would get to decide who can take the class and what to teach your students. She seemed to warm to the topic, and more of the people seated at the head table turned their attention to their conversation. And if you say, you will only take 2 students at a time, that would be fine by me. I would love to expand the opportunities offered here at Hogwarts. An art class at Hogwarts. Marvolo was pretty sure that there hadn't been something like that in a long time, but he guessed that might have been different when the school had been founded. Hadn't it been a place to learn all kind of things? I guess I'll have to think on that. Filch sounded cautious, and Marvolo didn't blame him. Teaching wasn't for everyone, and Severus was a prime example that passion for a subject didn't automatically qualify someone to teach said subject. The meal was over pretty soon after that, and Marvolo had to wait with all the others to be called in for the practical exam. Lord Slytherin and his son and heir were called into the hall at the same time. They had decided by lot who would get to examine them and had timed the moment to call them both carefully. "Welcome, Lord Slytherin." Tobias greeted the wizard with a smile, feeling quite giddy. The wizard turned from where he had been looking after where his son had gone and almost visibly concentrated on his own exam. "Nice to see you again, Professor Tofty." As usual, the man was politeness personified, and Tobias felt himself smile. "Let's start with something easy first, shall we?" It was almost a joke that this man had to retake his owls, but Tobias supposed that there were rules to follow. "Please cast a shield charm for me." Lord Slytherin smiled. "I guess a protego is enough. Verbal." Chuckling, Tobias nodded. "If you would be so kind." With a hint of a bow from the neck, Lord Slytherin produced his wand. It was an odd feeling seeing that iconic wand up close, and expertly executed the movement and incantation to create a shield of shimmering, translucent blue energy in front of him. Tobias clapped. "Well done." Then he waved a hand at the dummy at his testing station, one of the rougher self-assembling ones they always used when a spell needed to be cast on a person and was destructive or dangerous when miscast. "And now a stunner, please." This went on for some time, Lord Slytherin sometimes asking for confirmation when Tobias asked for a spell that belonged to a group of spells normal students taking their owls would only have learned one of. It amused Tobias to no end. Floating a chest out from under the table, Tobias smiled and placed it down carefully. "And for the finish, I would like you to face this boggart." Some thought it wasn't a true test of capability that he announced that there was a boggart inside the chest. But Tobias was of the opinion that, as he couldn't know the deepest fears of the students he was testing, it was the height of stupidity to not give them a moment's warning to prepare themselves. He didn't want to see if they would survive a potentially deadly situation with no preparation. He only wanted to see if they knew the spell, what a boggart was, and how to go about banishing the pest. "I do ask you not to kill it." Curiously, Lord Slytherin suddenly was much paler, but nodded so that Tobias stepped back, so as not to confuse the boggart, and flicked his wand to open the chest. Out came a startlingly accurate replica of the young Mr. Slytherin Potter, hissing with a derisive expression on his face. Was the boggart speaking Parseltongue? Ridiculous! There was a puff sound, and suddenly the replica of the boy was on the ground laughing and squirming, a big snake on top of him, with the head right up in the boy's face, seemingly tickling him with his tongue. "Well done." Tobias stepped in, banishing the boggart back into the chest. That had looked like it was a rather severe fear. It happened from time to time when someone older, or with more of a past, came to be in front of them for their exams, that someone had a deeper fear than the usual. This seemed to be a rather personal one, and that was reason enough not to draw too much attention to it. "You can go." Lord Slytherin placed his wand away and left with a greeting, waiting at the door for his son to catch up, who had finished almost at the same time. Tobias, meanwhile, turned to his notes, marking full points before turning towards the next student he would have to test. These weeks were getting harder on him. Harry arrived at the doors from the great hall to the entrance hall just a moment after his father, feeling quite happy with his practical exam in defense. But that happy bubble quickly burst when he saw how shaken and pale his father was. "Are you okay?" Harry just had to ask, reaching out to lay a hand on his father's arm in an attempt to offer comfort. "Not really, but it'll pass." Marvolo attempted a shaky smile and visibly pulled himself together, probably employing a clumsy to do so. Harry wasn't really convinced. Marvolo wasn't normally someone who showed so openly when he wasn't feeling his best, but followed his father out of the great hall, the ceiling hinting at the clear, sunny weather outside, and down to the shore of the lake, to a shaded spot near a few trees. A few flicks of both their wands, they had a sturdy blanket to sit on, as well as spells surrounding the place to keep away others, who might try to listen in on their conversation. It took a few moments more, which Harry waited through more or less patiently, before Marvolo started to speak. With his face turned out towards the lake, speaking slowly and deliberately, Marvolo explained his state. The exam went well, but the last task was to demonstrate how to handle a boggart. Harry felt his stomach tie itself into knots. He was glad that he hadn't had to face a boggart himself. In the past, for the longest time, it had been my own corpse. But sometime after I regained a body, it changed. Harry was tempted to ask what it was now. He hadn't noticed what Marvolo had done during his exam, concentrating much too hard on doing well in his own, but knew that it would an incredibly insensitive thing to do. This wasn't the first time I encountered a boggart, obviously, as there was a severe infestation in your godfather's summer house. But Marvolo took a deep breath, picking up a small stone and tossing it into the lake. It's still so much more disconcerting than seeing my own corpse. Nibbling on his lip, Harry tried to decide what to do now. He didn't want to ask what his father feared the most, so he probably should change the topic. It looked like you had a lively discussion up at the head table during lunch. Marvolo snorted, tension leaving his shoulders. That we did. I still wonder why the headmistress decided to place me between herself and Mr. Filch. It seems as if the headmistress is contemplating expanding the offered classes at Hogwarts. She actually asked if Mr. Filch would consider teaching an elective art class. Suddenly eager to hear more, Harry moved closer and leaned forward. Art? In what form? Did he agree? Now Marvolo chuckled, relaxing even more, his legs stretched out before him, leaned back on his elbows, enjoying the nice weather. He wasn't all that keen on teaching teenagers. The way he said that made Harry think that that hadn't been the word used, but the headmistress was eager to assure him that it could be a year-spanning class, as small as he wished it to be, that he could set the requirements to be admitted to the class. I think he'll consider it. That's great. Harry wasn't sure he would be able to qualify for an art class, but then there was also the fact that Mr. Filch had invited him into his workroom and had him let watch the man work. So maybe it was possible after all. I certainly would like to be a part of that. I thought as much, Marvolo said, nodding. Let's wait here until your classmates are all finished. Yeah, Harry sighed and made himself comfortable. Spending the rest of the afternoon here, relaxing, would be great. After dinner, he planned to do some more revision for runes, which he would write tomorrow. But for the moment, he would enjoy the sun, the gentle wind, and the singing of the birds in the trees. Ooh, Friday, 7th of June 1996, Severus was on his way back from a stroll at the edge of the forbidden forest up to the school for breakfast, a small collection of wild flowers bundled in his hand, when he came across his lord also walking up to the school. Lord Slytherin. Severus called out after a moment's hesitation, drawing the man's attention. The Dark Lord turned and adjusted his route so that they would meet a few meters farther down their respective paths, on the gravel road up to the castle. Lord Prince. There was a slight grin on the Dark Lord's face, and Severus didn't even try not to roll his eyes. We're on school grounds, and you're here to take owl exams, Lord Slytherin, so the appropriate title would be Professor Snape. The many different ways their interactions were dictated by the places they met, or the circumstances of a meeting, were staggering. The Dark Lord only chuckled. True enough, Professor Snape. How did the first week of owl exams go? And Newt's? Any hysterical breakdowns? Only a few students in need of calming drafts or sleeping potions. Nothing unusual. Severus considered as they walked on towards the castle in a leisurely pace. Well, that's not entirely true. This year, we had rather fewer instances of students poisoning themselves with some supposed stimulant or other. Not sure if our new prefects are that much better at confiscating the bogus elixirs and whatnot, or if the Weasley twins' trade with joke sweets has made the students more cautious in taking things they don't know well. In fact, it seemed that those pranks had encouraged the students to learn more detection spells and to actually use them before they ate or drank anything. Harry has told me a lot about those pranks, really ingenious inventors, those two. The Dark Lord mused, smiling fondly, something that still felt unsettlingly human for that man. They certainly are that. Severus agreed, because to say otherwise would be to lie, and there was no need for that out here. They walked a few moments in silence, nearing the castle with each step. You're rather early today, Lord Slytherin. Severus would rather have stayed silent, but it would be considered rude not to talk with a visiting wizard. And even as Severus would gladly sink to one knee before his lord out here, there wasn't much between them, between Severus being head of House Slytherin at Hogwarts, the Slytherin heir's head of house, and having his research sponsored by Lord Slytherin. Not quite the same relationship than the one the mark, now hidden and much less obvious, on his arm established. Well, yes. Marcus was picked up for school earlier than normal today. They have a project day in the gardens, and started earlier for that. So I wasn't quite sure what to do with myself. Starting on the mountain of paperwork on my desk wasn't an appealing prospect, so I decided to take a stroll on the grounds instead. Severus had to agree that a stroll over the grounds of Hogwarts was always more pleasant than paperwork. The knowledge that there were several years of potion exams still waiting for him to grade them made a cold shiver run down his spine. Did your son inform you that he'll write a rune exam for fourth year today? More idle conversation. Maybe Severus shouldn't have called out to the man, so they both could have walked in silence. He did, and he also advised me to stay away from Miss Granger after the runes exam, as she tends to rehash the whole exam after it's done. The Dark Lord chuckled. I'm tempted to see if she would be willing to discuss the questions with me. I remember having a similar urge when I was younger, less out of insecurity, as it seems to be in her case, but out of a wish to show off. There was a complicated smile on Lord Slytherin's face, which Severus decided to decipher later. Miss Granger has had contact with quite a few of the Slytherin girls in her year. I think they might have taught her about proper decorum for a young heiress like her, Severus decided to say. He knew that Lord Slytherin had no interest in girls that young, but still, his protective instinct towards his charges reared its head. That sentence could hint at the wrong kind of interest. The Dark Lord caught on quickly. No worries, Severus. If she's willing to talk with me, it most likely will be during the break after the written exam, while the Great Hall is being set back to serve for lunch. There'll be a lot of witnesses around. I never would dare endanger a young lady's reputation like that, and especially not my old friend's heiress. Now Severus felt uncomfortable for bringing up his worries like that, not sure what to do about it, and as they had reached the castle entrance, Severus decided to change the topic again. Will you join us for breakfast, Lord Slytherin? No, please go on without me. I'll go down to the greenhouses for a moment. They exchanged the usual pleasantries, and Severus hurried up to place the flowers into their living room to brighten Sonia's day before breakfast would begin in the great hall. The end of the school year always was a stressful time for everyone living at the castle. Summer, hopefully, would be calmer when they moved to the manor.